This story was posted by a user named Expert Anybody in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to take care of my wife since she caught the flu from having sex with her AP. This is partially a rant and partially an actual question. I, 54M, have been married to my wife Victoria, 54, for over 32 years. We have 3 adult daughters and 1 adult son. Early this year, she started menopause. I loved her and supported her throughout this difficult time. She said she didn't want to have sex because she felt like she was fat and ugly. I told her she was beautiful and I was patient with her as she said she didn't want sex. It was only this month that she wanted us to have sex again. I thought things were getting better until I saw a condom wrapper in our bedroom. My job involves going out of town for business trips. During this last trip, I tried to get into my wife's social media and luckily enough, she used someone's birthday as the password. I found out her affair partner is Zachary, 35, a family friend who has a wife aged 29. While on my trip, I read many messages. One message involved Zachary asking if it was okay to come over for their fun time since he thought he was coming down with something. Even after getting back in town, I read some messages. Zachary messaged that he and his wife have the flu, so he can't see my wife for a while. My wife said that getting the flu herself was worth it. I came home to my wife, who was suffering from the flu. I immediately told her that I knew about her and Zachary. She was upset but too weak from the flu to stop me from packing and leaving. She begged me not to leave her alone while she's sick. After I left, my wife has been messaging me. She said she's very sick. I told her to go to the doctor, call an ambulance, or call someone else. She said she's not dying but needs me. She said she can't call our kids or any other family member since they'll ask why I'm not there. She said that menopause had made her crazy and that she wouldn't see Zachary anymore. I still haven't gone back. Am I the jerk? Edit, as soon as I found the messages, I was planning on telling Zach's wife. I wanted to tell her face to face. I wanted to spare our adult kids the horrible news, but many in the comments made a good point that my wife could lie to our kids. So I called Zach's wife first. I don't know what's going on in their marriage because she believed me right away. I called my kids and talked to them like a conference call. Unfortunately, I had to send some proof to them. I didn't go overboard, just enough for them to believe me. Obviously, they're all upset. I tried to keep it together as I don't want to vent about their mother to them. Edit. Zach's wife has been messaging me last night and this morning. She was planning on leaving Zachary anyway because he was sleeping with 2 other women. But the fact that Victoria is a married woman who is like a family member speeds things up. Zach's wife made Zachary leave the house. Also, all my kids have called their mother. They're not buying any of their mom's excuses. They all want me to divorce her. User Alterwise said, menopause is incredibly difficult and really affects women much more so than polite society cares to discuss. It's still extremely insulting to women everywhere to try to use it as an excuse for cheating. OP, if you think you want to try reconciliation, one of the requirements needs to be that she admits that menopause is not the reason for this behavior. She needs to own up to her mistakes. You both will need to go to couples therapy to help figure out why she did it and whether you can forgive the reason and ever trust her again. User Dangerous Affect said NTA, you've shown patience and support through your wife's menopause struggles, and discovering her betrayal is devastating, especially after such a long marriage. Her blaming menopause doesn't excuse the affair, and the fact that she continued even while sick is just another layer of disrespect. You did the right thing by leaving and letting your kids know the truth. Her feeling unwell doesn't make you responsible for staying, especially after everything she's done. She played a stupid game and won a stupid prize. Well deserved. One day later, OP made an update post. The answer was obvious, but I needed other people to tell me so I wouldn't stupidly go back to my wife. Thank you to those who commented on the first post. I made 2 edits on the first post explaining some things that happened after I posted. To briefly touch on those edits, Zach's wife and my adult kids know that my wife Victoria had an affair with Zachary. Zach's wife kicked him out of their house. All the kids are on my side and they want us to divorce. I talked to a friend who's a major divorce attorney for the 3rd time. I've given her a lot of the evidence so she can decide what we can use. She did say that I should be careful with what I say online, especially since I use Victoria's and Zachary's real names. Our kids, especially our eldest daughter, are pressuring their mom to make this a quick and easy divorce. A lot of people who commented said I was being too nice to my cheating wife. I'll show some pettiness by letting everyone here mock all the excuses and minimizations she made for her cheating. Menopause made her feel crazy. She felt fat and ugly and like she didn't deserve me. Zachary came on to her first. She wanted to make sure a man could be attracted to her without being obligated because she's the mother of his children. She had sex with Zachary to ensure she could still have sex. Zachary didn't mean anything to her. I'm overreacting because Zachary is a family friend, not a family member. Zach's wife isn't like a daughter to us. She didn't betray a woman who's like a daughter to us. Other husbands have forgiven their wives when they cheated. If I had sex with a younger woman during a midlife crisis, she would have forgiven me. We have 4 kids and we've been together for so long. I promise to love her in sickness and in health. User Away Understanding said, her excuses are disgusting. Good for you for seeing through her BS. Menopause doesn't make you cheat. If she felt fat and ugly, then that's sometimes to work out in therapy or with you. User HK said, NTA, I'm menopausal. That's a pretty idiotic excuse for cheating. If anything, menopause lowers your libido. My body has experienced a whole lot of changes that I absolutely hate. My mindset isn't the greatest either, but I'd never cheat on my husband. User Decon Blues said, make sure you stay close to your children and keep them informed as the process moves along. You don't want your wife to be able to turn things around on you. They may support you now, but as things progress, you may find yourself having to do things that are not the nicest. I speak from personal experience. I too have 4 children, and when we caught my wife, they were all for me divorcing her. But once the divorce started and my wife began to deteriorate and have issues, they started pressuring me to reconsider my choices. That's why my words of wisdom are to make sure your children understand what's going on so you can control the narrative. This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named John is a Targaryen. The post is titled, I am 20M and my mom's friend, 38, may be attracted to me. Am I reading too much into it? My mom just got married last weekend in the Caribbean and she invited only close friends and family. This includes a friend of hers that she's known for about 12 years, who has also known me since I was a small boy. Now to last weekend, we're all finally at the resort on the beach on Friday, and I had just come from an adventure in one of the older cities. I spot my mom's close friend with her cousin at the bar and decide to say hello, since I haven't seen her in a long time. I approach her with a, can I get you a drink, just to be fun, and she looks over, realizes it's me, and gives me a huge hug. Oh my god, it's you. Look how grown you are. Let me buy you a drink. So she gets me a drink, we catch up, and she asks me if I have a girlfriend twice and keeps touching my arm. I've always had a crush on her, so I offer a very cute smile and answer all her questions, maintaining eye contact. I show her that I'm into photography and she is very interested in what I'm doing with it. We then go from the bar to the pool where my mom is and continue talking. She asks if I have a girlfriend once again and buys me another beer. She also asks what astrological sign I am. Later, we go as a small group to a strip of bars at midnight and walk around. Whenever she talks to me and is near me, she touches me. She's Hispanic like me, so I just believe it's her being friendly and motherly. We sit down to eat and continue talking, and I ask her if she would like to walk on the beach with me at the hotel. She says yes, but ends up not being able to because her cousin was not feeling well. The next day, my mom gets married. Earlier that day, I had taken a few pictures of her and her cousin, and she asked if they looked good in them. I very relaxedly and smoothly tell her that they definitely came out perfect, and she smiles back at me. She then says that once they come out, I should text them to her, saying that she gave me her number the previous night at the strip of bars. I tell her no, but she insists that she did and says that maybe she forgot. At the reception, I see her at the bar, ask the bartender for a beer, and she offers to take a shot with me due to my toast. She then asks for my number and calls me so I have hers. She's incredibly attractive, and I just don't know if she's just being nice or if she's genuinely interested in me. If she is, I think it's more in a friendly way, but fresh eyes on the situation would be awesome. TLDR, mom's friend might be interested in me. User in the middle of summer said, she's known you since you were a child. If she's trying to hook up, that's predatory as hell. User Har said, do not read into it, do not look at it, do not pick it up, leave it on the shelf where it belongs and slowly walk away. Do not ever endanger the relationship with your mother because of an opportunity to be with someone. This is a no-go zone, dude. There is a 100% chance that your mother will find out about this. 100%. User Bringback Diogenes said, someone will come along and tell you what you want to hear, but that person is not me. Don't pursue it. Leave this as a fantasy. Also, she's already aware you have a crush. Don't validate her attempts to feel like she's able to pick up anyone, even her friend's son. A deleted user said, being drunk together at a destination wedding in the Caribbean was the one time anything could have happened. Don't go out of your way for this at all. It really doesn't matter if she finds you attractive or not. You'd be risking your personal relationships and reputation for no good reason, no matter how much you enjoy the thought of hooking up with the attractive older lady you've known forever. This final post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Pale Ad. The post is titled, "I listened to my brother and I shouldn't have. I met my ex-wife Kelly in college when she asked me for some notes one day. We had been sitting next to each other for weeks without a word until then. We started dating and got serious pretty quickly, which upset my younger brother Robert. Robert was about 16 when I started dating Kelly, and you could tell that he had a bad crush. She was always nice and took it in stride. After Robert left home and got into college, I let him move in with us. Kelly and I had been together for about 3 years, living together for 2. We all had a good relationship. Soon, Kelly started complaining that things were misplaced. One of her earrings would disappear, her panties, sometimes it was socks. She was under a ton of stress and changing medications, so we both chalked it up to her ADHD, giving her an issue until one day I caught my brother with a pair of her missing panties. We found everything he stole. We kicked him out and he went to live with my parents again. He begged for forgiveness and decided to go to therapy. It took about 5 years, but we all decided it was water under the bridge, Kelly included. Robert had a hard life growing up. He said it was all acting out. In late 2022, I received an anonymous email that Kelly was cheating on me. The sender knew dates she was out of town, names of co-workers, and everything. They gave me no photographs, but knew enough details that I was sure they were telling the truth. Kelly fought me on it, denied it, and begged for marriage counseling, but cheating is a solid deal breaker for me. Robert came to stay with me as my emotional support while Kelly was there. Kelly had asked me to get him to leave multiple times, stating that he was watching her and making her feel uncomfortable, but all I said were things I'd rather not repeat about her not being trustworthy. The day she left last April, she said to me that it was going to turn out to be my pervert brother, and that if it is, she hopes I feel every ounce of pain I just put her through. My brother has apparently been racked with guilt and confessed last weekend. He told me in front of our parents. I couldn't say anything, I just walked out and went home. I turned my personal phone off and I've just been walking in a daze. I go to work, come home, watch TV, and go to bed. I can't tell you what I've eaten for the past week or what I've watched. My dad came by to talk to me tonight and he wants me to talk to my brother and tell him that it's going to be okay and we can work through it. I turned on my personal phone for the first time to see hundreds of texts from my brother. I just want to reach out to Kelly and beg for forgiveness and ask her if we can start over. A few days later, OP posted an update. I vented on Reddit about finding out that my brother faked my wife's affair during a business trip. I've been in a daze since I found out. I kept reading comments suggesting I leave Kelly alone, but I sent her an email to the address where we had been communicating about little things that popped up, and then I went to bed. I apologized, told her that I know I can't mend things, but acknowledged that she was right and that Robert is out of my life, possibly along with my parents. I didn't expect a reply, but I received a massive email back. It was filled with a lot of personal things that I don't want to repeat. She said she understood the desire to believe that email, but that she wasn't even able to defend herself. I just gave her time to get out and then immediately moved Robert into our home, where she watched him intentionally keep us from communicating as she was forced to leave. She said she would have done anything, let me talk to her coworkers, check her geo-tracking, but Robert kept a permanent buffer, and I allowed it, belittling and mocking her along with him whenever she attempted to talk to me. She thanked me for the closure on this chapter of her life and wished me the best, but she asked me not to contact her again. Ever. After the year and 3 months she endured, she isn't the same woman I knew. She asked me to set the record straight with any former mutual acquaintances, but said she honestly never wants to hear from any of them either and asked me to tell them so. She told me I poisoned that well when I accused her of what I did, and it was the most bitter and isolating experience she's ever dealt with. She genuinely feels nothing for anyone in her former life, including me. She also told me cutting out Robert is a great idea, but not to cut them off trying to get her back or even in her good graces, because she is moving overseas on a fiancé visa to try things out with her new fiancé. She said they've only been dating 8 months, but she's never felt this way about anyone in her life and thinks he might be her soulmate. She told me to learn from my mistakes with her and find someone to love more than I loved her. It crushed me to see the word soulmate. She used to tell me all the time that she thought I was her soulmate. I called my dad yesterday morning after reading the email and told him that I am not going to comfort Robert. He ended my marriage through lies, made me a liar to all of my friends, and isolated and hurt one of the most loving, loyal people on the planet who tried so many times to help him. My relationship with Robert is over, and I told him that if he has a problem with that, my relationship with him is over too. My dad told me he truly understood how bad it was once I broke it down that way. I'm going to put in a transfer request at work tomorrow. I live on the West Coast. Maybe I'll head to the East Coast. I'm going to get a change of scenery, find a therapist, and figure myself out. User Night Kana said, an anonymous email shows up with a couple of details, and he's ready to blow up his marriage without any proof. I'm glad she moved on. User Lex G said, I'm happy Kelly found someone who was safe for her. I couldn't imagine having your partner turn on you like that with someone who terrorized you. The original poster should have immediately started questioning his brother the moment Kelly brought it up. The fact that he was so blinded when she pointed it out kind of shows how he really felt about her. User Similar Shame said, I'll repeat what I said when I first saw those posts. This is what happens when you're the type who goes, blank is a solid deal breaker for me, no exceptions ever, and go nuclear like the original poster did. It doesn't even have to be cheating. I've seen couples break up because one of them thought the other did something they considered a deal breaker, and by the time the truth came out, things were said that couldn't be unsaid and actions were taken that couldn't be undone. Under this comment, a deleted user said, I've been married for 24 years and still love my wife so deeply. If someone told me she cheated, there's no way I'd just take their word for it. I'd hunt down every lead, every piece of evidence, and get a private investigator to look into it. No way would I end this marriage based on someone's say-so, certainly not on the word of someone who had a vested interest in ending my marriage. This story was posted by a user named Biscuits and Butters in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, I, 27F, made a stupid joke to my husband, 30M, and he stormed off. How do I fix this? I'm an Instagram snooper, so this is my first time here. I honestly never expected to post here because my husband, 30, and I, 27, have a great relationship. Of course, I can't say we haven't had our occasional bumps, but it's honestly a dream come true all the way through. Our wedding was in April 2021, and we both cried like babies that day. Since then, the sailing has been smoother than soap. This afternoon, he and I came home after a little lunch outing with our newly engaged friends, Kai and Marie. It went great, but was just another outing. Nothing special, though we got some bomb pasta to take back home, which I'm currently shoveling into my gob since it's too chilly for ice cream. We live in a super tiny apartment, so he showered first while I got the leftovers into the fridge and stuff. I went in after him, finished my shower, and put some lotion on my palm. I accidentally squeezed too much and dabbed some of it away. After I rubbed it on my face, I still had some leftover on my finger, and I did exactly what any perfectly sane person would do. On my thumb, I whipped up a little smiley face and some spiky hair to create Lotion Man. I came out of the bathroom giggling about it and said something along the lines of, hey, look, it's Lotion Man. He didn't really react, he just looked at my hand and blinked at me. I was honestly just goofing around and started making a silly voice and saying some random stuff sprinkled with some inside jokes. I was blabbing for about a minute before he just up and left. I was, of course, completely oblivious as he grabbed some of his stuff, and I was just smiling and asking where he was going in kind of a playful way. He has a huge truck and we just returned from a trip, so he has enough stuff to last him weeks. It didn't really dawn on me that he was leaving until he drove away. I honestly feel like a fool for making such a stupid joke and then letting him leave just like that. I texted him a few times and he just said that he was thinking about things and that he was at his brother Tyler's place. I've been texting him nonstop, but he hasn't been responding or even reading any of it. He also sleeps really early, so I doubt I can get in contact with him anytime soon. His brother isn't responsive either, so I'm just leaving my phone on the nightstand and holding my breath. I don't think it's really dawned on me yet. I stared blankly at the door for like 10 minutes before I got off my ass and actually tried contacting him. I've been with this man for years and I'm always cracking cheesy jokes. I feel stupid and like shit for making Lotion Man and continuing after no response instead of just shutting up and accepting that I'm unfunny. At the same time, I'm just confused. He's never been at this point even in our rougher patches. The worst we've done is just take breaks from or talk to one another a little less. I wasn't planning on getting into my life, but honestly, I'm just rambling at this point. I'm all for giving him space, but I can't say I'm not hurt that he's just leaving. And the process of divorce is just so annoying. I don't even want to think about this anymore. Was making Lotion Man as big of a mistake as I think it was? Any advice on getting him back home? User J said, I guess I'm missing something important. What was it about Lotion Man that he got mad enough about to leave? Under this comment, a user named Mundane Currency said OP mentioned that he only said he is thinking about things without any other explanation. Although that does tell us a lot. If he is willing to leave out of nowhere and text some vague message that doesn't explain anything, he is either telling her things and she isn't listening, or he isn't telling her anything. Either way, communication is not good. A deleted user said, maybe the problem is that you refuse to see the actual issue. Stop saying Lotion Man. This clearly has nothing to do with Lotion. I think you're in denial about how problematic your relationship really is. Clearly, it's not that great if he's packing up and leaving in the middle of what you're describing as a normal interaction. User Nidorino said, that's a pretty extreme reaction, and it sounds like you didn't do anything wrong. You should perhaps stop texting and see what he says tomorrow. You need to find out why this caused such a reaction, and he should be the one apologizing to you. A deleted user said, I think he's probably sick of the childish behavior, and he decided that the next time you pulled some stupid stunt, he was going to be done. I feel certain that he's probably brought this up thousands of times before, and this was his last straw. About a week later, we got OP's final update. However, I do want to share that there was an update between this one and the first, but it seems to have been deleted. First of all, I'd like to thank you so much for the overwhelming support and sweet messages. I honestly was not expecting this. A lot of you guys also took the time to message me, and I had a lot of great conversations with fellow Redditors. I'm honestly so flattered by how freaking sweet so many of you are. I wish I could have replied to every single one of your comments. I upvoted every one of them though. I think my post got deleted. Some of you asked for pictures of Lotion Man, yet I can't quite find the feature to upload photos on here, but I will as soon as I can. A lot of you had some really interesting theories, and surprisingly most of them were somewhat right. The majority ruled that I should do all three. Confront Kai, Marie, my husband, and Tyler. So I had to get smart with it since a lot of you told me that any one of them could twist the story if they knew there was outside influence. Before I begin, yes, the full story is wacky and honestly doesn't make much sense. I'm just piecing it together via context clues, and I do have some questions left unanswered. Plus, nobody relaying this story is in a good headspace, and to you, it might just seem like a ton of garbled nonsense. I'm just hoping it gets across since I know a lot of people wanted closure on this. When my husband came home, we had a conversation. He essentially said the same story and told me he was open to my marriage counseling suggestion. I gave him a big hug and did the laundry, so I indirectly forgave him. In his eyes, at least. We haven't really set boundaries with our phones. We know each other's passwords and everything, but he would definitely get suspicious if I was just scrolling around on it. So instead, I agreed to meet up with Kai first. A lot of you were concerned that he would tell Marie and everything would implode, but Kai is a big gym nut, and I've been wanting to go recently, so I set it up as casually as possible, using it as an excuse. He agreed. The next morning, I met with Kai. I sat down with him and told him all I know. Yes, I cried like a baby. Originally, Kai was rigid and tried to poke holes in what I was saying with a few got you questions before he too broke down. Marie didn't tell him a word. That was a big red flag on its own. I then went to Marie with Kai. A few Redditors told me to be as discreet as possible, and so, as one suggestion said, I just blurted out to her that I know everything. She played dumb at first and then eventually broke. You all were right. Marie's trying to settle her crush was a bullshit story. My husband approached her. She told me that he asked her if before she sealed it with Kai if she wanted to have a night with him and another woman. Here's the kicker. Marie said yes. But wait, that's not all. Apparently, Marie has been cheating on Kai for a while with men and women, and my husband has also been cheating frequently. They covered for each other and occasionally met up. At the last moment, she declined because she wanted to be loyal to Kai now that they were engaged, as if she wasn't cheating for the majority of the relationship, and my husband got all pissed off for a while before saying he's just locked in his apartment now. Cue me showing him Lotion Man. He snaps and gets out of there. Kai and Marie are both arguing in tears and red in the face. I told them sorry that I butted into their relationship and that I'll handle my husband myself. I found Tyler before sunset. He told me yes, his brother stopped by, but only around 11 p.m. He left at around 8 p.m., so those 3 hours went fuck all. Tyler told me that he was angry and didn't tell him anything. I then gave him some context, and he said that maybe he was driving around for a while. It doesn't sound like my husband to drive as relief, but I'm willing to look into it since the future was already looking pretty bleak. I went home. I Googled something on my husband's phone. Instead, I was just checking if any of them had contacted him. Nothing, thankfully. I would have gone into more depth, but that would have to wait. Instead, I tried to keep him busy for the duration of the day. Remember how I said he sleeps really early? Well, that worked in my favor. I took his phone that night while he was snoring his ass off. Ran into a million dead ends. I knew I was missing something, but just couldn't find it until finally opening his hidden photos. His story explodes into pieces. What did I find? Nudes, more nudes, even more nudes, all of one girl. Not me, shocker, but not Marie either. I don't recognize her. Let's call her Allison, considering Allison was my second grade best friend who was actually a snake. They're not the same person, just so I can call her something when I refer to her in the story because I don't actually know her name. She's absolutely gorgeous. Red hair, hourglass figure, you name it. I'm obviously broken. I traced her back to a contact. I feel sick. There it is, an affair. He's been contacting her since February, days before I surprised him with a Valentine's thing that I had been using up my paychecks for and thinking I was the luckiest woman alive. It fucking sucks. I can't even read more, but I toughed through it. Then I hit it. November 3rd, 2 days after the last nude. She's pissed off. She found out he was married all along. She was in love with him. I would feel bad for her, but she didn't even bother trying to contact me out of love. Ergo, hubby has a genius idea. He told Allison that he'll bring his wife over in a hotel to show that his wife doesn't care about the affair. Sound familiar? So I assume when Marie canceled, there was nothing he could do. He became whiny and begged her to come. He told Allison that there was an inconvenience and they'd meet up another day. Then the lotion man. He got pissed off at me and left. I don't know what he did after that, but whatever it was, he wasn't with either of them. Then he went to Tyler's place, slept it off, and came back afterward. Now I'm staying with Kai. He's as hurt as I am. I feel for him too. His wife was his world. We were hugging and crying for a while, ranting about God knows what, just trying to get ourselves together, to be honest. He tried to lighten the mood by making lunch, and it was really nice. He's a wonderful cook. I showed him the other 2 posts, and he got a kick out of some of your comments. As far as I know, my soon-to-be ex-husband is with Marie for now. I don't care about either of them, and honestly, it's kind of therapeutic just having some kind of closure and not walking on eggshells like I have been for the past few days. Kai and I are going to the gym tomorrow to do some relaxing yoga and hopefully figure out what to do next. We've both taken off from work. I'm sorting out my finances and hopefully I should get the ball rolling to finally split from my husband and be able to call him my ex. I'm still so frazzled. I have at least half a dozen pictures of him and me on my desk, and our wedding picture is my lock screen on pretty much all of my devices. I know my students will notice his sudden disappearance from my life, and I'll have to tell them that the guy I've been raving about for the past forever is divorcing me. I'll have to tell all my family and friends. Kai is my rock in this whole thing and will eventually have to part ways, which hurts me because he's honestly my #1 support system in all of this. Living arrangements, actual divorce costs, law stuff, and therapy. I still have a lot to go through. I can't believe I thought the relationship was perfect. It's really therapeutic to just write this all down. But Reddit, thank you so much. I've already talked about how much support I received, but honestly, some of your guys' honesty and compliments have, for lack of better emphasis, honestly saved my life. I would have been with cheating scum, and Kai would have been too. This place is so awesome, and there's so much to be seen here. So many nice people checking in on me and wanting to keep up with my story. I'll be coming back for more advice someday, though just know I've seen all of your sweet words, and I'll continue lurking around for a long time. But this should be my final update for now. TLDR, husband left me alone after I told him a stupid joke. He blames it on needing to think about things after our mutual friend Marie asks him out. Turns out he was the one who asked Marie out for a threesome. He has an affair partner, Allison, who fell in love with him and found out he's married, and he wanted Marie to pose as me to show that his wife is cool with it so he can keep Allison. Marie accepts but then declines at the last moment, pissing him off. He has a redhead fetish he never bothered telling me about and therefore cheats to fulfill it. I'm looking into divorce and staying with Marie's ex-fiancé, Kai. Yes, I don't understand it much either, and I don't know how this all went on under my nose. Userabe said, "What a jerk. Sorry for everything you had to go through, but at least now you're out of there. If it makes you feel any better, telling more people about it might actually help you move past this. The dude was a serial cheater and deserves to be put on full blast. I know it's also uncomfortable, but you should probably get tested if you haven't already. Best of luck." Under this comment, OP said the following: "Thank you so much. It's bittersweet, but I'm warming up to it, I guess. I've told my family and friends that we're divorcing due to his infidelity, and a lot of them have told me they've stopped contacting him. They were very vocal about their opinions. Kai and I got tested for STDs yesterday, and we're still waiting for our results. As far as I know, Marie had more partners than my soon-to-be ex, so I'm really worried for Kai, but he assures me he's physically feeling fine, and whatever happens, happens." User Putoon said, "I've read all of your posts about this, and I just want to say you're an incredible woman and human being. You've handled this far better than I or anyone I know would have. I admire your courage and maturity through all of this. I'm also happy that someone as amazing as yourself is finally away from that scummy piece of shit ex-husband. You talk about how these women are beautiful and how you're not them, but you're so much better than them and that. I'm straight and I want to marry you. Your personality really shined through, and Lotion Man made me laugh because I would do the same exact thing. From one Reddit stranger to another, I am sending all the love and luck with this whole situation. I'm glad you have a support system. It said you would have to stop talking to Kai, but I don't see why you guys can't still remain friends after all of this, especially because I feel like only you two truly know what the other is going through. I low-key wish I could be your support system. You seem like such an incredible person to be friends with, and please do not settle for anyone that isn't half as amazing as yourself in the future. You are a queen, and I'll be damned if the next person in your life doesn't treat you like one." This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Kid Awesome. The post is titled, "My GF slept with her celebrity crush. I'm still in shock. I'm heartbroken. My girlfriend and I have been dating for 4 years. We live together. During that time, she has been obsessed with a very minor YouTube musician. He has a few videos with a couple million views and a small following. During our entire relationship, she has always claimed that he was her exception. I always assumed it was a joke. I'd fire right back with my celebrity crush. Well, he went on tour and played in the city near us at a small venue. She went with a co-worker to see him. After the concert, she didn't come home that night or answer my texts. I assumed she slept over at the co-workers since she lives closer to the venue. She came home the next morning and didn't talk about the concert much. I asked questions and got vague answers, which was odd. I assumed she was tired. Later that day, she broke the news to me. It was bizarre. She said it with a smile on her face as though I was going to be happy and excited for her. I am heartbroken. I was yelling. We were both crying. She said she didn't know how I'd react, but she didn't think it would be this extreme. She said I always knew he was her exception. I didn't think she was serious. I am currently staying in a motel and I don't know what to do. I love her so much, but I cannot think about her without thinking about what she did. She has tainted my memory of her. I cannot help but think that clearly she does not love me unconditionally like she claims she does, because this is not love. Clearly, I am not the one she is obsessing over, even though she is the one who I have always obsessed over. If I am not enough for her, then I don't know if I ever will be, and it clearly seems as though I am not enough for her. I am lost. I am hurt. I am alone. Edit. Just wanted to thank everybody so much for the support. This blew up like I never imagined, and the support that flew in was unbelievable. I'm hurt and still heartbroken. I don't know if anything will heal this, but I was never expecting this amount of support. Thank you to everybody. User Jeremy said, I had a female friend whose crush was Christopher Ingle from Never Shout Never. He came to Columbus, Ohio once where she luckily got to meet him. He brought her up on stage and even asked her to go back to his hotel with him. I was honestly in awe. She's a cute, bubbly, free-spirited girl with beautiful blue hair, so it doesn't surprise me how she caught his attention. She declined him. She was engaged at the time of this whole thing, and I admired the hell out of her for it. More people need to understand that just because someone is famous doesn't mean it would be okay if, by some miracle, you get to sleep with them. Sorry, OP, you need to break up with her. Edit. Some of you guys are way too hung up on the most insignificant part of my comment where I said I was proud of my friend for not going with him that night. Yes, not cheating should be the norm, but it doesn't always mean it is. Being a good person should be the norm too. Am I not allowed to praise someone for having basic human decency then? I'll encourage any good decision or behavior. End of story. A deleted user said, sorry to be so bold, but by her way of telling you that she cheated and her reaction, she doesn't seem to be the brightest. Break up, you deserve better. She would do it again for sure. Another deleted user said, she said she didn't know how I'd react, but she didn't think it would be this extreme. She could have phoned you before it happened to make sure it was okay if that's what you're into. She could have even told you when she got back. She knew she did wrong. That's why she kept silent until the guilt really kicked in. It's not about being honest with you, it's about relieving her own guilt. She does what she wants, then asks for forgiveness after. It's a complete lack of empathy. Do you really want to be with someone like that? You're in love with the idea of her, the one you've created in your head, not the real her. If anything, she's not good enough for you. This story was posted by a user named Nectarine Neither in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, My parents are forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. I'm 16 years old. I got pregnant by somebody I work with. He's 18 and is about to graduate high school. He's planning to join the military after he graduates. He's not my boyfriend. We were never in a relationship like that. I mean, I wish he was, but he doesn't seem interested in that. We're friends. He flirts with me. I'm 15 weeks pregnant now. Everyone knows. Well, not everyone because I'm still hiding it from a lot of people. But he knows and my parents know. I'm embarrassed by it. I feel like an idiot, like a joke, like trash. I just wish I could hide until after the baby's born. I want to never leave my house. My parents are basically forcing me to give the baby up for adoption. I live in a state with heavy abortion restrictions. It's way too late to even get one now. My parents don't believe in abortion either. They told me this is my punishment for getting pregnant, that I deserve to have to deal with being pregnant now. They've decided that I'm giving the baby away and have already set up a meeting with an adoption agency. They say they won't let me ruin my life with a baby and they aren't going to raise my baby either. So this is the only other option. My mom keeps saying you'll thank us later. I didn't get pregnant on purpose. I don't really want to be a mom right now. I turned 17 over the summer and will only be starting my junior year next year. At the same time, going through pregnancy and giving birth just to give my baby away terrifies me. I don't know if I can live with it. It literally makes me feel like I want to throw up or pass out. I feel like I have no choice but to go along with what my parents want. It's not like I could support myself, let alone me and a baby. I could never just do it on my own. I was too scared to get an abortion earlier on before I told my parents I was pregnant. I was so scared that I'd get in trouble, but now I realize that probably would have been the easiest thing for me. If anyone reading this has given a baby up for adoption and survived it, please let me know what it was like. Do you get over it? Do you really end up feeling like it's the best thing for them and you're able to just live with it? Over 1 month later, OP provided an update. I'm 20 weeks pregnant now and will turn 17 within the next few weeks. My parents are still forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. We've met with an adoption agency. The adoption counselor knows that I don't want to do adoption. She asked to speak with me privately without my parents present to ask me a series of questions. I was honest and told her I didn't want to give my baby away, but I had no other choice. She seems to feel bad about it and told me that I will ultimately have to sign the papers after the baby is born. My parents cannot sign the papers. Unfortunately, without my parents' help, I have no other options. The adoption counselor talked to us about the option of my parents adopting my baby, which I don't really want either. No worries. My parents aren't interested in raising another baby. My parents want me to look at the potential families. I'm trying to look at them. It's so weird thinking that I'm looking at parents for my own baby. I know I'm not ready to be a mom, but it's still so weird. None of this feels like it's happening to me. I've talked to the baby's father. He graduated high school and goes off to basic training later this summer. I think he'd be fine with adoption. He said he doesn't really know what other options we have. We could get married since the military would at least help pay for a place to live and we'd have medical benefits, but I can't get married without parental consent. We don't love each other. What kind of marriage would that be? But it seems like the only realistic solution. I hate the idea of being married at 17 years old and to a person who doesn't genuinely want to be married to me. So then another option, which still involves marriage, might be for his parents to help out, even take care of the baby, and let me see him or her until I'm 18 and don't need my parents' permission to get married. That doesn't really seem fair to them. He could try to object to an adoption, but it's not guaranteed that his wishes would be respected. Plus, then what happens to the baby? His parents seem like good people. I don't know them well, but I've met them. They're worried about what this will do to his future, but they told my parents they believe it should be our decision and that it's their job as parents to help us. My parents basically said it's their job to protect me and that all of the responsibility will fall on me and it'll be my life that's ruined. Our families met to discuss everything, but it was really just my parents telling them what was going to happen and that they and their son have no say. About another 2 weeks later, OP gave us one more update. My parents are forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. Update, having a boy. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting a ton of responses on my post from a week ago, but I figured I'd post an update because a few things have changed. I had an ultrasound on Friday and found out I'm having a baby boy. He's basically fully formed and just needs to get bigger now. I saw his head and his nose, and they even got a picture of the bottom of his 2 feet together because he was sort of sideways at first and we had to get him to move. It looks sort of like footprints. I could clearly see his little hands and everything. So I already said it in my previous post, but people are still sending me info about abortion. I know those people are trying to help, and I wish I had maybe reached out here when I first found out I was pregnant, since I didn't know I could get pills mailed to my house. I just can't get an abortion now. It's a fully formed baby. I even named him. It won't solve my problem at this point because my biggest problem with adoption is how I'm gonna live with it mentally for the rest of my life. Now that I know it's a baby moving around in there and stuff, I think I would also not mentally be able to handle an abortion now. If it was still just a lump of cells, I'd feel different, but I was too scared to do anything then. I want to keep my baby. I don't want anyone else to have him. This is my baby. I don't think I can survive handing him over to somebody else. It's not fair. I know I made a mistake and I shouldn't have had sex. I shouldn't have sat there doing nothing when I could have gotten an abortion and saved myself all this suffering and still had my parents love and accept me since they'd never have to know. They called me a slut. I have barely any privacy anymore. What do they think I'm going to do? After the ultrasound, I sent the baby's father the pics. He wasn't there. My parents don't want him or his family involved now, probably because I told them he offered to marry me and they yelled at me for even considering that. I told him I can't give the baby away and asked if his parents were really serious about helping and if he'd hate me for keeping it. He said he won't hate me. I still think he'll blame me for ruining his life. He already told me he thinks adoption is the best choice. If we got married and he got caught cheating on me, even if I was okay with it, he could get in a lot of trouble. He said, "Why would I cheat on you?" He said he likes me. He wouldn't have with me if he didn't like me. He just didn't see the point in us being in a relationship since he was leaving anyway. It was just easier that way. The thing is, I know I'm not the only girl he's been with during that time. I'm not stupid enough to think I'm special to him or he loves me, and we both know it's sort of ridiculous to imagine us being married or acting like adults, but I guess that's what you have to do if you have a baby. I can't really imagine being a wife, but maybe it wouldn't be too bad and I'd get to move away from my parents. He said it's really weird to think about, but I have very few options and he doesn't know what else he's supposed to offer, but he's going to talk to his parents since I'm too shy to. I guess I'm assuming they were just saying it to be nice, but are probably happy my parents are making me do the adoption. He says his parents aren't like that. I'm really just an inconvenience to everyone, and if I keep my baby, he might end up not liking me too. I don't want to screw up my baby's life. I would do everything I could to be a good mom. I would grow up and learn how to be a wife, a mom, and an adult. I can't imagine living after giving my baby to somebody else. Also, if you're looking to adopt a baby, please do not message me here. Many people already have, and I just delete those messages. It's creepy. If I do put my son up for adoption, it will not be to somebody I met through Reddit. I'm sorry, it's just very creepy to be messaged by adults on here who want to adopt my baby. User Nursey Nurse said, "I feel for OP, but she admits herself that she actually can't raise a baby and doesn't even necessarily want to. She just doesn't love the idea of adoption." And while her parents wouldn't have supported abortion, it sounds like she also didn't tell them until it wasn't an option anyway. Honestly, the only thing her parents are doing wrong at this point is not giving her a little more space and opportunity to come to and own the decision herself, but what else can they do? They can't say they will help her with the baby if they actually won't. That would be even crueler than the way things are now. Under this comment, another user said, "Yeah, I mean, the parents aren't winning any awards for sensitivity, but adoption is her only realistic option. She didn't tell her parents until it was too late to get an abortion. She is a rising high school junior. She doesn't realistically realistically have the ability to support herself and the child while staying in school, particularly as her parents are not willing to raise the baby or support her to keep it, and the father does not want to raise it either. There's no happy outcome here at this point. She's learning the hard way at far too young an age that pretty much all of the consequences for unsafe sex are borne by the woman. In my opinion, the parents are likely panicking nearly as much as she is about this. The father of the kid can go join the military and not have to deal with the reality and risks of pregnancy and childbirth, but their daughter will now go through the physical risk and social and emotional consequences of teen pregnancy, which is basically the #1 cause of disadvantage for young women that has locked countless girls and women in cycles of poverty due to increased dropout rates and dependency on state support. It's the middle-class parent of a daughter's worst nightmare. They're in their own way trying to protect their child as much as they can within the law, adopt out the baby, keep their daughter in school and on track to college and well set up to lead a good life, and hope that she gets over it. It's good that she has had the opportunity to talk with the adoption counselor, but hopefully they can get her in front of an empathetic but realistic actual therapist to help her see that this is the only option that has a positive outcome for her child and her. User Buffy Fanatic said, "This is sad because I can definitely see both sides. I don't agree with the parents being anti-abortion, but that baby isn't their responsibility. You can scream all you want about how it's the woman's choice and the father needs to step up, but that argument disintegrates when you start trying to force other people who you didn't have sex with to parent your child." In a perfect world, raising an infant would be easy and it would be no problem for the parents of kids who have teenage pregnancies to step up and easily help. Unfortunately, that's not how the world works. You can't force someone who wasn't a part of the creation process of that baby into a parent role and then shame them for forcing their choices on the actual mother of the infant. Either they have just as much say as the mother does, like a father would, or they don't have to raise another child that isn't theirs just because their child chose to keep it. Teenage pregnancies ruin families. Even the strongest families can fall apart from it, and the wounds from it can't really be healed. I was a teenage pregnancy baby, and my entire childhood was spent knowing for a fact that I was unwanted, and that not only did I ruin my parents' lives, but also my grandmother's, as she had to step up and raise another generation when she absolutely did not want to. The only person who is hurt in this scenario is the infant. They're the ones who ultimately suffer from their parents' stupidity in getting pregnant, and then from grandparents' hatred from being forced into a situation where they thought they were done raising kids, and now here's another one. I don't blame grandparents for not wanting to raise another child and forcing their children to act like an adult if their child wants to make adult decisions. I don't believe that people should be on the hook to raise another person's child just because they're blood related. The responsibility of child raising should be on the actual parents' shoulders. But having said that, if you can't treat your grandchild with the respect and love that they deserve, then don't raise the child. Which is exactly what OP's parents are doing. It sucks to be OP, but that's better for the baby in the long run to not be reminded daily how their presence ruined their entire family, and everyone is disgruntled that they have the audacity to exist. This is why birth control and abortion should be 100% normalized. This next post was made in the Entitled Parents subreddit by a user named AmRenders. The post is entitled Aunt thinks a $550 collectible console is worthless, and I should just give it to my cousin because it's just a cheap old thing. So for some backstory, growing up I was always a PS guy, but was always fascinated with Nintendo, mostly due to my love for the Pokemon anime, but could never justify to my parents why I needed one. Recently, I bought a Nintendo 64 Pikachu Edition brand new, never opened. For those who don't know, Pikachu Edition Nintendo 64 is a very rare console. Even rarer are the sealed versions. They currently go for $550 for the sealed and $250 for the opened ones, and graded ones are over $1,000. I was going to get mine graded before this. Recently, my aunt came over to my house because my cousin wanted to meet me. He's an amazing kid. His mother, on the other hand, is the exact definition of an entitled bitch. Example, one day she locked herself in a room with rat poison and threatened to drink it if my other aunt and uncle didn't leave her house because she didn't want any guests that day. so I was out and told them to take the keys from my neighbor and enter the house, and just make themselves comfortable. After a short while, I came home and, to my shock and horror and everything in between, found my N64 opened with the Pokemon cartridge in as both of them were playing. I asked in shock, what were they doing? And she said in the most monotonous tone, what? We were just playing. Steaming with anger, I asked her, do you realize what you have done? She said, what? It's not like he's gonna break it, and anyway, it's really old and weak anyway. You should get better things. At that point, I thought to myself, it's no point arguing with her since people like her never understand. So I just gave up and played with my cousin. After playing for some time, I realized why people really like these retro Pokemon games. They are fun. After it was all said and done and it was time for her to leave, as the kid sat in the car, she asked me if I could give my console to my cousin as he really liked it. I straight up refused. She said, it's just a cheap old thing. You can buy like 1 million of them. Just give him this. I said that she could buy a stock N64 for quite cheap, but I was not giving them this one. She said that it was my duty to give them this console as he is basically my brother. I refused and she huffed and puffed and said, fine, I'll buy it from you, and handed me a 20 saying, keep the change. Yeah, this would not cover even the empty box, which itself is 60, and I told her that it was worth 550. She just huffed and said if I didn't want to give her this, I should have just said so. This finally broke me as I said, do you know that you just removed $200 worth of value from it? You should have paid me for this instead of offering me a 20, then huffing at me. Just because dad and uncle never tell you no doesn't mean I won't. Hearing this, she just stood there in shock. I think her brain was not able to register what just happened. As she sat in her car, she regained consciousness and shouted, I will tell your father about this, rolled up her windows and left. Now, no one likes her, not even my father, so that is the least of my worries. It's just good that I will never have to hear from her again. Almost worth the 200 I lost in value of the console. Update, best thing happened. My dad called me. Apparently Aunt complained about it. He said that it's okay and he will have a talk with me, called me and said, quote, Dad, you yelled at her for opening the game. Me, yep. Dad, okay, she was wrong. Me, yes. Dad, so how's everything else? User What Sierra said, I'm sorry you had to deal with her, OP. Hopefully people will realize how entitled she is and give up on her, but you know the Karens usually get away with small stuff. Not like this was small, but she'll manage to pass it off as you being a selfish brat who won't do as they're told. I hope you still manage to enjoy your Pikachu N64 though. Here's to a good day for you. User N64 Crusader said that's absolutely heartbreaking. It reminds me of when I bought a boxed N64 game off eBay and the seller sent it in an envelope without any wrapping protecting it and crushed it so badly it probably halved the value. This story was posted by a user named Optimal Leave. The post is titled, Am I Overreacting by Leaving My BF Because of a Joke About His Brother Sexually Assaulting Me? I'm at breaking point. I am 29F and have been with my BF, 34 Toby, for 5 years in total. For the past year, we had been trying for a baby with no luck. Eventually, we went for testing. Well, I did and I'm fine, so Toby went and he is infertile. He was devastated. I was more optimistic, saying I was very open to adoption. After a few weeks, he came to me with a suggestion. Toby has an identical twin brother, Tom, and yes, he wanted to get his brother to be the bio-father to our baby. The thing is, his brother is a toxic a-hole. He never can get past 3 dates with a woman because he is an a-hole. I've accepted that he will always be in our lives as he and Toby are very close. When I met Toby, Tom was working on the other side of the country and I didn't even meet him for 2 years in person. But Toby is different when with Tom. He's kinda toxic too. There was a point after Tom moved back that he started to make jokes about me, but they were mean, and Toby laughed and joined in. I'm normally quiet and non-confrontational, but I blew up on them and they stopped, but things have not been good between Tom and me since, so I wasn't on board with Toby's suggestion. He brought Tom home with him one night to discuss it with me. I sat and listened, and then Toby made a joke about us making the baby the old-fashioned way as it was cheaper. I said, no, gross, no thanks. And then Tom said, how do you know we haven't already had sex? I looked confused and he said, when you are drunk, you can't tell us apart, and us brothers like to share. I looked at Toby and he was laughing and nodding. I said that I can tell them apart and I know my BF. But then Toby said that in the dark and being drunk, I wouldn't know. They intimated this had happened in the past. I was very angry. Then Tom added fuel to the fire, saying that he wanted to be there to see our baby being born, and as I shouldn't be embarrassed as he had seen what I have before, then he winked at me. They were both laughing and I just left and went to bed in the spare room. I was furious, and the next day Toby kept it up, laughing and saying, "You didn't know which brother you had." Now I know well I can tell them apart, even if they do look very alike, but there have been about 4 or 5 occasions that we did have sex when I was drunk and in the dark. Twice was in hotel rooms after friends' weddings, and the other times were just at home after hanging out with friends. So I'm just unsure. Also, during that fun conversation, Tom also inferred that he and Toby switched places to cover for Toby, but wouldn't say for what. It was to imply cheating, but as I say, I know them apart, but after 2 weeks of them keeping up these jokes, I started to second guess everything. Eventually, I decided to go through all Toby's devices. I needed to know if there was any grain of truth in either of these jokes. I found a text exchange on his iPad where they appeared to be discussing hiding something, but it's pretty vague and the messages don't go back very far at all. This had been eating away at me, and Toby is still keeping up this joke at this stage. Eventually, I planned to try to get his phone as I hadn't looked there. As I plotted, I realized the depths of the paranoia and distress and anxiety I had sunk to. The trust with Toby had just gone, and I told him straight that I was moving out to my friend's house and that if he continued to infer that he allowed his brother to assault me without my consent, I'd be going to the police about both of them. He freaked out. He said it was just a joke and I was taking it all too seriously. I couldn't deal with him and left and went to stay with a friend. I feel I can't tell anyone why I've left him though. He is saying I'm being ridiculous and unreasonable and wants me to come home. He says he will overlook me, threatening to go to the police. Am I being unreasonable? Am I blowing this all out of proportion? I feel I'm so turned around that I don't know. Tom weirdly hasn't messaged or contacted me, and I expected to get nasty messages from him, but it's been total silence from him. What do I do? User Harry Particular said, "Unfortunately, your BF has killed your relationship by planting a seed of doubt in your mind that you can never get rid of. No matter how many times he says only joking, he'll never be able to prove it. I'd also strongly consider taking their confession to the police. Even if nothing comes of it, you will have sent a clear message that there are certain things you don't joke about." User Start 46 said, "Please stay away from them. I don't think they are joking. Why would the man who claims to love you go along with this joke? He showed who he really is. Honestly, they sound like psychos. I would never feel safe around them, let alone bring a child into the mix. Don't feel bad about telling people either, because God only knows how many other women they have done this to. Thank God you found this out before you got married or had kids. I would also rethink going to the police, because if this is true, this is rape." User has 422 said, "And these guys are in their mid-30s. Yeah, that's full-on creepy. Whether or not they actually did it with you, it's obviously something that they've talked about, thought about, and joked about before. A mature adult in a healthy relationship wouldn't even want to think about something like that. Your ick is totally justified." About a month later, OP provided an update. "Just wanted to let you know that I couldn't get past his joke, and no matter how much we tried to talk, Toby wasn't taking any responsibility for the magnitude of what he said. It destroyed all of the trust I had in him. I actually spoke to his sister and older brother, who are both low contact with the twins and their parents, and it's because of how the twins were favored over the other two. I learned a lot, and that neither twin is dominant really. It's more that they are both dominant in different areas and both can be toxic, and it's not a case of Tom leading Toby in this. So really, I decided that I didn't know Toby at all and that he wasn't willing to even accept any responsibility for what he said. So to me, there was no going forward. Toby is not taking the split very well and is getting louder and more obnoxious. The surprise was a seemingly heartfelt, sincere apology from Tom, who said he knew he took it too far and that he didn't know Toby had kept the joke going. He said it wasn't even about me, but that he was enjoying having something over his brother, but that doesn't fit with what actually happened to my mind, so I don't believe him. And that's the key issue. I don't believe either of them and never will again. So that's it. I'm done. I've moved out my stuff completely and I am still trying to make sense of any of it, but can't yet. Am I overreacting to breaking up completely here? I can't see a way forward and I'm no longer even willing to try. Edit. Just to clarify a few things, I did speak to the police after I left initially and after the responses on my first post here. They really felt they couldn't do much, but they did speak to both twins. It was more an informal chat than anything, and Toby was livid. Tom never mentioned it to me, so I don't know how he felt about it. Secondly, what Tom had over on Toby is that he needed him to have a baby. But again, they were totally tag teaming on me that day, and it wasn't one of them against the other, so that was nonsense. Their parents reached out and were very angry that I took a joke so seriously. They seemed to think the most the boys were guilty of was bad taste. I spoke to the siblings after that, and even though I had met them a couple of times, I didn't really know them as they kept their distance. Their brother was very helpful in helping me to understand their dynamic, which frankly is creepy. He doesn't think they actually did share me, but only because they are complete cowards. They wouldn't do something that their parents couldn't bail them out on if need be. He says Toby is all about mind games, and looking at Toby in that new light, I could tell he was right. And that's one of the big issues here. It was the total effing with my mind and sense of reality. I had always avoided them together, but this baby thing brought them together in force and in my face, and I got to see the true Toby. Toby is angry that I could think he would do such a thing, despite him telling me for weeks he did do exactly such a thing. He still wants to work it out, but I can't be anywhere near them. Thanks for the validation and huge wake-up call. I have a feeling none of this would have ended well for me one way or another if I stayed. This next post was made by a user named BestFriendsX. The post is titled, I am 25F and my BF, 26 of 10 months, is best friends with his ex. She refuses to meet me and it's getting weird. I started dating my boyfriend Jeff 10 months ago. This relationship has been amazing so far and I definitely see a future with him. There's just one problem. He has a weird relationship with his ex that's starting to make me really uncomfortable and suspicious. When we started dating, he often talked about his best friend, Jenna, who he also owns a business with. He made it pretty clear that she was an important person to him. I knew they had spent vacations together, and he mentioned hanging out with her parents a few times too. A few weeks after I met him, I crept through all his pictures on Facebook and saw a bunch of very romantic pictures of him and Jenna. I also found her Instagram and looked through it, and it's filled with pictures of Jeff. A bunch of them had the hashtag relationship goals and other similar things. So in this way, I figured out that they had dated. I kept waiting for him to tell me that himself, but he never did. About 2 months after we started dating, I straight up asked him if he had dated her, and he admitted it. He said that they had met in school and had similar ideals and ambitions. They dated for 9 months and broke up a year and a half ago. I asked him why they'd broken up, and he said their relationship was awful and they worked much better as friends. They started their business after they broke up, and things have apparently been going well between them since then. I started to get kind of suspicious about her though when time passed and I still hadn't met her. I met his friends and family pretty soon after we started dating, but I didn't meet Jenna. I went to numerous social events that I'd expect her to be at, but she was never there. There were a number of occasions when our paths almost crossed and I really thought I was going to meet her, but I never did. For example, I went to their office a few times to meet Jeff after work and Jenna was already gone. Or sometimes I'd come to meet him and he'd come outside to meet me so I wouldn't have to go inside. Things started to get really weird about 3 months ago. Jeff and Jenna were having an open house night one evening. Jeff came over to my place after work and we had a few hours to kill before it was time to go. So we went out for a dinner and then walked to the office. I was kind of expecting that I'd come in and help them set up, but when we were a block away, he started asking me if I had lots of work to do and saying there was a really nice coffee shop nearby. He actually walked me to the coffee shop and sat me down, then left to go get ready with Jenna. He told me to come to the office in an hour and a half. About half an hour before I left for the office, I texted Jeff and said I hoped everything was going well and asked if there was anything I could do. He replied and said something's come up for Jenna and she can't be here tonight. I was getting really suspicious at this point. I went to the office half an hour later and sure enough, Jenna wasn't there. People kept asking about her all night and Jeff told them she'd had a family emergency. When we walked back to the car later that night, he told me what happened. While he and Jenna were getting ready, she had had a panic attack and said she was scared to meet me. She said she wouldn't be able to handle it and either had to leave or he had to tell me not to come. He told her to leave, so she did. Since then, a couple more weird things have happened, and I still haven't met Jenna. Once, when I was hanging out with Jeff, we went to the office so he could grab something. When we were almost there, he looked at his phone and said, "Jenna's still there. Let's just go for a walk." So we walked around the block for half an hour and then came back when she was gone. After that happened, I told Jeff I felt really uncomfortable with the situation. I could respect that they were friends who had dated, but the way she was acting about me was very suspicious. He apologized and said he had actually been really mad at her, but wasn't sure what to do. He also told me a couple other weird stories about things she'd done. He went to a party a few weeks ago and his phone had died that night. When he got home and charged his phone, it was full of texts from Jenna saying she was outside in her car and asking if I was there or not. She actually never even ended up going to the party simply because she didn't know if I was there or not. Now here's the kicker. Jeff and Jenna are currently on a 2-week-long camping trip. They've been planning this trip since before I met him, but considering the way she's behaved, I feel very uncomfortable about him being on this trip. I just looked at her Instagram and she's posted 5 new pictures of him. As awesome as Jeff is, I'm really fed up with this and I'm seriously considering breaking things off when he gets back. The update didn't come until over a year later. In her update, OP said the following: I wrote my previous post over a year ago and a lot has happened since then. I wanted to give everyone an update, since the advice on this sub was really helpful at the time. For a few months after I wrote my OP, nothing much happened. Jeff and I continued dating and he continued being friends and partners with Jenna. I never met her, but everything else in our relationship seemed to be going so well that I decided I'd try to deal with it. Things got really hard, however, when I had to take a work contract 12 hours away from home for 3 months. I hardly saw Jeff the whole time, and I looked at Jenna's Instagram almost every day to see if she'd posted more photos of them together. More often than not, she had. Since I wasn't physically present, I felt like Jenna was his real girlfriend. I felt completely worthless and constantly stressed out, knowing my boyfriend was spending all his time with another woman who I already had suspicions about. While I was away for work, I decided to break up with Jeff. I broke up with him as soon as I came back, and I made it very clear that his relationship with Jenna was intolerable for me. I told him he was going to have a hard time dating anyone who wasn't her as long as she was still in his life. He kept saying he didn't understand why it was such a problem. He told me he couldn't control her behavior, but he promised me he hadn't cheated on me. I explained to him that by allowing their friendship to continue, he was condoning her behavior. I told him I didn't really even care if he'd physically cheated or not, since he'd already shown disrespect for me and our relationship. I didn't speak to him for a few months and I went on with my life. I took another contract out of town and even considered moving permanently to another city. One night though, Jeff called me and apologized. He said he had been thinking about our relationship a lot and realized he had been in the wrong. He said his relationship with Jenna was beginning to feel toxic to him and he'd made arrangements to dissolve their business partnership. After that, I decided to meet up with him and discuss the situation further. When we met up, he promised to stop talking to Jenna and unfollowed her on all social media. As of now, he has not spoken to her in 6 months, and we've gotten back together. We actually ran into her at a concert a few weeks ago, and they didn't even say hi to each other. I feel much more respected and confident in my relationship now. TLDR, I broke up with my boyfriend. He ended his friendship/partnership with his ex and we have gotten back together. User Catmo said, what I don't get is why was he so secretive about everything at times but then really open other times? Like, I can't imagine being open with my partner about the fact we need to go for a walk because she can't go in the building if Jenna is there. But then also beat around the bush with the whole, don't you have a lot of work to do at that coffee shop over there? If I was upset about my business partner's behavior regarding my partner, I would lay out the entire history to them and discuss Jenna's weird behavior with them every time it happened, like as a sounding board, and talk with them about how to handle it. Everything was so cryptic and hot and cold. Why hide it sometimes? This whole thing was so bizarre. User Sooner70 said, my take. Jenna was Jeff's GF and OP was his side piece. Jenna wasn't avoiding OP. Jeff was manipulating situations to make sure his GF and his side piece never met. In time, Jenna dumped Jeff. Who knows why? Maybe Jenna found out about OP. Maybe the relationship simply ran its course. It doesn't matter. At that point, Jeff cuts off Jenna, pivots to OP, and they live happily ever after. Only one issue. When a mistress becomes a partner, a position opens up. This story was posted by a user named Too Toxic to comment. The post is titled, I think my friend has eyes for my wife. I have a wife that I've been with for over 10 years and married for 3. We have a 10-month-old son now. I recently met a guy who turned out to have a lot of common interests with me, both into finance, fitness, and stuff. We started hanging out more and more and work out together weekly in my home gym garage. Obviously, we are spending time together and we shoot the shit often. His situation is that he's single, a father of a 7-year-old girl, and his ex is a super bitch to him. She publicly talks down to him the few times we all went out to dinner together. He still has to see her because they are co-parenting, but he's been trying to date for the past year. Anyway, we got on the topic of what he's looking for in a girl because he keeps on going on dates and they all suck according to him, and none of the girls are his type. So I ask what his type is, and he starts describing the traits of my wife. Could be a coincidence. Whenever we go to dinner, he'll be telling a story or whatever and show a picture on his phone, but only to my wife. I have to ask him to see what the picture is before he puts it away. Not that I care that much, but feels sus. Whatever. We've been hanging out more and having game night at my place with him and a few other friends. Whenever he's in the presence of my wife, he takes my son and puts him on his shoulders and plays with him in front of her. He makes weird comments, at least I think so, in front of my wife, like, "I love being a father and providing for a family. I wish I had a wife that was as good at raising kids as you. Let me know if I can help you in any way with your son." Always directed to my wife and never me. Okay, whatever. The thing is, these comments have been setting off eye raises for me, so when I was working out with him the other day, I said, "Do you think my wife is attractive?" He said, "Your wife is hot." I said thanks, but it raised my antenna even more. Now, the reason I'm writing this is because his most recent comment to me was, "Do you think your wife can find a girl for me at her workout class that looks like her?" This coupled with what happened the other day at dinner. We were going to dinner with him and his family that were in town. It was at a big shopping center, so we were waiting at a Starbucks for them to arrive at the restaurant. He comes to the Starbucks where we are while his family is at the restaurant. He waves and says we are ready. I start packing my son's bag while my wife handles the stroller. This dude grabs my son and puts him on his shoulders and starts walking out. My wife is walking out and I'm grabbing the bag. Now I'm literally watching this guy walk next to my wife, holding my child while she's pushing the stroller, and I'm trailing them. I felt I was watching a couple and their child, and I was seething and feeling displaced. Am I the jerk? Because I'm cutting this guy off, not letting him anywhere near my wife and kid again. If we happen to see him in a social setting of 6 or less, we are leaving. Edit, asked my wife if he ever texted her or contacted her in any way. She said no. I told her just now that I feel he's peacocking, and she said she doesn't get that vibe at all from him. A female friend came over tonight who mutually knows this guy. She agreed that it's strange and thinks he is crushing on my wife, intentionally or not, and told my wife to her face that. I told my wife that if another female can see it, it's obvious. My wife now says she feels embarrassed that she doesn't see it and says it'll be awkward now because she doesn't want to think of him looking at her that way. Both her and the friend think it's best if we only see him in social settings with large groups and not at our house again. Lesson, seems the general consensus is to trust my gut if I feel something is off, and it does. Going to talk to the wife and then tell this dude straight and then ghost him. Then after about 3 weeks, OP posted an update. Here's the update. After all the advice, I decided to go the slow cutoff method rather than being direct, mainly because my thinking is that if you tell someone that you're wise to their BS, they may just try to be more covert, cover their tracks, and be sneakier with their behavior, or try to buy sympathy with mutual friends. There was a party we were invited to at his house, and I told my wife we aren't going. This caused a bit of tension within our house because it got pretty heated because while she thinks he's doing it subconsciously, she has zero interest in him, so it doesn't bother her, and she said she didn't even notice until I brought it to her attention. Needless to say, the fact that it caused an argument and drama for me was more than enough grounds for me to never have this dude around my wife and kid ever again. Anyway, because he was already introduced to all of my friends in my friend group, he invited all of them to this party. We didn't go, and a few friends asked if we were going. I explained the situation, and a few of them agreed that they saw what I saw. They said they were not going to the party. One couple did decide to go because they and he became close over the fact that they both really are into sports. The girl texted my wife and told her that they were the only couple that showed up, but she also said he had a girl there with him. They said the girl barely spoke English, but he said they were dating and she was acting very odd. Now, this is the part where I'm not sure if he was made aware of my discontent with him because I had already started cutting him off. After this party, he randomly texts me photos of him with this girl professing how hot she is and what a great catch she is and how they are dating. One phrase he used which further raised my suspicions was, "It'll be good to go on a double date so you can see I have a girl." I'm thinking to myself, why would he care about that, and what an odd thing to say. I asked how they met and he said Tinder. I asked to see the conversation. He deleted it. He sent her Instagram photos and she has 37k followers and half her photos are of her in Dubai, London, etc. and doing lewd photo shoots. Considering he is a strip club kind of guy, this makes me think he may be paying for this companionship to get his foot back in the door. But I could be wrong, so all is right. I'm plenty busy with work and wife and I are fine. Son is happy as can be and I'm going to make sure I keep the grass cut so I can see the snakes before they get to my door. Thanks everyone for the reassurances. One user commented, "It's telling when multiple friends say they've noticed. Just like women often pick up on other women's intentions before guys do, men often do the same with other men. Although it's often interpreted as jealousy, which it can be, the wife needs to trust her husband and friends on this one." Under this comment, another user said, "Yes. I realized early on that a family member's partner wasn't the person my partner thought she was. She was lovely to him, but an absolute passive-aggressive twat to me as soon as he was out of earshot. I tried to tell him over and over, but he couldn't see it and thought I was making a mountain out of a molehill. So I started gray-rocking the shit out of her when I couldn't avoid being alone with her, and it didn't take long before she turned her nastiness on him. Maybe it would have happened eventually anyway. Maybe she was frustrated and was trying to get a reaction out of me, but it did the job and he finally saw what I'd been saying all along." User Demisha said, "People who think the wife is cheating just because she misinterpreted the guy as just being nice and because she didn't want to miss a party all her friends were going to are weird and need to get a life." Another user named Jen Fit said, "I agree with the commenter that the wife should have shut down the friend picking up his son and walking with her, even by subtly just walking with OP and not confronting the guy. As a wife, I strongly dislike male attention that isn't my husband's, and I trust him when he tells me his perception as he is usually right. He also trusts me when women get too close and always sets appropriate boundaries. I can't imagine having a partner who doesn't take their spouse into account." This next post was made in the Surviving Infidelity subreddit by a user named Sanfran Gonga. The post is titled, "My wonderful life just got set on fire. I just caught my wife and partner of 10 years cheating. I never in my wildest dreams imagined myself looking through this sub, let alone contributing to it. I am just going to unload here to put this into history for my own good and to perhaps help others along the way. It's a very similar story to others that I have read, but maybe there's some uniqueness to my experience thus far. I'm going to lay it out in chunks of events that grew my suspicion and later confirmation. This is brand new, so forgive the ridiculously lengthy details. I put it all in here to document it for myself and to reveal the true situation through my words. The final confrontation was last night, and I did not sleep a wink. Disclaimer, this is the worst, most embarrassing thing I've ever experienced, so I have created a new ID to post it. My wife, 36, and I, 34, have our 7th wedding anniversary coming up in less than 2 weeks. We've been together for more than 10 years, with no history of fighting, separation, etc. Pure bliss for me. Laughs, family trips, growing businesses, yard projects, 2 beautiful young boys. It's been a blast. Here's the rundown: the new job, boss, and the first weird night. This past year, my wife interviewed at a highly respected long-term care facility and was subsequently offered a high-up position by the guy who is now her boss. Since taking the job, she's talked very highly of this guy and his focus on family, success, and of course, how he believes in her ability to succeed at the company. Fast forward a few months and there I sit, incredibly suspicious of some recent out-of-character actions. While this new role brings in some out-of-office activities, some of the stuff just stunk of something. I wasn't suspecting anything in particular, but over time, my intuition was screaming that something is wrong with someone or something. There was a night in early June where I found myself pacing the house in terror that something happened to my wife while out for drinks and dinner with the co-workers after a golf tournament or something. At one point, she said she would be home in an hour. That came, and then another hour, and then a third hour. She and I share our locations on our iPhones because we have 2 little boys and figured it can't hurt to know each other's whereabouts. And her location was stuck in the same place, the side of a busy road, nowhere near where she said she was going. Her phone kept going to voicemail. I thought she may have been in an accident. Finally, on the brink of calling police, she calls me to say she is on her way home. I tell her how terrified I was, and she explained that her phone died and she was in a co-worker's car without a charger. Weird. That has never happened before. She's never ever been out late and not checked in with me. I attributed it to the brand new job, new coworkers, and her efforts to fit into the social scene with this new role of hers. Her story did add up for the most part. The road where her last location before the dead phone's location was shared wound up being on the way to a restaurant they were supposedly at. Still, this disconnected behavior had never happened before with her. It was just so out of place. Fast forward a couple months, my wife has become obsessed with her workouts, her weight, wanting a bigger chest. Her morning routine in the bathroom has become longer and longer. Keep in mind, my wife is far more fit than your average gym goer. She has nothing to worry about. She's absolutely gorgeous. Meeting him and the obscure tucked away parking lot. A day came in early August where she invited her boss and some coworkers over to my house for some daytime drinks after a race they all ran together. I thought to myself, I finally get to meet this amazing boss that I hear so much about. They arrived, and that's when everything hit me. This guy, while much older than me, is handsome for his age of 60, but somehow incredibly awkward. Not once did he look me in the eye, and when I shook his hand, it was soaked with sweat. That's when my intuition screamed again, steering my suspicions toward him. He didn't stay long, and he didn't interact with my wife. He barely said a word to anyone other than to ask me what high school I went to while looking another direction. He just basically drank a beer and left. Following that, the last coworker to stay winds up inviting his GF and her daughter over. After a bunch of drinks, my wife was very convincing to invite them over for an impromptu dinner party. That all happened, and this guy and his GF left around 8 p.m. Now is the point where everything starts getting narrowed. In the days leading up to this morning race with her co-workers, my wife had been talking about getting drinks with her friend later that night to celebrate a birthday. She was back and forth with wanting to go, and then when her co-worker left for the day, she decided that she was in fact going to go. She went upstairs, dolled herself up, and came down looking awesome. She kissed me goodbye and left for a bar on the east side of town. Her entire demeanor was incredibly awkward, and I had to ask, "Are you okay to drive?" She said, "Yes, I really only had 2 throughout the day. I am not going to be out too late." I don't remember for sure, but I think she may have even asked me to wait up for her. I put on a movie or something and chilled out. Less than an hour went by, and I thought it was weird that she never texted me to let me know that she got there. Out comes the old Apple location. I pulled up her location to see that she made it okay, and to my utter confusion, her location was showing at work. Not exactly the office she works at, but a building tucked away across the street from her main building, one that I know she has never mentioned working in. It took some time to figure out where this was exactly, but there was no question. My thoughts were, did she turn around? Is she trying to make a call? What is she doing there? Why was I so suspicious of her boss this morning? Why did she decide to go back out? That's not like her. Why is she there? There is no logical reason for her to have driven west and parked at work. She said she is meeting a group for drinks on the east side of town, completely unrelated to any of her coworkers. She comes home not long after, awkwardly over-smiling as she greets me on the couch. She was gone for a total of an hour. I am still not completely sure what is going on. She keeps telling me how much she loves me. She hops on top of me and we make love. For a split second during this, I actually thought to myself, is it possible that she was just with someone else and less than 10 minutes ago? No way. I convinced myself that she was out of sorts and parked in that lot to make a call or something. Dumb, I know. The kid's new friend. Over the next few weeks into July, things seem fine, and I somehow put my thoughts in the back of my mind. Our sons have been going to summer camp, surprisingly enough, on the campus where she works. Some intense issues at her job either required me to pick up kids, or she would have her co-workers watch them for a few minutes. I learned of the many times that this boss of hers had my kids in his office, giving them snacks and letting them play on his computer. They actually got to know him. She mentioned how much she loved the support of this new team, the hotel. We take a week to go away to the beach with my wife's family. We spend every day on the beach. My wife and I took the kids on bike rides. It was pretty good. We both jumped back into a hectic work week, starting off with my wife asking if I can pick up the kids midweek so that she can go out with her coworkers. I was kind of thrown off by this because it was our eldest son's first day of kindergarten and we had just got back from vacation. I thought it really weird that she would put a work outing over being with her son after his school on his first day. She said that one of her female coworkers was having a tough time in a divorce and wanted to organize a little golf outing followed by dinner drinks to catch the first preseason football game. What I thought to be really weird was that during the week we were at the beach, this plan also included her female coworker grabbing a hotel because she lives far away. My wife said that she was thinking about catching up with her there before golf because of the rough stuff she was going through. I think this is really strange, but keep my thoughts inside. I agree to pick up our kids so she can do this. Now, keep in mind, I pick my kids up at an after-school program at my wife's place of work. I don't mind getting them, but this was a little strange since they are at her work and within a few minutes from our house. I work 40 minutes away, so it was a little inconvenient given that I would have to leave my business early to get the kids on our first week back. The day comes. We take pictures in the morning for my son's first day of kindergarten together. We walk him down together. She's rushing because she doesn't want to be late for work. I have a video of this on my phone, actually. We have been talking about this day for the entire end of preschool and throughout the summer. Here it is, and my wife is being weird, not herself. She is usually so invested in stuff like this. We see him walk into his class, and I can barely keep up with my wife on the walk back to our house. She is like this normally, but I thought she would take exception to her son's first day. We got back, and she was in her car and off to work, seemingly frantic. Later in the day, I barely get out of my business in time to be on time for the 45-minute drive to get the kids. There's a temporary road shut down for construction. Then there's heavy, unusual traffic on the highway. I am running late. Everything is against me. As I sit in traffic, my mind starts to race. This makes no sense. Why would she have me get the kids? It was our eldest's first day of school. Why is she out tonight? Doesn't she want to see him and be together? I panic because this is also our son's first day at the after-school program, and I know I am going to be late at this point. I call my wife. She doesn't answer. She knows I am picking the kids up. Why would she ignore my call? We are in this together. Wait, she's going to a hotel before golf. Am I stupid? Yes, it sounds that way. Nothing is going on. I feel so weird. In traffic, I pull out the phone again, hating what's become of me and this location thing. Her location, a hotel in the city where she works and we live, further from the golf course than one would expect. God, there is no way that she is there with her boss. If she is, I bet they are all there and they are at the bar getting drinks. But why at a hotel? I call the aftercare number because I can't get a hold of my wife, who is currently at a hotel with her female coworker. The after-school person says there is no need to panic, the kids will be fine, just take your time and get here when you can. I get closer and closer to getting off the highway and on toward the direction of my wife's work. Now, coincidentally, my GPS has me getting off right near the on-ramp by this hotel she is at. As I continue closing on the ramp, 10 minutes late for picking up my kids and stupidly watching my wife's location while driving and debating whether or not I have the guts to just be 5 more minutes late, jump off to the hotel and confirm my fears. Her location starts moving and she's leaving, and by some wild stroke of dumbfounded chance of traffic jams 45 minutes away, the particular hotel and the route my GPS has me on to exit the highway to get our kids, she drives by the opposite direction, getting onto the highway. Panicking at the opportunity to catch something, I don't see her car or the car that I know her boss drives. I am trying not to drive off the highway at this point. I missed. She went right by me. God help me if this is real. My heart is racing just recalling this moment. She must have been in a room for an hour. Denial and guilt set in. I feel awful for tracking her, but try to justify it in my mind through the horrible feelings inside of me. What is happening to me? I pick the kids up 10 minutes late, still frazzled as to why my wife wouldn't answer, but in absolute terror at the fact there's now a chance this could be really happening. She still hadn't called me back. My kids feel so dependent in my hands and I am terrified for them. I finally hear from her after the kids and I are home eating. I think I sent her a picture of all of us hanging out with our shirts off. Her response, I love you guys. Before bed, the kids and I FaceTime her, which is not something we typically do. I was kind of thinking I should so she can't avoid showing me who she's with. She answers and they are at a bar, but her boss isn't there, it seems. Maybe she really was at the hotel with her female coworker. Then one of my kids asks, where is X? You know, the guy that gives them snacks when they visit the office. Camera pans and there he is, grinning, waving at my kids. We say goodnight and I put the kids down. She finally comes home an hour or so later. She is so thankful that I was able to get the kids, take care of them, make them dinner, put them down, etc. She tells me how much she loves me and we have some real good sex. I feel so messed up. I feel violated. The smoking gun. 3 days later, my wife and I are waking up in bed on a Sunday morning. We have plans to take the kids hiking for the day. My wife immediately rolls over to her phone, but I don't think anything of it. She quickly gets out of the house for her routine early morning run. I walk downstairs and turn on her iPad, which just so happens to be one of the devices we share for music. Coincidentally, an update ran the night before, but I don't know if this has anything to do with what's next. As I'm opening Apple Music to put some early morning tunes on, a text message notification pops up. I had not seen this on this iPad before. It was an emoji-filled message from her boss reading something like, "Good morning, baby, it's a beautiful day for a run." I tap it without thinking. It opens up a subsequent message revealing that my wife actually texted him as soon as she woke up. I panicked and deleted the message. What was I thinking? Either way, I now see the smoking gun and fear, distrust, disgust, and violation set in. My wife returns from her run and I am angry, but I don't yell. I repeat his text message to her in my own words. She is confused and definitely weirded out. I take her hand and walk her into our dining room, sit her down, and put my eyes 6 inches from hers. Me. What is going on with you and your boss? Her, what? Nothing. He's my boss. He's almost 60 years old. She looks like she saw a ghost. Me. We have 2 beautiful boys in the other room. What are you doing? I explain the text messages. Her, nothing, I swear. Baby is just something we all call each other. He and I are in a friendly Apple Watch competition. I told him I was going to run. I swear nothing is going on. I walk away. I am thinking that I shouldn't have said anything. I should have held it together, let the text messages keep rolling in, and get my confirmation from something that won't lie to me. But I don't want to keep spying and sneaking. I am desperate for her to just come clean. We awkwardly drive to our hike. She's weird the whole way. We finish a pretty long, quiet hike with the kids. They pass out on the ride back, and I bring the morning text message up to her again. I tell her that it is killing me, and the fact that someone texted her first thing on a Sunday morning tells me what's on the mind. She immediately agrees how bad it appears, obviously having thought about it the whole day. She isn't denying that. She does deny that anything is going on, however. Meanwhile, the hotel in number 4 is still burning a hole in the side of my skull. Later that night, we talk about the text message again over a bottle of wine. I thought it might bring more out. No luck, just more denial and reassurance of no wrongdoing. Almost 3 weeks later, confirmation. I wake up this past Saturday with gut-wrenching visions of my wife with someone else. And on the morning of one of the biggest events my company hosts all year. I can't shake the thoughts despite the brevity of the day ahead. The hotel incident has been killing me for weeks. My wife leaves for the gym with our kids, something we used to do together, and I leave for work. In the chaos of setting up what should be a huge, successful event at my business, all this stuff is boiling within me. I feel so messed up. I want to leave and be home with my family to prove that I don't work too much, to prove that I love them and want the best for them. Then I try to do something I've been wanting to do for almost 3 weeks. I call the hotel, praying and praying that if I am given any kind of information, that it reveals her female coworker was indeed the one who booked the room. I hang up on the second ring. On second thought, I didn't want to know. Or did I already know? I had to get back to work. This whole day, by the way, my wife is with the kids. Day ends, I feel wrong that I don't hurry back to her despite maybe having a chance of getting home in time to see her before bed. Sunday morning. We have plans to go to her brother's for football. I have to run into work to deal with some aftermath of the event from the day before. She leaves for the gym with plans to pick me up at my business so we can ride to her brother's together. I start packing up and then look over at her iPad. It was practically screaming at me, "Do it. Maybe there's something there." I open her iPad and sit down. I feel so wrong doing this, but I also know that I've somehow been so much more wrong than anything I'm about to do. She had since figured out how to sign out of iCloud and stop texts from coming in, so no luck there, but an obvious sign of hiding something. I look at her boss contact card and see she was sharing her location on and off with him the night before. I open her photo stream, nothing weird there. I scroll down the albums. I open a deleted photos. Here we go. Underwear photos the day after we returned from the beach vacation and the morning before her return to work. I can only assume she sent them to her boss because I didn't get them. This is far out of her typical safe zone, so now the intensity and level of their relationship is starting to hit me. And then I see what appears as an accidental screenshot that she took of a text exchange with her boss the day before the hotel. The gist is how they are planning to have lunch or something together, mixed into a swath of hearts with the kicker from the boss. I've been waiting to see you since last Friday when you left. I'm waiting for you, babe. I look in her browsing history on her iPad. I see a Google search for how to say one more day in Spanish, search for the day of the panty pictures, and the day before we returned to work. It reminded me of how she would flirt with me back when we started out, more than 10 years ago. Someone else gets to experience that now. I am absolutely convinced at this point, and the 2 months of my denying and avoiding the obvious have no more fight in this. My life is about to change forever. I drive to my business and she meets me there later as planned with the kids. We hang out for a bit, but I am still in shock. She knows something is wrong and keeps asking. We drive to her brother's almost silently. The whole visit is incredibly awkward because I am just stewing in this realization, attempting to process, while she sits there seemingly terrified of what's to come. I text a partner of mine, a gentleman I am involved in business with and who happens to be a partner at one of the area's most reputable law firms. He's known as one of the top divorce attorneys in the state. Hey, maybe he can help. He calls me right away and I step outside. I walk him through as much as I can, stutter out in a panic. He calms me down and tells me that the only thing to do is to get her alone and put all the cards on the table. In the end, it doesn't matter how they got there, what matters is what's on them. Partial confession and where I am right now. After speaking with my attorney, we eventually head back home. Nothing is said, the tension is impossible. Finally, after I am sure the kids are asleep, I sit and wait in the kitchen. I ask her, where is our marriage headed? I state that she and her boss have something going on, and from the information I now have, it is indisputable. She kind of breaks down, but no tears. Before admitting anything, she immediately begins saying that she has felt disconnected from me this summer. You think? The first incident here, completely out of character, happened in the first week of June. These have been monthly all summer, and since she started working with this guy. She goes on to say that they spend time together. Nothing admitted. I ask the questions point blank. Have you had sex with him? No, of course not. Has anything happened? No. I ask again. She finally admits they kissed. I let this set in. I ask her where. She fumbles around her mind, but I can tell it's pretend. She says after work. I ask again where. She can't get it out. I say, were you at a hotel? Yes. Was he there? Yes. Was your coworker there? No. So you went to a hotel with your boss and kissed? Yes, but that's it. Nothing else happened. Well, what else did you do then? We talked about all of this. Adults don't kiss, they have sex. You didn't go to the hotel to kiss. She doesn't deny this, but she denies anything further happening. She says that she couldn't do it. She just couldn't bring herself to doing it. Like it actually matters now. We went back and forth about this with no yelling or shouting, just awful. The entire time she is saying, I want you, I want this, I want us. I don't know what the hell I was doing. She admits that, despite some disconnect, there was nothing significantly wrong with our marriage. We vacationed, made love, grew our children, dated, etc. After about 30 minutes, it all hit me like a ton of bricks. Wait, you asked me to leave my job early to pick up our children from the after-school program at the very place you work at with this guy so that you could leave work early to go to a hotel with him where you two plan to have sex. And on our son's first day of kindergarten, I recall the text message. He has been waiting for her. They plan to have sex. I recall the hotel being mentioned while on vacation the week before. This was in the works while we sat on the beach together with her family. It was not spur of the moment. The conversation goes nowhere but further into this new hell that I have just inhabited, the last place on earth I want to be. We go to bed. She cuddles me and it's disgusting. I feel infected, violated, ruined, and motionless. It stops. I lie awake for 3 hours, then hop onto the internet, desperately searching for success stories where couples come back from this. There are none. It's all about how to realize the situation, how it will never work again, and that it's time to move on, regardless of money, kids, love, history. Just awful. Hopeless. I start contemplating divorce, then realize I am 5 hours into a sleepless night, just hit by a freight train, and not a clean thought in my head. She wakes and asks me what I am doing, and I don't have much to say. Then I ask her about their meeting, which would confirm my earliest suspicions and nullify her claims that this just started. I tell her that I knew her car was at that facility. She admitted to meeting with him and said that they only talked in the car. I can only imagine. Another detail left out and a revelation that this is much more long-standing. Morning. She hops in the shower and I completely break down. I held it together all through the night, but I just imploded as soon as I sat up. I finally noticed one of my sons was up and on the potty in the other room, and I feared that he heard me weeping. I wipe my eyes, walk into the bathroom to see if he needs help, and for the first time in my life, my knees gave out completely. I dropped to the floor and sobbed in front of him. The sight of one of our innocent sons, completely oblivious in all his perfect, moldable youth, just wrecked me. Who can be so careless, so completely narcissistically motivated that this beautiful child we are responsible for could be forgotten for some meaningless. My other son comes in and sees his father sobbing on his knees, holding his youngest. What in the hell has happened to my life? It all just changed in an instant. I held those boys so tight as I realized the tables had turned. I've held them so many times as they cried, but this was the first time those little boys held me. What a dramatic moment, but it felt good to know that while I've lost her, I still have them. Finally, I pull it together and go downstairs to make coffee. She has no idea what I am going to do. At one point in the middle of the sleepless night from hell, I said that I am beginning to think that I can't get over this, that everything we have built together is for nothing. I hinted at divorce, but I have no clue what to do. We somehow ate breakfast together with our children, awkwardly trying to come to grips with the unknown ahead of us. Afterwards, my wife and I embraced. We held each other tight and sobbed without the kids seeing. She knows how severe this is. I saw her off to work with our youngest, and I said that it would take a miracle to fix this. I have no trust whatsoever, and it is going to be incredibly difficult to grow that again. It took 10 years for us to get this far, and we just drove off a cliff. She again said she wants nothing more than our children, our marriage, and our life. She is going to have to pull me out of hell. I walked my eldest son down to his school where he had just started kindergarten 3 weeks prior, on the day my wife planned her hotel trip with her boss. It took every ounce of energy I had left to not start sobbing like a fool again. I watched this beautiful little being reluctantly run off into the playground, checking to make sure I was still there every few steps. He loves me so much. I watched all the parents coming in, some together and holding hands. I can't believe what my life has become in the last 12 hours. Update. I completely failed to mention that my wife said she has been struggling with this for a while. It's only been a couple of weeks since the last known incident at the hotel, so not that long. She says that she has canceled an upcoming business trip to California with him that I have absolutely been dreading. She also said that she is withdrawing from the program that has required her to work closely with him. They will be on opposite ends of the building. None of this really means much to me. User that beastly cad said, she's lied to you consistently. Yes, she had with him, obviously. No, it's not your fault. She knew you well enough to hide it. She's remorseful she got caught, and now there will be consequences. You should tell the other guy's wife. She deserves to know. You should tell your friends and family because you and your kids need support. As for staying with your wife, on the basis of what you've described, I think it would be an enormous mistake. This is not some ONS where she's come begging forgiveness the next day. This is a planned and calculated affair which she has concealed and denied until the evidence was inescapable. In my view, you should divorce her and use whatever shame or hope of reconciliation she has to get good terms for you and the kids. She's not who you thought she was. She's a risk to you and your children. She's destroyed your family. Don't take the misery and uncertainty of trying to make it work with someone you know you can't trust. Take the pain now and rebuild your life without her in it. You now owe her nothing. I'm so sorry this happened to you, man. It's terrible. A deleted user said, you tell the boss's wife. Not only do you tell the boss's wife, but you get in your car with your wife, drive to your boss's house, and have your wife tell her boss's wife. In fact, you should have put the whole family in the car, taken your wife's phone, driven to the guy's home, and gone up to confirm details yourself. You tell your wife on the way over if his details don't match yours. User Bensel said, this is over. Sure, you can stay and waste the next 7 to 10 years of your life suffering quietly in limbo while your kids gather enough childhood trauma of living in a broken home wrecked with infidelity to ruin their own adult lives and relationships. And then one fine morning you wake up and realize you just wasted 7 to 10 years on this person, then divorce, and then spend the next 20 years regretting wasting 7 to 10 years on this person. Or you can leave now. Yeah, it will hurt like a son of a gun for the next 1 to 3 years, but you will eventually heal and find someone who deserves you, and your kids will be able to proudly look back and draw strength from you and your resolve not to put up with this shit. This story was posted by a user named Opposite Debate in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for confessing to my wife that she's torturing me after she got assaulted. I'm 25M and have been married to my wife, 26, for 4 years. We've been dating since we were teens. We are childhood friends. At this point, we've been together for like a decade. This all started a month ago. I went on my company trip. My boss urged me to attend the trip because it will help me learn more and it's a golden opportunity for me. So I told my wife and she said yes, I should go. It's just for a week. A few days before my departure, my wife said she's going to attend a party hosted by her friends. I said she shouldn't attend. She got mad and asked me why I'm restricting her. You see, my wife has become quite an alcoholic in the past few months. It has become a problem for both of us. So I said if she drinks too much, I won't be around to help her. She kept saying she will be fine, but I was adamant, and finally she said she won't attend, and I trusted her. I went with my boss, and after 3 days, my wife called me. I couldn't pick up her call, but when I checked my phone, I saw so many calls and texts from her. When I did, I immediately called her back, and she kept yelling at me and said, "Come back right now, come back right now." I panicked as well and cut my trip short and went back to her. When I arrived, she hugged me like never before and kept crying and crying. It took a long time, but she told me she was raped. I asked her about the details and she told me she was raped by a bunch of guys after she got drunk. To this date, I don't know who these guys are. I asked her multiple times, but she just said she doesn't want to tell me. I asked her to press charges and she said no. It will ruin her life even more. This has been going on for a month now, but a week ago she went full on crazy mode. She basically glued herself to me. Even during shower or bathroom, I see her everywhere. She went as far as locking our house from inside. I talked to my boss and explained, and he gave me some time to fix it all. Yesterday, I told her she's going too far. She had locked me and herself in our bedroom and didn't let me go anywhere. When I ask her why she's doing this, she said she's scared that I will abandon her. She hugs me so tight, even I feel uncomfortable. And when I had enough, I said that she's torturing me. You don't tell me anything. I am trying to help you, but you don't care. After I said this, she's crying nonstop, and if this goes on, it's going to cost me my job. I won't even be able to feed myself, forget about feeding her. But the way she is, I think I went too far. Did I say something I shouldn't have? I don't understand anything at this point. User Fuzzy Mike said, "This is way above our pay grade. You calling the local assault hotline would get you in touch with resources that should be applied to both you and your wife, and it wouldn't require reporting it to authorities. You can't fix this yourselves." User Cautious Web said, "Her reaction is consistent with post-trauma shock and fear. She needs professional help, medical, psychological, legal. She likely feels tremendous shame and guilt for drinking, taking on false responsibility for the assault. There is no way for you to fix this, certainly not in a few days. If she was indeed she will be dealing with this for the rest of her life. To give her the best chance of healing, seek help." Under this comment, another user said, "Under normal circumstances, there is always a fear of talking about it and an inherent belief it's your fault. In her case, it's probably exaggerated by your not wanting her to go in the first place. She may be afraid to share with you for fear you are blaming her. Maybe they know where you live and she's afraid to be alone. She needs to talk to someone who can help her navigate this horror. Start with trying to get her to a crisis or support group to help her get professional help. You can't fix this. All you can do is make sure you let her know you love and support her as she gets help. Ultimately, she is the one that needs to do the work." Fast forward by 1 month, OP posted an update, so I'm posting again because I want advice. It turns out the party host was a guy she was having an affair with for the past 5 months. She revealed all this information in our couples counseling. She's undergoing individual counseling, psychological treatment for her trauma, and treatment for her severe alcohol problem. What she said in counseling was that she met a guy at a bar and she was lured by his charm and they would make out and do other things. But when she went to his party, he invited a bunch of guys she never saw. And they did things to her I don't want to speak about or explain. And what she told me without a counselor is that she's coming clean and doesn't want anything to do with him or anyone. She realized that all other men just want to exploit her vulnerability, and I'm the only man that truly cares for her, and she would never ever look at any other man, only me. We had a family meeting where my parents and siblings and hers came over to my house and they said that my wife made a mistake and is going through a very tough time. She has changed and learned from her mistake, and I am a great man for taking care of my wife, and I should never think about divorce divorce. I was thinking about divorce and I only shared this with my colleague who has become my best friend over time. After I vented, and I'm embarrassed to say that I cried in front of her, she said it's best for me to live alone my whole life than living with her. I ask strangers here for advice like what should I do? Should I accept her because she changed her ways and take care of her, or just divorce and move on? User JPalm said, in this case, I would say divorce. What happened to her is horrible, but she had a 5-month affair and it would have continued if she wasn't assaulted. She just sees you as safety now. User Mr. Ocean Bear said, your wife is manipulating you and probably your families. I'm not someone who automatically jumps to divorce when someone cheats, but in your case, it's the only answer. Lured by his charm is BS. She was cheating for months. It's disgusting if the guy truly orchestrated a gangbang on her that she didn't sign up for, but even that is questionable. Do not light yourself on fire for the rest of your life because of your family. Definitely don't do it for hers. After a couple more weeks, we got another update. I posted here a month ago and posted again 2 weeks ago. My wife cheated on me with a dude and she got by multiple men when she went to a party and was drunk. I didn't know that she was cheating on me until she confessed. She was being treated for her alcohol addiction and therapy, but she quit suddenly. I just wanted to leave her at first, but she might die without me. I tried my best to keep alcohol away from her, but she started getting abusive. I had no other choice but to let her drink. She's refusing everything from therapy to medical treatment. My wife keeps repeating that she made a mistake by having an affair, and it was a big mistake to go to his party. I asked her to file a report against them all, but she refuses and says she doesn't want to see any of them ever again. She just wants me and no other man. All she does is drink, eat, and sleep. She keeps asking me to have sex with her. I have to push myself just to satisfy her. She has become unhygienic as hell. I carry her to the tub, wash her, and I even washed her ass, and she doesn't even care. She keeps repeating the same thing again and again, that she's sorry. She wants me to have sex with her multiple times every day, and she just drinks. I had no other choice but to quit my job and freelance because if I am not around her, she might go to extremes. I feel like she's suffering and she needs help. She made a mistake of cheating on me, but who doesn't make mistakes? I feel like she will be with me forever, and I finally found out that others only took advantage of her, but I also feel that she's ruining me. I want to help her, I want to stay with her, but if she just sleeps and drinks and I have to get her in the bathroom, then I cannot continue this. I love her way too much to just leave her like this, but I also think, what will she do once she's pregnant? Would she still rely on me? Would she not take care of my child? Is there a way to fix her and get her normal? I'm slowly going crazy. I can barely work and think properly. A deleted user said, can we stop this? This is what your 4th update with the details of abuse, alcoholism, and filth. You're being abused. You know you're being abused. So what's the point of detailing all the above here? Do you want people to try to tell you what you already know? You were told you should leave in some very kind and not so kind words. The only thing that has changed is that she's gotten worse. At this point, it seems like you're just writing disgusting details to get off to or something. Stop it, please. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Tequila Mockingbird. I, 23F, got engaged a few months ago to my fiance, 21M. We're over the moon, but my dad refused to give his blessing, and now he's not only boycotting my wedding, but also cutting off all contact with me. The worst part, he's taking his whole side of the family with him. I'm starting to wonder if I'm the bad guy here. Let me explain. I've never been super close with my dad. My parents divorced when I was a baby, and I barely remember them being together. My mom remarried when I was 4, and my stepdad has been a solid father figure ever since. My mom had 80% custody, so I grew up mostly with her, my stepdad, and my brother. We all got along great. As for my dad, we had a decent relationship, but it wasn't deep. He lived 2 minutes away from my mom's house, and I saw him once a week and every other weekend. When I turned 18, I stopped visiting as much, but we'd still have dinner together occasionally, maybe once or twice a month. The issue. My fiance, let's call him Arch, and I started dating when I was 22 and he was 20. We met at a youth group and quickly became best friends. I know it seems fast to some, but when you know, you know. I can't imagine my life without him. Before proposing, Arch wanted to ask for blessings from both my mom and stepdad as well as my dad. My mom and stepdad were thrilled and gave their blessings immediately. My dad, however, wasn't as cooperative. He dodged Arch for weeks, despite being retired and having plenty of free time. When they finally met, my dad came prepared with 2 printed letters, one for Arch and one for me, stating that he would not give his blessing. He didn't even let Arch ask the question before handing over the letters. He also scoffed at the fact that Arch asked for my stepdad's blessing, calling it ridiculous. Arch defended my stepdad, but the damage was done. He came home upset, and after some prying, he told me what happened. I was hurt and felt disrespected, especially with how he dismissed my stepdad's role in my life. After cooling off for a few days, I met my dad at a park to talk things out. It didn't go well. My dad told me he wasn't coming to the wedding, and neither was his side of the family. I asked him directly, if I get engaged, you won't come to the wedding. He flat out said no. I then asked, if I go through with this, are you saying you want nothing to do with me? His response, no sweat off my back. That's when I lost my composure. I was holding it together until that point, but his indifference hurt me deeply. He insisted we needed to wait 2 more years to get engaged, and maybe then he'd reconsider. He ended the conversation by saying he wouldn't pay for the wedding or be involved in any way. A few days later, Arch proposed. It was perfect. Our families were there, and it was a magical night. We posted about it on social media, and while we were showered with congratulations from friends and family, there was complete radio silence from my dad's side. I started second-guessing myself. Maybe I had been too hasty. Maybe I was in the wrong. So I reached out to him. I texted a heartfelt message telling him I wanted him at my wedding, that he's my dad, and I wanted him to walk me down the aisle. His response: he asked for my email. Confused, I gave it to him. A few hours later, I received a long, emotionally charged email. He accused me of disrespecting him and ruining what should have been a special time between a father and daughter. He said Arch and I were responsible for the destruction of our relationship and that it would take enormous effort to repair things. His final words were, "But you got exactly what you wanted. My mom, stepdad, and Arch's family are all supporting us. My mom and stepdad have offered to pay for the wedding since my dad backed out. Wedding planning has been fun, but this whole situation has me questioning whether I really am in the wrong." Edit. Editing because there have been a few comments regarding this. Money is not an issue for him or his side of the family, so the waiting 2 years has nothing to do with saving, and he is not trying to get out of paying for the wedding. He is retired and has been for quite some time. Edit 2. I can't reply to all the comments mentioning this, so I will write it here. I wanted my fiance to ask my parents out of respect, I guess. I always thought it was a sweet gesture, but we viewed it as a way to include them in this next stage of life rather than viewing it as asking permission for him to marry me. I'm not sure how to properly articulate it though, sorry. As for my mom and his relationship, they were always very civil, and I'd go as far as to say they were friends my whole life. There were never any fights, and my mom and stepdad would invite him and his fiancée to parties we would have. I'm not 100% sure of the reason for their divorce, though I can speculate it just wasn't something we talked about, and I will add that they chose the custody themselves and did not have a court battle, as I've seen a few comments say. There was never a fight for custody. He chose to move out and live 2 minutes away. My mom did not want his money. That was also never a fight. She just wanted to spend Christmas with us and stay in the house. User Physical Stress said he's into performative parenting. He wants the role when it suits him. You're an adult now, so you don't have to give a tiny rat's ass about his opinion. Reach out to his family if you truly want them there. Otherwise, build your adult life and family the way that you want it to be. You've got this, you've got support, and you are loved. Don't let his tantrum get into your head. User MN Concerto said NTA. To be frank, your dad is a controlling jerk. You aren't his property. You don't need anyone's blessing to get engaged. You aren't something to be given away. You are your own person making your own decision. Take it from someone older who has been married for 34 years. Break with archaic traditions that are based in patriarchy and believe women are less than. I had both of my parents walk me down the aisle. They both deserve the honor as they both raised me. Have your mom and stepdad do this. My Mill walked with my husband. The smile on her face is one of my favorite pictures. She was so proud. My husband's father had already passed. The priest did not ask, "Who gives away this woman?" as I am not a prize or a gift. My husband and I chose to be married. We also made sure obey was not in our vows. I know that word has come and gone a couple of times, and somehow it has started to sneak back into certain groups or beliefs. There is no obey in a marriage. There is there's only partnership and communication, compromise, work, and love. I also kept my maiden name because it was my name. Husband didn't care. He just wanted to marry me, still says it was his best decision. I say he is a fool and could do better, but I love him. Has it been perfect? Nope. Has it been worth it? Absolutely. A few days later, we got an update from OP. This whole thing went down about 4 months ago, and I hadn't spoken to my dad since until a few days ago. He texted me, which I didn't notice right away since I've had his notifications silenced. When I finally saw it, I was walking out of work and literally dropped everything. I dropped my Celsius and the lip liner that rolled out of my bag. You will be missed. His message said, I am texting you because we need to have a conversation. I debated whether to even respond, but my peace of mind got the better of me. I texted back, I'm open to having a conversation with the intention of moving forward, not rehashing the past. We scheduled a call for the next day. Fast forward to the call, he starts by saying he loves me and that hasn't changed. Then almost immediately, he switches to how upset and disappointed he is that he had to reach out first. He then asked if we've set a wedding date. I told him it's late next year, hoping maybe he'd changed his mind, but nope. He followed that up with, do you have a venue? I said yes. His response. So this is happening. Well, I'm not telling anyone in the family not to go. That's their choice. There aren't sides. I tried to explain that there are sides because no one in the family knows my side of things. I'm not super close with that side of the family except for my grandma, who made it clear she's on his side. He cut me off, saying he didn't want to be on the phone long, and that's all he had to say. I asked if I could ask a question before he hung up, and he agreed. So I asked, do you stand by your decision not to come? His answer, it depends on how I'm treated. At this point, I'm floored. I asked him to elaborate because I've never been disrespectful to him, and then it all came out. He feels like he deserves the title of father of the bride and thinks it's completely disrespectful to him if I let both him and my stepdad walk me down the aisle. He went on to double down and say that my stepdad should never have been asked because it wasn't his blessing to give, and he's my biological father. He would only consider coming to the wedding if he's treated with the respect he deserves by having the sole title of father of the bride. And then, the kicker, he told me that my mom needed to call him to talk about all of this. Well, my mom is having none of that. She's refusing to call him, rightfully so, and is protecting her peace, as she should. If he wants to talk to her, he can pick up the phone and let her know that himself. I'm still reeling. Originally, I was fully planning on sending him an invite, but now, I don't even know what to say. The whole thing feels so messed up. My fiance's parents are upset, and so are my mom and stepdad. I'm honestly at a loss. I didn't expect to be giving an update this soon, or at all, but here we are. I haven't spoken to him since that call, and I'm thinking about writing a letter to him. I want to take a few days to calm down first, though, before I decide anything. If I do send something, I'll update again. For now, this is where things stand. Userfire or Water said, you have a narcissistic black hole for a bio father. He will literally move the goalposts throughout your wedding planning to make sure you know how important he is, and if you don't comply one time, he's out. The trash took itself out. Don't drag it back in. It hurts to know that this isn't about you. It's all about him and his fragile ego. If people see your stepdad walking you, then they'll know what a shit father he really was. I didn't invite my dad to my wedding. It was a grueling decision and I don't regret it one bit. Enjoy your wedding in peace. User Actual Moment said, you're entertaining this man too much. He is the same man who did not raise you, the same man who emotionally abuses you, the same man who is making one of the best moments in your life about him. If you continue to give him power, you will ruin this day for yourself and your fiance. Take back control, stop communicating about his place in your wedding, and enjoy the wedding planning. Hopefully, this is your one and only time getting married, so make it a joyful one. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for blowing up at my sister because her husband's behavior is not my fault. I, 26F, live in a small town with a lot of family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, basically everyone related to me lives here. My sister Lilia, 28, married her husband, Sean, 31, last year. I don't know him very well, but I don't have a problem with him either. Every other weekend, my mom will host a party type thing for the whole family. There's food, decorations, music, etc. Everyone has a blast. A few months ago, my sister started acting kind of strange at these parties. Her husband isn't a very social person from what I can tell. He usually stands off to the side, sometimes without food. Lilia started making comments about how Sean thinks the decorations look tacky or Sean thinks the music is too loud. At first, it was basically harmless, but the comments got worse and worse. She started saying things like that outside of family parties too. The weekend before last, she made small talk for a while before saying, "Sean doesn't look like he's having a good time. I don't think he likes the food very much. I can't really blame him. We don't usually eat at low-class restaurants like yours." Her comments always pissed me off, but this pushed me pretty hard. My mom works really hard to make delicious food for these parties. She's a chef at Olive Garden. I guess my mom could tell I was getting upset, so she pulled me aside and told me not to say anything to Lilia, that it wasn't a big deal, stuff like that. I respected her wishes, even though I really wanted to stand up for her. Last week, Lilia called and said Sean's best friend is getting married. I'm a wedding planner and she wants me to plan the wedding. I said sure. This weekend, Sean's best friend and his fiancée had a joint bachelor and bachelorette party. Lilia is a bridesmaid. She invited me to come along so I could meet the bride and groom and probably officially become their wedding planner. When I arrived at the club, Lilia immediately grabbed my wrist and pulled me to the bathroom. She said, "Sean isn't happy. No one will take you seriously as a wedding planner if you dress like a slut. You embarrassed him and now we'll blame him for recommending a shitty planner." I had enough of her at that point. It felt like she was just using Sean as an excuse to voice her own opinions. I said, "If Sean thinks I'm a shitty wedding planner for dressing normally for a damn club, he can get a new wedding planner." I walked out and went home. User Psychological Bar said, "Is Sean a telepath or a very talented ventriloquist who talks about himself in the third person through your sister? NTA, always stand up for yourself and your family." User Savina said, "NTA, your sister sounds exhausting and rude. It also sounds like she has a ridiculous number of insecurities. Has anyone actually ever discussed any of the issues with Sean? Because it's entirely possible your sister is projecting those insecurities into criticism she thinks he might have. Be a rebel. Every time your sister says something rude that Sean thinks, walk up to Sean and politely ask if it's true. If your sister panics, then you know she's making it up. I wouldn't touch the wedding planning job with a 10-foot pole if your sister will be involved in any way. That's a truckload of drama you do not need in your life." User Alice said, "I have an awful feeling Sean isn't the one who has these thoughts and feelings, but that your sister is finding a way to express her pure bitchiness by passing it off as Sean said. Has Sean ever heard her say any of these things? Is he able to stick up for himself to deny saying them or even to say, 'Yeah, I do feel that way,' etc.? Your sister is a jerk. Go low to no contact. No one needs that negativity in their lives. Your family may want to keep the peace, but you are under no obligation to do so. OP, please wear the sluttiest thing you can to the next family get-together, find the cheapest pizza shop and order all the food from there and get the tackiest looking decor you can find. Petty Queen at heart here." A couple of days later, OP provided an update. I ended up inviting Sean and Lilia out to lunch. Lilia was still a little upset that I had dressed like a slut at the club, but mostly things went fine. Before we left, I asked Sean if he thought my outfit at the club was inappropriate. He said no. I asked if he thought my mother's cooking was bad. He said no again. This time, he looked more confused. Before I could ask him about another comment, Lilia grabbed his arm and pulled him up. She said they had to go. Sean looked even more confused and told Lilia he wanted to hear what I was going to ask next. She looked visibly angry, and after I asked him if he thought the decorations were tacky, Lilia said, "If you're not coming, I'm leaving without you." She ran to the car before either of us could stop her. Sean was really confused now and asked why I thought he didn't like the food, etc. I told him the whole story of how Lilia was telling me and my immediate family he was saying rude things. He looked completely shocked now. He said he never said any of those things and that he thinks the parties are wonderful. He explained he's just a little antisocial and gets nervous around people he doesn't know well, which I totally get. He apologized if anything he did was offensive, but I said there was no need for an apology. I gave him a ride home. When we got there, my sister's car wasn't in the driveway. I went to my mom's house next to drop off some stuff I had for her in the car. When I got there, Lilia's car was parked outside. She was sitting at the dining table crying, and my mom was doing her best to comfort her. When my sister saw me, she started crying even harder. I sat down and waited until she could calm down. When she finally did, I gently asked why she was saying all those things. Lilia said, "I don't know, to make you hate him, I guess." My mom asked why she wanted us to hate him. She kept replying to our questions with "I don't know" before admitting the truth. She said she'd been feeling jealous since our brother Eric got married. She felt like he was getting all the attention, especially when his wife announced her pregnancy. She also said Eric was always the golden child growing up, and she wanted people to notice her just this once. I never thought he was the golden child. In fact, Lilia seemed to be favored over him, but maybe I was too wrapped up in my own stuff to notice. My sister decided to stir up some drama to get the attention back on her. She used Sean because no one in the family knew him very well, and it was easy because he doesn't interact with a lot of people. She claimed she wanted the attention so badly, even if it was negative. She wanted to see how far we'd let her go before one of us snapped. After a long talk, she promised never to do anything like this again and admitted she mostly did all this out of resentment toward Eric for always stealing the spotlight. My mom promised to pay more attention to her, and she apologized if she ever made Lilia feel like Eric was better than her. We all hugged it out. Earlier tonight, Lilia called me and said she and Sean were going to try couples therapy, and she was going to get individual therapy for herself. I said I was happy for her and she can come to me if she ever needs anything. I guess that's it. I'll update again if anything else happens. After another day, OP gave us another update. Hi again. I wanted to give a mini update and answer some questions I've seen in the comments. I didn't end up planning Sean's best friend's wedding. I found out the wedding is in 2 weeks and they were scrambling to put everything together, confirm everything, even book some things last minute. So no, I didn't take that job. I am not trying to justify Lilia's actions in any way. I agree that she really needs therapy. I'm just trying to help people understand why I'm not going no contact with her. First, there's our mom. Even if I personally wanted to cut contact with her, our mom has cancer. She wants us to be together as a family for her, and I respect that. Also, I would love someone who's cut off a family member to comment and explain how it all went, especially someone who lives in the same town as a lot of family. My hunch is it's not easy. I probably should have put this in the original post, but I'm saying it now. My father died when I was 19 in a bad car crash. Lilia was really close to him. My sister has been my best friend since I was born. That's not something I want to throw away over one incident. Yes, it was wrong. Yes, I am angry at her. Yes, it will take a long time for me to trust her again, but I still love her. She's done so much for me. Punched someone who was bullying me in the face, worked double shifts to help with my tuition, never once left my side when I suspected my ex was stalking me, and that's just to name a few. I don't think she's a terrible person. I think she screwed up out of fear for our mom and the trauma of losing our dad. The jealousy part could also be true. She's always been a very jealous person. It will take time for me to forgive her, but I think we can work things out. Now on to the mini update. I spoke with mom today. She's also angry at Lilia, of course, but she wants to keep the peace at least until her time comes. She said conspiratorially, at the next party, Sean's going to pull a Lilia said on her, half joking, though it would be funny if it really happened. I spoke to Sean too. He's the angriest out of us, but he said he loves her and is going to try to work things out. They start couples therapy on Saturday and Lilia starts individual therapy tomorrow. I wished him the best. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Tired of Editing. My partner has been on the pill throughout our relationship, and we've been in a bit of a battle these past few weeks over having children. I categorically said that I don't want them and started using condoms for double protection. This morning, she told me that she's pregnant, and I asked how this could happen when we'd been so careful. She admitted to coming off the pill and piercing through the condoms that we have stored. I've said that I don't want this and that I'm not up for marrying into a relationship based on lies. She says she's keeping it and has already told her friends as, according to her, she'd done the test 8 weeks ago and was keeping it quiet in the hopes that I'd change my mind. I have no idea what to do here. Help, I am in England and am 29. Update. Firstly, thanks so much for all your comments. I didn't expect this to blow up quite so much as it did. Secondly, I want to get a few things straight as people seem to be struggling with timelines. My partner and I were due to get married in a few short weeks. We have had many long and involved conversations during our relationship about us both wanting to remain a child-free family over the years that we have been together. Around 2 to 3 months ago, they started to appear to change their mind, which I feel insecure and unhappy about as it is not something that I want from life, which is why I'd booked a vasectomy through NHS. I cannot afford to go private as money is very tight. Again, another reason I do not want children. She admitted to tampering with condoms and said that she'd come off the pill several weeks ago. At that point, prior to her saying that kids might be an option for her, we were still having sex, and I was under the impression that we were protected as she was on the pill. I have made no secret about how I do not want kids, and she is fully aware of my reasons behind that, which I do not have to share with strangers on the internet. She has shown me a test and it confirms that she is pregnant. I have asked that she get an abortion. She has refused, and I feel the trust has gone completely from our relationship. We are now in the process of canceling the engagement, which she isn't happy with at all, and she has said that I'm ruining her life. Now, for those people telling me to go to therapy, man up, or that I'm lying, it's great that you disagree with me, but I'd never tell you to attend therapy if your worldview differed from mine, that I should be at fault after my partner has lied to me, and that I'm a liar. Here are a few other things for you. No, I do not like kids, and I don't like entitled parents. I see it the same as disliking dogs, cats, or birds. That is my opinion. Not for everyone, and not all people have to tolerate your madness. My disinterest and lack of care towards them is one of the many reasons why it would be idiotic for me to be a father. Those calling BS on the 21+ wedding venue thing are just wrong. It's a stipulation of the venue we chose, nothing more and nothing less. The plain thing happened several years ago. The smoking area fiasco occurred over a year ago. Colleagues bringing their newborns into work is a continued pain and just really gets my goat, just like some people don't like Susan to eat her tuna mayo baguette. It shows a complete and utter lack of etiquette and thought by parents who are coming out in their droves to tell me how wrong I am about their decision. We'll provide updates as and when I get through all the comments. Be kind people. Update 2. I spoke to a lawyer earlier today who has advised that as we are not married, I won't automatically be added to the birth certificate. My ex-partner can still claim that I'm the biological father, but without my consent to a DNA test is unlikely to be able to prove it unless it is ordered by the court. But as I've been coerced into this, my lawyer thinks the ex-partner and family will back down as I have evidence. The lawyer advised that I don't waive my parental rights yet, as it would indicate that I still believe the fetus could be mine. So I just have to bide my time and leave the country till this all blows over. The lawyer also suggested that I go self-employed, but didn't divulge the specifics. My ex-partner has admitted to coming off birth control and piercing the condoms, which she said she'd done around 3 months ago, as she knew I was due a vasectomy early next week and thought I'd change my mind. She has refused to have an abortion, which is her right, and I've refused any involvement. Has anyone been through this before and managed not to pay out? I think I've got a pretty good case. Update 3. My ex-partner is going to keep the baby. She wants me to be involved in her life and says she doesn't want to lose me over something like this. I have said that I will be having nothing to do with this mistake and that all responsibility now lies with her and her family. She has been blocked from using any form of mobile communication with me, and I have now been sent 3 letters by her to my parents' house. The last letter included a scan of the embryo and a note requesting that I submit a DNA sample. The scan has confirmed that she is 13 to 14 weeks pregnant, which means that she kept this hidden for a good chunk of time. She has said that she will not have an abortion as this is what she always wanted, and that she will be taking me to court if I don't offer to help. The more time that goes on, the more she makes this an awful situation, the more I hate her. I refused the DNA test and sent her screenshots of the conversation where she admitted to coming off the pill and piercing condoms in an attempt to get pregnant. She has now gone quiet until this morning. She is pursuing legal action against me, my family, and is looking for a private arrangement of child support. The amount she wants for this bag of cells is triple the recommended amount via the government, and is one of the reasons she is trying to get me to admit that it's my DNA in that embryo so that can get to keep me. I have just lost my job. I have no savings. This is going to ruin me, my life, and the only way out that I can think of is just to run off a cliff and hope for the best. I hate this. Update 4. My ex's parents have now got involved and have lumbered me with a court-ordered DNA test or the option to pay child support and have no involvement. I have dug my heels in and said that everything she has done will constitute involvement from the police, and I am trying to avoid legal battles as I have no money or means to support myself right now, let alone a child I never ever wanted. My parents are now asking me to reconsider my position, and I want to scream every time they bring it up as they're trying to find a positive and have said it might be the best thing to ever happen to me. And it makes me physically sick every time I think about my life being ruined over someone else's deception. I cannot sleep. I cannot focus. I'm so scared. I have now had a vasectomy. User, this is the next one, said, do not block them. Send her a text saying it was really hurtful that she went off the pill and broke the condoms without telling you. When she replies, you have it in writing. Go to the police. Save backups of the text. User Rowana said, see if you can get her to admit what she did in writing or record her. What she did is illegal and she should be held accountable. This story was posted by a user named ScaredyCat in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled, "Would I be the jerk for refusing to raise my husband's affair children after he and his affair partner passed away? I am 45 and my husband of 23 years, aged 49, had an affair with a 20-year-old girl in 2020. I found out this year when his affair partner gave birth to twin boys in March. Obviously, we were going to divorce. We've been hashing things out since. It's been a lengthy process due to some properties in common, and we needed to get an accountant since he used a shared account for his affair. Finally, things seemed to be getting close to the end when both my husband and the woman he cheated with were killed in a car crash. By some miracle, the twin babies were not harmed in the crash. Now they are orphaned, and neither set of grandparents can take them in permanently. My husband's parents are both in assisted living, he has no siblings, and the only aunt that could take them refuses. She's been child-free her whole life. On the woman's side, I'm not sure of the details in full, but her parents are also not able to be involved long-term, and the one sister she has lives overseas. Since we were still married and he had not updated his will, all his assets are set to pass to me and our 2 children. I'm not callous enough to leave those babies with nothing, so I agreed to let whoever is their legal guardian have the remaining balance in the shared account. About $25,000 in savings. The issue is no one wants to take them in. Now, my in-laws are pressuring me to take them in and raise them. The issue is I don't want to, at all. I wouldn't love them and I don't want to be the evil stepmother, but I know a big part of me will always have a level of resentment towards them. I will probably favor my own children. It's not their fault, but I truly loved my husband and I thought we were happy before I found out about the affair. We have 2 daughters, 14 and 16. Obviously, we had disagreements, but never insulted each other before. Then I found out about the affair, and he began calling me names and blaming me for his cheating. He became abusive and even tried to kick me out of the house, my childhood home, that is not shared property for the record. I'm also raising teenagers alone now. I don't have the energy to raise babies anymore. My daughters hate their baby brothers. I tried to get them to spend time with their dad as we were divorcing, but they refused. Since this all was found out because of the babies, there wasn't really a way to sugarcoat the situation, and they are also too old to really get away with it. Most of my friends agree it's not my place to care for those children, but my in-laws, the affair woman's parents, and my mother want me to raise them. I know my mom is just having grandkids fever, but it hurts to not have her support. I have to make a decision by next week or the boys will be going into foster care. At the moment, they are temporarily placed with their maternal grandparents. I feel horrible, but I am very sure I can't take them in. Would I be the jerk if I refused to take them in? Small update. Hey everyone, this blew up far more than I thought, and I appreciate the well wishes for my girls, the boys, and myself. Also for the amount of lovely people offering to see about giving the twins a good home. I might not be their mother, but it does touch me and makes me glad there are good people out there. After thinking carefully and speaking to my lawyer, reading responses, doing research, etc., I plan to speak to the grandparents tomorrow and refuse to take legal guardianship of the boys. I will let them know of the usernames of people that offered meeting for private adoptions or fostering, but my daughters are my priority. It'll be up to the twins' grandparents to decide if they'll proceed with adoption, keep them, or turn them over to the state. I wish I had the mental capacity to be the person to do this, but I have 2 girls who are going through a lot, and they need my full attention. I'll also be talking to the lawyers to figure out if the boys have any inheritance claim properly. If they do, I'll separate it and leave it to the lawyers to do what they need to do for them to have access when it's best. If they don't, I'll find a way to ensure they have access to the $25,000 I was going to give them since the beginning. I won't do more, however. My moral compass might be biased, but I don't believe I'm obligated neither morally nor legally to do more than what the word of law says. I can't help everyone, and I shouldn't have to. I have 2 girls who lost their fathers, 2 girls who need therapy, and 2 girls who are just about to get to college. They've gone through enough without seeing their mother favor the children of their father's mistress. Second update. Hey everyone. So as I said 2 nights ago, I went yesterday to speak to the twins' grandparents. I explained my position and refused to take guardianship of the boys. My mother-in-law almost slapped me when I said that, but thankfully this was all done in a public place and my father-in-law stopped her. The maternal grandparents kept pleading for me to raise them since they didn't want to lose them. I kept saying no, and when they called me selfish, I lost it. I told them to their face the only selfish people in this mess were them and their son and daughter. Their son, my husband, for cheating and then making the divorce hell on me and my girls. their daughter because she was a whore that went after a married man twice her age. I told them if I heard from them again, I would request a cease and desist. I also informed my parents-in-law that they won't have access to my daughters for the foreseeable future. I'll explain why in a bit. We were at a restaurant, but I didn't stay for the meal. I also sent an email to my lawyer so he can ensure CPS and any agency involved in the welfare of the twins is aware I'm not going to be their guardian or be involved. Then I sent an email to my in-laws with all the usernames and websites from people here on Reddit that have offered to do interviews for the twins' adoption. I won't be involved beyond this point, so please, as lovely as it is, I can't help you if you are interested in the boys. Yesterday was the end of my involvement. As for why my in-laws won't see my girls, I spoke to my daughters and decided to find out more about their thoughts before I went to meet the grandparents. My youngest refused to speak to me, which I found very out of place for her. My eldest then asked for just the two of us to speak. That's when she explained that my in-laws had been going on about how the girls need to get ready to go to public school instead of their private school and to get jobs right out of high school since I will have to provide the twins with private schooling and college money. Apparently, they also were told to start moving their stuff to share a room. My girls have separate rooms since the twins need more space. This was not known to me, mostly because that would never happen. Apparently, my in-laws have been basically bullying the girls because the babies take priority. Yeah, that's not happening. I told the girls that their grandparents have no say in where they go to school, their college funds, or how the rooms are set in our house. Also that I do agree they could use a part-time job during college and maybe a scholarship, but their tuition will be paid. I told them not to blame the babies for the stupidity of the adults. They told me they understand, but they still don't want to interact with their brothers for now. That "for now" part gives me hope they'll get through things. For now, we're going to do some changes in the house. The girls and I both don't like that there's still an office space that my husband used. We're going to make it into a gaming room for all of us. I plan to take down some pictures that have my husband in them and put them in albums for the girls. We just want to make the house more ours. As for people wondering why my girls wanted nothing to do with their father, my daughters were the ones that discovered the affair and told me when my husband took them to meet the twins at the hospital. He had asked them to keep it secret, but my girls told me. After that, my husband began treating them horribly too. He burnt all bridges with the girls. Very tiny update, since there are some people who keep harassing me in my messages. I spoke to a lawyer on Monday. The boys have no inheritance claim until a DNA test is done. After that, their only claim is against my in-laws. The shared account is not considered my husband's individual property, so it's mine. Same with the lake house. Since he had a personal savings account and life insurance which went to his parents, that will be the only thing the boys could claim. Obviously, this can be changed if it goes to trial, but the lawyer told me with how little my husband left my girls and me, there's very little chance a judge will demand our assets. The lawyer also recommended I completely end the idea of sharing any money with the boys. That could be used against me to claim I'm taking fiscal responsibility for them and should be considered to be their guardian. I'm dividing the money from the shared account for my daughter's college tuitions. I'm still unsure if I'll sell the lake house or not, but neither the girls nor I are attached to it. Now, please leave me alone about the boys' inheritance. Sad as it is, my husband messed everything up for his children. I'm not responsible for them, nor do I have to sacrifice my assets to set them up for a better life. Another update. There's some good news and some annoying news. The good news is the boys were safely retrieved by CPS from their maternal grandparents and will be placed in foster care until a permanent arrangement is made. I found out when it happened since their grandparents and my mother came to scream at me at work. In all honesty, I'm glad this happened at work and not at home. It's made me consider moving since I don't want my daughters exposed to any of this. An annoyance I had very soon after was getting a call about my inquiries into fostering and adopting. Apparently, my information was sent to CPS as someone interested in fostering the twins and eventually adopting. I immediately explained the situation between the grandparents and me, and the operator was speechless at first. She apologized for the situation and told me she would make sure I wasn't bothered about the process. I also got served this morning. My in-laws are suing for grandparents' rights. They are also suing for custody. Apparently, they are planning to leave their assisted living, which they really shouldn't, to buy a house that allows kids to get the twins back, and now also want custody of my daughters. My personal lawyer immediately gave me some instructions I won't share to safeguard myself and my daughters from some risks during a possible custody battle. My lawyer and I both suspect my in-laws want the girls to be parentified as caretakers for the twins since my in-laws have mobility limitations. It will be a cold day in hell before that happens. I don't see CPS placing the boys with them to begin with. Not all is bad news. I'm starting therapy next week, and my eldest daughter is once again speaking about the colleges she wants to go to. We still haven't really talked about their father or have them agree to visit his grave. I myself haven't gone there, and I'm trying really hard to get used to not calling him my husband anymore. I had nothing to do with the funeral plans aside from paying bills, and from what I heard, his parents had the epitaph. Devoted and beloved husband, father, and son written on it. I find it a joke. I know it's bad to hold on to so much anger and resentment, but as soon as I have time, I plan to change his tombstone to remove husband and father. It might sound petty, but I refuse to speak well of a cheater and abuser just because he's dead. My daughters deserved better, and so did I. And for anyone complaining about me changing the tombstone, I paid for everything in the end, so stick your complaints you know where. I don't think I'll post another update until the whole mess with the grandparents' rights lawsuit is resolved. So to the kind people who have sent support to me and my daughters, thank you so much. Maybe I'll have good news in the future, but for now I'm going back to my old Reddit account. User Affectionate Low said, "No, you are not the jerk here, and as infants, the babies will likely find adoptive parents quickly. As far as your Mill and Phil, they have no business expecting you to spend the next 2 decades raising your cheating spouse's children. As callous as it sounds, either place them for private adoption if your state allows it or for public adoption. Then get on with raising your daughters and dealing with whatever grief you have regarding his death." User Seaworthiness Dude said, "Why should you feel horrible? Your late husband had an affair with a woman young enough to be his daughter. Their children are not your responsibility. You are responsible for your 2 daughters who now only have one parent. Your focus should be on them. You don't have the time and energy for babies who are not even related to you. Your daily diaper changing days and midnight feedings are behind you. NTA. Anyone who claims that you are should be given instructions on how to volunteer to adopt them." A couple of months later, OP provided an update. "Hey everyone, some people have been asking me for updates, and to be sincere, I had nothing until today. To start things, cousins from my ex-husband's side of the family took the boys in. I know them, they are lovely, and I know they'll give the twins a great life. The new parents, calling them Matt and Kim, talk to my daughters and let them know if they ever want to reach out to their half-brothers, they just have to call. Otherwise, they can just see them as distant cousins. My girls thanked them but insisted they don't really want a sibling relationship at this time, but that maybe as cousins it will be okay. I did offer them the money from the shared account since they are family, and they said not to worry since they don't need it. Kim even insisted I use that money for a vacation for my girls and me. Apparently, I look like the living dead. They also set very strict lines with my in-laws and the parents of my ex's affair partner. They can see the boys, but they won't be seen as grandparents. This apparently caused a big fight with the AP's parents. Matt and Kim then cut them off. Again, threats of suing for grandparents' rights were thrown around, but it went nowhere. That's how I found out why the AP's parents couldn't take the boys permanently. The father is a convicted felon in an abuse case. I won't share the details out of respect, but if what Matt and Kim told me is true, I am glad the boys won't grow up with that man as an example. The only reason his wife had temp guardianship was because of the sudden death of the parents and the process to find a relative to raise the boys. She would have had to live away from her husband to allow permanent custody, and she wasn't willing to do so. My ex-in-laws did figure threats were not going to work, so they agreed to be great uncles instead. Good for them, I guess. They now want me to let them live with me and the girls since they left assisted living recently, and now the place they were in doesn't have openings. This place has a long wait list, and the only reason they got in originally was because my ex and I offered to pay 5 years in full. They still had 2 full years paid left, and I was going to pay for them. After everything they put my daughters and me through, I'd rather burn money in a grill than spend it on them. I know they want my girls and me to be their caretakers. I won't even consider it. My daughters have their own paths to follow, and in all honesty, I want to consider meeting someone new. I know it sounds like I'm moving on too quickly, but I've been working to move on since I found out about the affair. I don't think my ex deserves me to go through a mourning period. I already mourned our relationship. At least that's what my eldest daughter said, funny enough. She's been encouraging me to go out and meet someone. We still have that custody lawsuit from my ex-in-laws going and a few other issues that I will update when I have more, but I wanted to at least let everyone know the boys are safe and together. User Scorvia said, the grandparents made their bed, it's time for them to go to bed. With all the harm they tried to do to you, now they want you to take care of them. They're crazy. User Maroon Grad said, you and your daughters sound actually really well adjusted. I'm glad the boys landed in a safe place and can still have some sort of friendly family relationship with their half-sisters. I think this is beyond my best expectations for this event, and I am happy for everyone, especially for the soon-to-be homeless and not in as nice a home ones. Under this comment, OP said the following, they should be well enough monetarily to afford a new place, so they'll be fine. They might be horrid, but if they were to go homeless, I would put the money to at least get them a relatively comfortable facility. It's really up to them what they do now though. User NE Couple said, it's admirable that you offered financial support, but you're not obligated to raise those children, especially since they weren't part of your life at the time. Taking on the responsibility of caring for your ex-husband's children is likely to bring up painful memories for you and your daughters, and it's not fair to take that on when you're finally starting to heal. The most important thing now is for you and your daughters to move forward with your lives. Setting clear boundaries is healthy, and your emotional well-being needs to be a priority. This story was posted by a user named Responsible Log in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, My GF 28 lied and went to an event I wanted to go to without me. I don't know what to do. I'm not going to start out with the whole our relationship is perfect but thing that you always see on here. I'll admit this has been one of the hardest relationships I've been in. I still very much love her. She's beautiful, strong, driven, successful, and independent. However, my girlfriend F28 is a dismissive avoidant to the extreme, and it's been causing a lot of issues in our relationship. She's in therapy, but that is mostly focusing on managing her OCD and related eating disorder. She has issues expressing her emotions and needs and struggles with communication, commitment, and compromise as a result. We've been dating a little over a year. Prior to me, her longest relationship was less than 2 months. She usually shuts down and runs from relationships if she feels smothered, if her partner lets her down, or if she feels like she's being criticized. It doesn't take much for this to happen. She does recognize this, and she's trying to work on it, but it's hard on us both. Both of us are big theater nerds. A few months ago, we had a trip to a city about 2 hours from us to visit her grandparents, and I got to meet her best friends from college for the first time. While there, we went to a show with her friends. I honestly had a great time. Her grandparents love me, and I got along really well with her friends. There was another show coming up in a few months that both of us have connections to. It was the first musical she ever saw with her grandparents, and I worked on a production in high school. I asked my girlfriend if we could go. I even offered to bring her grandparents and treat them to a nice night out, or we could go with her college friends. I immediately got shut down. She said that she didn't really like that show and she didn't want to see it again. Fine, no big deal. That show was last weekend. Not sure if this is relevant yet. Feel free to skip this paragraph. We kind of had a fight on Saturday. I was about 15 minutes late to picking her up to hang out at a brewery, and she felt really let down. She's broken up with other people for similar reasons and gave the silent treatment all day. Eventually, I get her to open up, we apologize to each other, and have a decent evening at home. The next morning, she says that she doesn't feel great and wants to go home to rest. I drive her home and ask if she needs me to stay with her to take care of her or anything. Nope, she just wants a quiet day to herself. I tell her to let me know if she needs anything and head home. I don't hear from her all day. Even when she's relaxing, we're usually trading memes and Snapchats of our cats, but she's not even opening my messages. Earlier that week, she had a migraine so bad that I needed to take her to the emergency room, and her sister just had a baby that's been having some health problems. I started to get really worried that something was wrong by late afternoon, so I decided to check her location on Find My. She's not at home. She's not even in our city. She's just leaving a restaurant and walking to the theater to go see the show that I really wanted to see. I assume she was with her friends again. The restaurant is a favorite of theirs. It's a nicer restaurant where they would have needed a reservation, and the show is a popular show. Everything would have needed to have been planned well in advance. I'm not worried about her cheating or anything. Her friends are married to each other and she wouldn't be going with anyone else except maybe her grandparents. I'm just so hurt over everything. I really wouldn't have minded if she said she already had plans to go to the show with her friends. I just don't understand why she lied to me about not being willing to go and why she lied to me to hide that she was going. I think she just didn't want to explain that she wanted to go with her friends and without me. I don't know how to bring this up to her. She's very sensitive to criticism. Even though I'm hurt, not mad at her, she'll probably take it as an attack. She also just doesn't really like me expressing my feelings to her in general and tends to shut down and withdraw. I'm worried that if I bring this up, she'll just break up and leave to avoid the conversation. She's threatened to do that before on much smaller issues. How can I bring this up without scaring her off? TLDR, girlfriend told me she didn't want to go to a show I wanted to go to, then lied about what she was doing and went without me. User partial necessary said, imagine living the rest of your life where your feelings and thoughts about situations are met with hostility. This is where you're headed in this relationship. It screams narcissism, and trust me, you will regret it if you continue. This isn't something you can fix. If she's already being dishonest, it's probably time to let her work on herself, by herself. User Trumpets Galore said, this relationship is only afloat because you're sacrificing your needs to satisfy hers. You can either accept that's what you're going to deal with for the rest of your life, or you can take action. Waiting for her to change is not going to make you happy. 1 month later, OP provided an update. I wanted to thank everyone for their input on my last post. I know it's a bit cliche, but I wasn't expecting it to take off so much. Even the harsher comments helped me get a better grasp on the situation. I wasn't going to bother posting an update, but a few people have messaged me, so I figured I'd finally write this out. Spoiler, it's not a good ending. I spent a lot of time thinking about what to do. I made my post on Monday, we had a date planned for Wednesday. I decided I would bring it up then. On Tuesday, she was having a bad day at work, but she didn't really let me know. She texted me about an email that her asshole boss sent her, and I thought my response was appropriately supportive and validating. Basically telling the guy off and letting her know she's right to be frustrated. I get a curt, "Is that all you took from that?" back from her. I probably should have thought a bit more, but I was dealing with my own work issues and a migraine, so I lazily just doubled down on my first response. Again, reiterating that she has every right to be angry. She didn't respond. I didn't double text, but I did reach out via Snapchat and Instagram messages to see if she'd respond there. She didn't open any of my messages. Because I'm always trying to make excuses for her, I assumed that she's busy and will respond when she has time. If you couldn't tell from the first post, my girlfriend really struggles with communication. Finally, 4 hours later, she responds with how she doesn't feel emotionally supported and she needs some space to think about the future of our relationship. I was super confused and asked what was wrong. I got the response, "I just had a really crappy day and you didn't even bother to call me." I kind of snapped at that a little. I asked why she didn't respond to any of my messages, or why didn't she say, "Hey, I had a really bad day at work and need to hear your voice," or something like that. I pointed out that she never asks me for emotional support. She just acts out until I figure out what she needs, or until she gets frustrated and gives me the silent treatment. I didn't respond because it wouldn't have mattered. I cannot always be the one putting in the work. I explained for what felt like the 1,000th time that I can't read her mind. She needs to communicate her needs. She's intentionally avoiding work by refusing to open up and asking for help. I understand that's hard for her, but I can't make up for that on my end. I pointed out that I didn't realize she was having an awful day. I just thought she was dealing with regular work bullshit. She never tried to clarify how she was feeling or what she needed. I've been saying I need more effort from you for months and nothing has changed. This is the exact argument I didn't want to have and you pushed it. I responded that I desperately want to support her, but she isn't giving me anything to work with. I gave her the space she asked for and told her I love her. The next morning, she asks if she can come over after work to talk. After I confirm, she goes back to giving me the silent treatment. I soon found myself blocked on Snapchat and Instagram. Weirdly enough, it was this that finally made it click for me about how badly I'd been treated. I was so starved for emotional and non-sexual physical intimacy and was an anxious mess from constantly walking on eggshells. But I'm stubborn. I loved her. I really wanted things to work and was still wanting to talk things out. She's pulled a similar stunt before and we ended up staying together. She finally comes over. We start out going over our communication issues. Her big thing is that she feels that with a compatible partner, everything should come naturally, including knowing when your partner needs something without asking. She can get overwhelmed and just shuts down, and asking for help is also very overwhelming for her. Goes against her need to feel independent and self-sufficient, and feeds her fear of getting into a toxic codependent relationship like her parents. So she feels that this is an appropriate expectation to have. I explained that she's asking me to read her mind, that she's putting all of the emotional labor on me, and that isn't a realistic or fair expectation to have. She started to change the subject, which is a go-to of hers when she's uncomfortable with a conversation. We jumped around to various issues in our relationship. She randomly says that she doesn't feel like she really knows me. I ask her what she means by that. She says that she never knows what I'm thinking or feeling, and I'm too closed off. All false, and this definitely feels like a projection on her part. It also hit on a deep insecurity that she didn't actually care enough about me to try to get to know me. She barely engaged in my interests and hobbies, rarely asked me questions about myself. If she did, they were usually negative questions. On the other hand, I made all the effort to know about the things she cared for. She then brought up that we've been dating for a year but have no plans to move in together. Again, this hit on a major insecurity of mine. I had been trying to bring this up for months. I straight up asked her when she was having issues at her place and she was thinking about moving. This was late July, around our 1-year anniversary. On the other hand, she gave me different answers every time I asked her what she wanted for her or our future. She's never brought up our future on her own. I always was the one to bring it up. I made it clear that the only reason we don't have future plans is because she doesn't seem to want to make them yet. I also said there is nothing wrong with that, but she needs to let me know if she's not ready for that step. Pointing all of this out to her made her go quiet. Not silent treatment quiet, but when things get too intense for her, she just starts to shut down and withdraw. It took a few minutes for her to come out of it. As she did, I explained that I felt that I was the only one really putting effort into our relationship. She asked me what I seriously wanted. I began in a kind of roundabout way, I guess. I explained that 6 years ago, I had to end an engagement to my fiancée after she became an abusive alcoholic, then spent the next few years working 80+ hours a week at a job I hated while watching my dad slowly die. What I was going to say next is that after going through that, I wanted to get a job that was better for my mental health and I wanted to find my person. Instead, I got cut off. She said that maybe I started dating too soon after my dad's passing. We started dating about 9 months later. This really threw me off, took me a minute to recover. Before I could continue, she said that she just doesn't feel our communication styles are compatible. I asked her if she seriously thinks she has good communication skills, which she said feels like she does. I finally brought up the show. I said that I know that she went without me and I explained how I know. This visibly shocked her and she shut down again. I asked why she lied to me twice. No answer. I asked if she was cheating on me. No, she went with her college friends. She eventually confirmed that this was planned before I even asked to go. As I suspected, she just said that she didn't want to go to avoid what she felt was an uncomfortable conversation. I asked her if she felt like this was okay. Yes, she was worried that if she told the truth, I'd push her to let me go with them. I asked if I've ever tried to pressure her into doing something that she didn't want to do. Yes, I asked to watch movies that she doesn't like over and over. Again, a sore spot. I rarely got to pick what we watched, and she seems to intentionally avoid movies that are important to me. Over Christmas, I asked to watch Home Alone to continue a tradition I had with my dad. I wanted her to be there with me for support. She refused and found every way to invalidate my feelings. Have I ever pressured her outside of asking to watch a few of my favorite movies? No. I asked if I had done anything to make her feel unsafe opening up to me about any of this. No, she's just not the type to open up like that to anyone but her sister. How does she expect to have a serious relationship with someone if she won't open up to them? She feels like the right person will just make it easy for her. Does she feel like she needs to do any work on herself to be a better partner? No, because she doesn't really want to be a partner anymore. She said that our relationship was adding so much stress in her life to the point that it was affecting her job and eating disorder recovery. I'm not sure how true this is. She's been doing really well with both. Where is the stress coming from in our relationship for her? The constant obligations and me constantly asking for more from her. I brought up how much work I've put into this relationship. I chauffeured her around for 2 months while her car was in the shop, visited her in the hospital every day, and then slept on her couch and took care of her for a week while she recovered from surgery. I've paid for the vast majority of dates, given her money when she overdrew her bank account, helped her move on short notice, and how I've always showed up for her when she's asked. I've also tried to model good relationship behavior and how exhausting and heartbreaking it is to not have that effort reciprocated. Instead, I rarely got to plan dates or pick what movies or shows we watch due to her refusal to compromise. I put in all of this effort trying to open up to her and get her to open up to me. The few times I asked for her emotional support, even on small things like watching Home Alone with me, she refused. She didn't take any interest in my hobbies, even those that we had in common. We had next to no emotional intimacy, and I had to constantly forgive her for blowing up at me for little things, giving me the silent treatment, or lying to me, while I always admitted when I was wrong and showed her that I was putting in the work to grow with our relationship. I've been giving so much without getting anything in return, and I didn't feel like my expectations were unrealistic at all. I was asking for the bare minimum. My needs weren't being met. She again just said that she doesn't think our communication styles are compatible. I guess this is the hill she wanted to die on to end our relationship. I did let her know that I didn't want to end things and I was still willing to work on us. I offered to get us a relationship counselor, but she refused. She was exhausted and couldn't do this anymore. At this point, I was exhausted too and agreed to end things. She never cried or anything during the whole conversation. She just switched between being cold or looking uncomfortable. By the end, I was kind of a mess. Never raised my voice or got angry though. A week or so later, I wasn't doing great. Made the mistake of getting drunk alone at home, then made the horrible mistake of trying to text her. I asked if she'd thought about us and if she was willing to talk. I got hit with, "Don't contact me, it's not coming across to you, so I'm being explicit. I want nothing from you except to never hear from you or see you again. I'm blocking your number. Contact me again and I'll be getting a restraining order. Go get some help and leave me alone." So that was great. I haven't been doing great. Between how exhausted everything made me and the fact that this relationship and breakup managed to hit most of my relationship insecurities, I've been kind of a mess. It's just been rough realizing how I hardly ever felt appreciated, valued, respected, or prioritized throughout our relationship, and how I never really felt like she saw me as a partner or us as a team. I realized that I made a lot of excuses for her, given her childhood trauma and this being her first attempt at a serious relationship. A lot of her points about her not knowing me or us not having plans for the future felt like gaslighting, and it's messed with my head a lot. That and the constant nitpicking kind of destroyed my self-esteem. I honestly felt better after breaking things off with my ex-fiancé than I do after this breakup. Guess I have a lot of work to do on myself. I'm sorry that this probably wasn't a satisfying ending. TLDR, I didn't get a chance to bring up the show incident. She found a way to blow up the relationship first. The show thing ended up being just another issue in a sea of issues. User Corfiz said, "OP, get therapy. Your anxious attachment style was actually painful to read. You were doormatting hard for her, man. She treated you like shit. She was completely selfish and self-absorbed, and you enabled her by making everything about her and being her good little anxious, trying too hard lapdog. Please find a therapist you click with and start working on your issues. You deserve to be in an equal relationship where you are cherished and supported and loved, not used as a chauffeur come emotional garbage bin. Sorry if I sound harsh, but I really wanted to give you a slap upside the head halfway through and ask you if that is really the kind of relationship you want to live for the rest of your life. Please get help before you start any new relationships. And if you ever run into her again, thank her for cutting you loose and saving you the mental agony of being in a relationship with her." User Asleep Cash said, "She sounds exhausting and awful. Be happy that this agony is over. She sucks. She lies. She gives you the silent treatment. Hence, by definition, does not have any communication skills. Count your blessings and get drunk only because you want to celebrate your life just became better. Never contact her again, and your best revenge is to live a happy and fulfilling life." User Bipolar Bear said, "That's exhausting just reading. Life is too short for putting up with selfish people who can't communicate. She's very manipulative. I'd bet she's an only child by the way she was acting. She came over to break up, yet you put up with all that BS. Stand up for yourself, and people either meet your needs or you meet them. Such as, I'm going to watch Home Alone. Would you care to join me? You dodged a nuclear missile." Under this comment, OP said, "Kind of an only child, I guess. Her sister basically raised her. Parents were very neglectful and very controlling and had high expectations for her. That's before her mom became addicted to alcohol and pills after an accident, and her dad enabled the addiction. When her mom died from an OD her senior year of high school, her dad refused to take her out of school and still to this day is disappointed that she only graduated graduated top 5% in her class of like 1,700 kids. I can see how that would mess someone up. User Senator Pardek said, "What I read here was a constant story about her being extremely happy to talk about your faults, but not willing to acknowledge or shuts down when it's time to talk about where she has faults. Personally, I think she wants a relationship with one of the guys from the show, and she didn't want to declare her boyfriend around him because she was starting to think about the exit. The show was a symptom of the fact she was already broken up in her own mind. So for her, it's easy to tell you to go away via text because she was already mentally done with you before the show. It's clear that before that conversation, she was done with you. She just wanted you to be the one breaking up with her so she didn't have to be the trigger man. Reading your post was honestly just sad. She was walking all over you." User Live Angle said, "On one hand, I feel sorry for you regarding how she treated you regarding some matters. On the other hand, she was completely right that you weren't compatible and you just didn't get the message no matter how she tried to end things. You weren't married nor had kids, so counseling seems like a pretty extreme suggestion. She has a right to end a relationship for any reason, as does anyone who is dating. If she doesn't feel it, it's a valid reason even if you don't like it. She might have significant communication issues and issues to find someone else, but it's not your job to fix her. Both of you can find someone else who is better, and maybe you both learn something. I also assume she might have some issues regarding you that aren't coming through from your perspective. I am saying this because I dated someone similar to you and it was so exhausting to try to explain everything, so I just gave up because he was so focused on just old issues that it was hard to even move to my issues. She might have had big issues with you before the boss call incident and you just missed it." This story was posted by a user named You Got Me in the Marriage subreddit. The post is titled, "I'm wanting to call of my wedding because my fiancé is a control freak. Background, I'm 32, she's 34, we're Catholic, and she has 3 kids from a previous marriage. We were dating for about 8 months, then decided to get engaged because things were going well. I felt like she was my person, she felt the same, I did great with the kids, and we were both only getting older. We were supposed to get married in December, but I don't want to anymore. I moved in about a month ago to save money in the name of trying to pay off as much debt before the wedding so we can buy a house soon after. This is when everything changed, I feel, for the worse. She instantly wanted a joint bank account. I didn't want to because I felt it had turned into a control situation, and it has. When I told her I didn't want to, she said, well, maybe we shouldn't get married. She controls every bit of the money and everything else down to what I eat. I have to ask to spend $4 on medicine when I'm fighting a sinus infection. We aren't hurting for money. I make $75K after taxes. Backstory on my health. I have had ulcerative colitis since I was 20. I had my colon removed when I was 25. I literally have to eat more than I used to because I don't absorb everything like a normal person. She gets mad at how much I eat. I have to sneak food at work. I've tried to explain it to her and so has her mom, but she still doesn't get it. She tells me I have to work at least 70 hours a week, Monday to Friday, and whatever I can on Saturday when we don't have the kids, so we have extra. I don't spend money on anything. I use my personal money so I have the amount of food I need. This was a fight to get what food I do have for work. Proper nutrition and rest are super important due to my health. If I mistakenly take something that was for the kids, I get in big trouble even if it just cost $1. Or even if I don't take some leftovers to work that I try to leave for others so I'm not greedy, I get blamed for wasting food even though she didn't tell me to take it and has yelled at me for taking too much. So damned if I do, damned if I don't, right? She shows little to no affection. I work 12 hours on my short days, around 15 on my long days. I only have 1 or 2 short days a week. I'd like to feel wanted and desired when I come home, but I feel nothing. I don't ever get a hug, kiss, or any kind of excitement when I get home after a long day. Some of the long days mean I don't see her for 2 to 3 days at a time. There's no sort of excitement, just what more can you do around the house? I've even gotten in trouble for sitting down for 10 minutes when I got home one day because I need to use my time better. I take care of everything around the house, such as yard work, home repairs, doing everything else when no one feels like it. Heaven forbid if I forget to do one thing after a long day. Getting help from the kids is a chore. I'm feeling used and much like I'm just here to give money, do as much as I can, and if I bring something up, it gets turned back on me. Am I crazy for not wanting to go through with this? We already had a talk about how I can't live like this, and it was good for a couple of days, then back to the regularly scheduled program, so I don't feel like anything will ever change. When we had the talk, she straightened up a bit, but over the next few days, she made jokes about what I brought up, so I feel like it meant nothing to her at all. I don't know what to do. User Love Kitten said, keep your dignity, move out, and call this off. You're not a fourth child for her to manage. Under this comment, OP said the following, I'm glad you said this because that's exactly how I feel. A damn child. The things she says to her children, she says the exact same to me, and I'm never allowed to explain anything, ever. She just wants to hear, sorry, and that's it. The things she says to me, I'd never dream of saying to her. Another user said, the term for this is financial abuse. A joint bank account is not supposed to mean that none of your money is yours anymore, and you can't even buy yourself enough food to stay well fed. You're being abused. Please do not marry your abuser. You need to get out of this abusive relationship. User T-Fran said, this is highly toxic, but at least she is showing you who she is before the wedding. Open a new checking account and deposit your checks there and leave. I feel like if it's this bad this early, there's no saving it. 1 week later, OP gave us an update. We had an additional talk, and some of y'all stated that she will say what I want to hear, and then it goes back to the same old crap, and you were 100% right. I've been playing the game and seeing her responses on things. She flips the responses to seemingly be different than they were when really she's just saying the same thing. For example, I explained that I was still hungry after dinner and she said word for word, I think you should just focus on not being hungry, then you won't want to eat. So I just grabbed a water and went about my business. Like, are you kidding me? Right after we had the discussion about my body and my condition. Anyway, I've got a plan together. I won't be able to enact this plan until Friday next week. The car we got is in both of our names, but I'm only on the loan as a co-signer. So I'm getting a rental and I'm loading everything I can in there and heading out of town while she's at work. I'll be going to my parents in the next state over. She won't be able to find me, which is good. I'm also getting a new phone and number before I head out of town. I've got my direct deposit changed, new bank account, and while I'm at work, I'm calling to get her off my credit card and everything. I'm waiting for the payment to post to the card from our joint account, so I'm not stuck with the balance that's on there. I'm also pulling what money is rightfully mine out of the account before I leave and then taking my name off of it. There's a significant amount in there. I'm cutting my losses on what I've already paid towards the wedding and everything else. I don't want that money to taint my new money. I'm expecting her to freak the hell out and blow my phone up, but I don't care. Just getting my plan together has been so liberating. On my way to my parents, I'm meeting a really good friend of mine who's been here through this whole process for lunch. Then on to my parents. I haven't even told my parents yet, so they don't know. I've got all these crazy ideas of things I want to do and will finally be able to do once I'm out, and it feels so damn good. I can't wait. I don't know if I'm more anxious to get back to who I was or more anxious about her reaction. Either way, I don't care. I have to go. Fast forward another week, we got OP's final update. A few have already asked for updates, so here goes. All good news. I am out free and I feel great. I left early in the morning with as much stuff as I could. I went to the next town over and sat in the parking lot waiting for the rental place to open so she wouldn't have a chance of browsing around town before work and finding me. Before I got the rental, I got all my money out as well. After getting the rental, I went back to the house to get more stuff. She had, I guess, gotten the hint and locked me out of the house, but I got all my important and expensive stuff out, so that's good. I went back to the bank and got a printout of all the transactions from the joint account, and I was immediately pissed off. I had to ask for medicine, but there were so many Amazon charges for going out to eat, transfers of money to different accounts, and everything. But I had to ask to spend $4 on medicine for a sinus infection. It looks like she was transferring money, so I couldn't track it all. I gave the printout to my friend so she can get me a spreadsheet together to track everything easier. While driving down to my parents, I was able to get all my passwords to every account reset and removed her as an authorized user on everything. Also, before leaving, I got a new account and debit card and switched all that over. After meeting with my parents, I went to an old friend's, someone I've known for 10 plus years but hadn't seen in 2. Her mom made me a hell of a meal fit for a king. We later went axe throwing and had a good time. I spent the night there and her mom made me a really good breakfast. Her family is such a good family and they consider me a son, so they were happy to have me over. Her mom asked if I just need a key to the house. This morning I drove back to my parents and we went to a flea market, and I was able to spend my money on whatever I wanted and it felt so good. This is the life I want to live, not a life constrained by a crazy person. I feel great. I'm doing great. Leading up to leaving, I was getting super anxious about it and having trouble sleeping. Hell, I saw my ex Monday and some Tuesday, but because of my schedule, I didn't see her for 3 days. No, I miss you, no, nothing. Just messages asking me to do things. Also, on the way down, she didn't try to contact me at all. I left Messenger open and will until everything is buttoned up, but everyone else is blocked on everything. She did try to contact my parents, but they didn't answer, thankfully. I've got quite the road ahead of me to get where I want to, but it'll be an easier road to travel than what I was doing. I've already contacted a flight school and will be enrolling to get my private pilot's license in the next few months, and I can't wait. It's been a huge dream of mine since I was little. This has been the best thing I've ever done for myself and my well-being. Looking forward to seeing where things go and where I can take it. Thank you guys again for the sound advice. The only thing I have left to button up is the vehicle we bought, but I ran out of time. I've got a meeting with a lawyer next week to get it taken care of. User Vino Sainitas said, "Well done, buddy. Good for you. Just make extra sure that she's removed from all your accounts and can't access or reset anything. From how she demanded a joint bank account and was then abusing it, it sounds like she would have no problem with tricking your bank or credit card company into giving her access. Maybe call them all and explain that your relationship has ended and you don't want her to have access. That way, if she does manage to do something in the future, you did everything possible and it's the bank's problem. Also, keep an eye on your credit record for the next 6 months at least. If she has access to your personal information, it would be very easy for her to take out credit cards, etc. in your name. And it sounds like she's that sort of person. Well done and good luck with the future." User Stay With Me said, "Hey OP, I just wanted to say that I'm so happy you left. I bet it really hasn't sunk in for her yet. You were engaged to a thief who played you. Your original post is borderline unbelievable. I can't imagine not being able to spend money on whatever I want as long as I have the funds. The audacity for her to move your money like that and not even allow you to buy food and medicine is just disgusting. So many victims just stay in abusive relationships hoping things will get better, but they don't. Glad you got out. Good luck." This next post was made by a user named Tiny Cute Flower. The post is titled, "My Aloe BF told me he feels attracted to anime girls and it hurts a lot. I'm feeling a lot of emotions right now. I have barely slept. My BF and I spent the whole night discussing this and we haven't fought like this in so long. I don't know if this sub is the right place for me to talk about this, but since I had a bad experience posting on a different subreddit once, I just feel more comfortable here since I'm Demi. We are currently in a long-distance relationship for the past year and a few months, but we've actually been dating since we were 15. We are 27 now, so we have a 12-year relationship. I don't want to simply throw it away because of what I'm feeling right now, but I also don't know what to do to surpass what I'm feeling. As the title says, in the middle of one of our conversations, I was saying how I find it creepy when guys of age meet and feel attracted to anime girls because most of these characters are teenagers, and this sounds like pedophilia to me. After that, I started to worry because he began to defend how it is not. For him, it's just a number, and usually these characters look older even if the author gave them an age. Then I asked him if he thinks like this in real life with real people, and he told me that he doesn't because for him, real life people and fictional characters are two very different things, since in his opinion, anime characters don't even act like real people. I watch anime as well. Actually, it is one of the things we do more together, and now I simply can't stop worrying if he finds certain characters attractive, and it is driving me crazy. Also, he was defending underage characters that look of age as something okay to feel attracted to, but I'm a small-chested woman who is actually very concerned and insecure regarding the size of my chest, in part because of growing up watching anime and in other part because of the bullying I suffered back in school regarding it. So I suppose he, of course, isn't attracted to characters who look like me since people usually think I'm younger because of my chest size, and I guess they do the same with characters. But, you know, it hurts. I can't stop thinking that he's seeing potential in something we do together is supposed to be fun, and now I can't even know if this is public behavior on his part or not. Being Demi, I admit to having a hard time trying to understand how he can feel sexually attracted to other people when he has me and our relationship. But I suppose I can accept better his being attracted to real women than fictional characters, exactly because most of these characters are actually underage, and the only factor that probably makes them look older is the size of their chest, which will be much bigger than mine. I know he loves me very much, and I really feel bad about feeling this insecure about my body and about his behavior, but am I really overreacting, or are my points valid? After we finished our discussion, I told him I didn't know how to respond to all of that I was really sad and shocked. I also said that I had to think deeper about the situation after talking to him again, but here I am, unable to sleep and having an anxiety crisis over it. Sorry if my text doesn't sound very clear. English isn't my main language and I'm feeling a lot of emotions. Any help regarding the situation is appreciated. Thank you. User Sandfire said, I don't have real advice, but I do know a lot of people who were sex-repulsed asexual while growing up who turned to porn that doesn't depict real humans because it was less intimidating. So anime was easier to use as porn. Even if later maybe some people do like real people enough to not be repulsed anymore, the experience of getting off to anime is still such a core part of growing up that it will never go away. It's hard to compare anime characters to real life because it's often treated as wholly distinct. So no matter how your BF came to like anime characters, do know that there are real reasons why some people like them. There might be some issues with some anime having characters that seem too young, but most people I've met will just complain that the videos or comics with those characters are just annoying because they have to look slightly longer to find with the more adult and mature looking characters they prefer. User Jax for now said, there are two separate issues here. The first, your BF is attracted to fictional animated girls in shows you watch together. While it's weird to me too, this is really common because anime girls are drawn to be sexy and appealing to men. Fan service in anime literally exists just to exploit sex appeal and attraction to gain viewers. As silly as it sounds, your BF can't really help it that the trick works on him too. The second is that you're afraid your BF is attracted to underage girls. I'd suggest taking this out of the context of online media and animation in which body proportions, sizes, maturity, and voices are all weird and unrealistic and solely base your opinion on real life. Finally, maybe it's an idea to stop watching anime where underage girls are sexualized. I know it's really common in anime, but yeah, it shouldn't be. User Bridget said, sorry, this is a long comment. I don't know if I'm reading it right, but it seems like your boyfriend didn't actually say he was attracted to anime characters, just that he could see the appeal to other people and didn't agree with you that those who did were pedophiles. That's very different from actually being attracted. Allos are going to allo. Primary attraction is hard to empathize with if you don't have it, so I get feeling upset since for us demise, attraction is evidence of a connection, but allos work differently and it's really not fair to make assumptions about how other people are feeling without asking them. It's okay to be different and it's okay to disagree on things like this. What's not okay is not talking about it, making up scenarios in your head, and getting upset. At the end of the day, anime girls are fictional characters. That doesn't mean that feeling jealous of them isn't valid, but it means that you have to find ways to deal with that jealousy. You may have to compromise. My allo partner likes fantasy pinup art. I'm not a fan since it makes me feel insecure. I didn't make him give up something he loves, but we did set boundaries. He doesn't show me his commissions without asking, and he doesn't display them in areas that I ask him not to, like our kitchen. At the same time, I have to respect that if I go into his room, there's going to be some busty orc maiden on the wall. On the flip side, I like playing romance visual novels. I'm not attracted to the characters, but my boyfriend does get jealous of the 2D peeps occasionally, so I play with headphones on and keep my merch in my own space. The healthiest way to work on jealousy is working out ways to respect and accommodate each other when it happens, not long-term bans that breed resentment. I think taking time to step away was healthy though, so I'm proud of you for doing that. Take some time to think about what you need and then make the next talk a game plan. Good luck. Under this comment, OP said the following: thank you so much for your comment. Honestly, I'm grateful to everyone here who is spending their time trying to help me. I really love the people from the sub. I agree with everything you said. I think setting boundaries is really important in this kind of situation. I've spent a lot of time reflecting on all this, and some comments here help me to understand some parts of it better, but I've also realized a boundary that I want to try to set with him. However, I don't know how he would react or if I'll be asking too much. As you said, although people can't control who they feel attraction towards, but I believe they can control if they'll act upon this attraction or not. For me, this acting can be done in two ways: having actual sex with the person you feel attracted to, and clickbaiting or fantasizing about them. I think I don't need to say that I don't want my BF doing Act 1, but I also would like to ask him that in Act 2, he just do it with random people or characters. I would appreciate if he couldn't do it with actresses from series I like or intend to watch or may have interest in watching in the future, and the same for anime characters and video game characters. I don't know if it is asking too much, but it feels reasonable to me since it's a win-lose from both parts. I hope he can understand, otherwise I don't know what I can do. This story was posted by a user named Why Did I Do This in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, I am 28M and my ex-fiance, 27, broke our engagement when she accused me of cheating. I wasn't. Now I find out my sister, 31, engineered the whole thing. I'm furious with her, but I don't want to lose my sister. I only have one sibling, my sister Grace, who's 3 years older. Grace is the stereotypical cool big sister. Cool, smart, funny, always encouraging my dreams. I wouldn't have made it through high school and college without her, especially since my mother is nasty and controlling and walks all over my dad. Grace has defended me from mom about 1,000,000 times. She's never liked the girls I brought home though. She'll be polite around them, unlike my mom, who was usually flat out hostile, but that was it. My senior year in college, I met Rachel and we both knew immediately we wanted to be together. First and only time I slept with someone on the first date. I asked her to marry me and she said yes. We started making the preparations. Rachel wasn't perfect, however. She could be a bit controlling and overly jealous. Sometimes she would pout if I was out with her and she thought I was looking at other girls. She even didn't like me hanging out with Grace all that much. In Rachel's defense, sometimes Grace would hang all over me and call me pet names in front of Rachel, then tell my girlfriend to lighten up, we're just sibs. A month before the wedding, Rachel found a pair of unfamiliar panties and a bra under our bed. We were living together by this time. Naturally, she wanted to know whose they were. I had no idea. Then she asked to see my phone and started screaming. Where are your text messages? They've all been erased. I'm not a big tech guy, so I thought they erased themselves or something. She accused me of cheating and I thought the idea was so ridiculous I laughed in her face. Bad move. Rachel stormed out of the house and wouldn't answer my calls. I freaked. I called Grace and she came over, telling me not to try to contact Rachel and give her time to cool off. We talked and she basically said that Rachel wasn't good enough for me, that I could do better, etc. She said that before, so as mom, so I didn't think too much of it. When I told Grace about the erased texts, she said, that's super sketchy. Only cheaters erase their texts. When I told her I wasn't cheating on Rachel ever, she said she believed me. Just let it sit for a few days. The next day, I got an angry call from Rachel's dad, who was not exactly a member of my fan club to start with. If you're a man, you'll tell me the truth, he barked. I told him and he grumbled and hung up. He called back a few hours later and told me that you and my daughter are done. I tried calling Rachel, but she wouldn't talk to me. I tried to see her at her parents' house, but no dice. Suddenly, my fiance, the woman I was going to spend the rest of my life with, was gone, just like she had died. When I finally realized it was really over, I had to unmake all the wedding arrangements. Rachel and I were paying for it ourselves. I got maybe half of my money back. Bad. Through it all, Grace was my rock, pushing me to go on with my life, kicking my butt when it needed it, just being there for me. I thank God that I had such a wonderful sibling. Her love and strength took a lot of the pain away. Also, alcohol helped. Now, Grace and I were out at the bar and she was pretty toasted. She talked about her favorite topic, why all men suck. I countered that women weren't any better, especially Rachel, who ripped my life in half on an unsubstantiated feeling that I had cheated on her. Grace just laughed and said, little bro, she got played, so did you. But it was for the best, right? I asked her what she meant by that and she suddenly shut up. When I pressed, she literally ran out of the bar, into her car, then drove home drunk. I was terrified she was going to crash into somebody. Next day, she calls, crying, and admitted it was her bra and panties Rachel had found. She'd even worn them before tossing them under my bed, yuck, and she was the one who erased the messages off my phone. I let her use my phone all the time. She's always losing hers. Why did you do this? I yelled at her. First, she said she meant it as a joke, but then admitted she was trying to break Rachel and me up. She was trash. She never respected you. I'm your sister. I love you. I know what's best for you. I remember just dropping the phone and curling up in a ball, sobbing. I can't believe my own family would do this to me. I got very drunk. I haven't talked to Grace since then. I can't focus or work or even play video games. I'm a zombie. I can't talk to Rachel. She's married and has a kid now. Would have been my kid. I talked to my parents and my mom took Rachel's side and my dad says he doesn't want to take sides. I miss my sister. She's all I've got. But I hate her. Man, people, my family, what do I do? User Axel said, you need to cut off contact with your sister for a while. She basically ruined your life by orchestrating this huge plan to make the love of your life think you cheated just to break you up because she didn't think you all were right for each other. That's literally psycho behavior. Cut her off and let her know that it will be an extremely long time before you will ever be able to trust her again. Maybe even never. She's your sister, so you will probably eventually forgive her, but you also need time to move past this. If you don't, you'll resent her, and every time you see, talk, or hang out with her, you'll be reminded of the shit she pulled. User Oshawa Guy said, do you not think that Rachel was controlling and jealous because Grace was picking away at her confidence behind your back? Do you not think that Grace and your mom won't act against your next relationship? Looking from the outside in, yes, Grace has had your back through your youth, but she apparently sees herself as your de facto girlfriend. She was all clingy and cutesy when Rachel was around. She plotted to destroy that relationship and then she made herself your rock when Rachel was gone. Yes, she's your sister, but your sister is toxic. She is inhibiting your growth as an individual, and she'll insert herself into every relationship and life decision for the rest of your life. You need to get away from her and consider therapy to undo the harm that she is continuing to do to you. User Sir EDC said, this is probably the most f***ed up thing I've read in the last month, and trust me, I see a lot of up stuff. Put simply, this is possessive, abusive, disrespectful, and totally manipulative. It is an action that shows your sister does not respect your right to make your own decisions and thinks it's okay for her to screw up parts of your life that she doesn't like. That is a betrayal of the worst kind, a knife in the back. I really hate to say this, but you do not have your sister. She manipulated you and your fiance, she destroyed a relationship with a girl you are going to marry, and more than that, she felt it was okay to do these things. The fact that she helped you through the resulting aftermath is irrelevant. Sick even. She wrecked your life so you would have nobody but her to turn to. With friends like that, who needs enemies? I'm serious. You are better off alone than hanging around a family member like that. If this were me, I would declare myself done with Grace and anyone who felt what she did was acceptable behavior. Whether Rachel was good or bad for you isn't the point. The point is that it wasn't their decision to make. So by my judgment, anyone who is okay with ruining your relationship because they don't like the girl is a betrayer of the worst sort, someone you should not want to have in your life. I'm a very forgiving person, but I don't think I could ever forgive that, because there is no excuse for it, and there is no redeeming it. Were that not the case, I would demand that Grace explain herself to Rachel and Rachel's father, but now there's nothing to be gained from that. Put simply, anyone who manipulates me and destroys things I care about is not my friend or my family. They are my enemy, and I will excise them from my life as I would excise a cancerous tumor from my body. So with that in mind, I would advise you to leave all those assholes behind and focus on yourself. You right now are all you've got, because anyone okay with treating you like that is not your friend and is not someone helpful to have in your life. Work on self-improvement. Take up some hobbies, maybe learn an instrument, expand your mind, take classes, read more, etc. Come up with an ideal vision of who you want to be and start moving yourself toward that. You have been through hell and back. You can survive this too. You will come through this stronger than ever. And what you should, in my humble opinion, take away from this is zero tolerance for manipulation or lies. Anyone, be it a friend, a significant other, or a family member who thinks they have a right to make your decisions for you should be treated as a cancerous parasite and removed quickly. Best of luck, my friend. The very next day, OP provided an update. First of all, thank you for all the good advice, and a special shout out to one user for his suggested text to my family. Beautiful. I'm going to cut it down a bit and rewrite it in my own words when I send it later today. Again, thanks. I'm also considering therapy, but I don't really know where to go. Any ideas would be appreciated. Second, I want to apologize for some of the things I wrote yesterday, especially that second update that freaked everybody out. In my defense, I was in a very dark place and mostly drunk. My alcohol consumption is a whole other matter, but I'm beginning to see the light on that too. When I said Grace and I fooled around, I meant when we were real little, like 4 to 5, the usual playing doctor stuff. No, not everybody does that, but we did. So sue me. And I haven't seen my sister naked a million times. It's more like 800,000, kidding. We were kind of casual about semi-nudity growing up, even changing in front of one another as teenagers, no big deal. That all stopped when she went away to college, and it didn't instill some kind of crazed lust inside me. I did accidentally walk in on her once while she was in her underwear a few years back. She responded by screaming and throwing a hairbrush at my head. Does that count? See, I've always been a wee bit sensitive about the whole I-word thing. As kids, we both got teased unmercifully about it. Eventually, we started giving them what they wanted and would hug each other in public, just to be annoying. Unfortunately, Grace continued to do this even after I got my first steady girlfriend in college, and later when I was with Rachel. I'd tell my sister to knock it off, and she'd just laugh. "Just hacking on you, little bro," she'd say. Possessive, irritating, infuriating, yes. Proof she had a thing for me. Nah, my sister was my person, I guess, the only member of my so-called family who would fight for me. Now, all that's gone. I know I can't forgive her for this shit, but never seeing Grace ever again is not an attractive option either. I guess I just need to sort it all out and slowly crawl out of the wreckage. This sucks, man, and to the people who think this shit is all fake, I don't blame you. I don't really want to believe this either, that my own sister could do this to me, but it's true. Shit, I wish my hangover was fake too. Again, thanks everybody. A deleted user said, honestly, if I can suggest anything, it would be not to postpone the therapy and to tackle the drinking immediately. Like no drinking, especially now. Finding a therapist is simple. Assuming you have insurance, go on your insurance company's website. They will have a way to search for in-network therapists. It will probably let you go by specialty as well. I don't think you need any special characteristics for a therapist. Maybe look for someone with expertise in family or relationship-related matters. Just pick one in network and make an appointment. Go to see them and start talking. If you are not comfortable with them for any reason, then pick a new one. It's up to you. User Zork said, I'd tell Grace that if she wants you to even think about having a relationship with her in the future, she has to reach out to Rachel, explain what she did, and apologize. She also has to publicly apologize to you. I'd cut her out completely if she doesn't agree to do those two things at a minimum. Even if she did, I'd have a hard time being in her company. Forgiveness does not obligate you to act like it didn't happen, nor are you obligated to resume any sort of relationship with her. It means that you accept that it happened and let it go. It's not healthy to dwell on stuff like that. You might want to look into some kind of therapy for this. Talking it over with a neutral party will help. User Beauteous World said, your entire family, including you, needs to learn healthy boundaries via intense professional therapy. Neither your nor your sister's behavior is okay. Making girlfriends jealous with physical affection with her own brother and your lack of proper response is fucked up. Just because you haven't had sex doesn't mean that the relationship is anywhere close to appropriate. If I were Rachel, I'd be happy to have dodged this bullet of a family. User Trays said, unfortunately, this is the result of a lifetime of the boundaries between you and your sister becoming increasingly distorted. Your sensitivity to the criticism of the big I is telling. You are both aware of it, and I hope you can see that it doesn't just have to be to be a problem. This is her thinking it is okay to meddle in a way that exceeds just about any dynamic I can think of, let alone siblings. You two ought to consider therapy together to work on that. You need to establish more realistic boundaries, and in that, she will hopefully come to acknowledge her fault. You may not have the intimacy you had previously, but that is in pursuit of a healthier relationship overall. I think you'll find the lifetime of bullying has taken a bigger toll on her than you expect as well. In her mind, her meddling was likely earnest. You've spent a long time as just us against the world, so is it any shock she didn't feel bad taking a partner out of the picture? Not to condone any of this. More just to start framing it in a better way. You're drinking to numb the shock of the betrayal, but if you look at it in a more reasonable light, that this is just a symptom of a problem that you know has had to be dealt with for a while, the fact you and she are too close, then it is easier to swallow. And that isn't about her, it is about you, because it is you that has to live with this. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, I am 23F, and my 25-year-old sister and friends talked about how I'm not good enough for my BF, 25. They don't know I heard, and I don't know what to do. Firstly, my sister and this group of friends are what I would consider my closest friends. I love these girls to death. I literally tried to donate a kidney for one of them. I am 100% heartbroken. My BF is an amazing guy. He's kind, funny, smart as hell, and pretty much a model. He's just gorgeous and asexual. This isn't a problem for me, and we worked it out. He's also very open about it, and everyone knows. We were supposed to hang out a week ago, but after spending about half an hour, his job called him and he had to leave. This didn't bother me a lot because I had a killer headache and went home. My sister and I share an apartment to save money, and we have a year-long lease, so I guess I'm screwed. Long story short, I closed my door, didn't light up, and took a nap. Next thing I know, I wake up to my sister's voice. She and those friends were at our house. From what I heard, they were going to a club and were drinking a bit, waiting for the others. I didn't get up because I was lazy and would have to put on pants. Then they started talking about me. I'm not proud, but I was curious. They were talking about how they couldn't believe I was dating my BF, how he was too good for me, how I was too ugly to get a guy like him. My sister then started saying how being asexual is obviously an excuse to not have sex with me. I'm not pretty, and while it does make me insecure, I know I have other good characteristics, but it was very hard hearing that. They also made fun of my learning disability. They called me the R word, which I can't even write. They said that I wasn't even financially stable and made fun of my job. They said I had to beg to be fucked. All of my friends laughed and all of them shit-talked me. I was crying pretty hard at that point. They left and I didn't know what to do. I went to bed and basically made myself scarce this week. I get up earlier, get home later, or stay at my boyfriend's. I answered their messages, but they were somewhat cold. I know I have to talk with them even if it's just a cut off contact, but I can't open my mouth right now. I feel so ashamed and sad. My BF is also worried, but I can't get what they said out of my head. I know it's not true and my BF is asexual, but I feel like I'm not worth being with him. My sister is my best friend. I told her how I feel too ugly and stupid to be with him. I showed her our messages and we spoke about his asexuality. I love her so much it hurts. I can't stand looking at her knowing she was saying those things behind my back and that none of my friends said anything. I just don't know what to do. I could break my lease, I guess, but I don't know how to say why I'm doing it or how I can face them. I don't know if I should tell my BF. TLDR, my sister and friends mocked me for not being good enough for my BF. They don't know I heard them and I don't know what to do. Edit, I can't begin to explain how much you guys rock. Thank you so much for all the advice, support, and tough love. It has truly helped me, and it warms my heart to see so many people taking their time to write to a stranger on the internet. I'm trying to respond to all the comments, but if I haven't, please know I have read it and considered it. I promise I will talk with my boyfriend tomorrow. We are going to his place and I'll probably just show him this post. Edit 2, thank you so much for all the messages and well wishes. It truly made a moment of pain more bearable, and it made me feel better to know there are so many of those who care. I really need to sleep now, but I will do my best to respond to the comments tomorrow. Thanks everyone. A little over a week later, OP posted an update. Hey everyone, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for the messages and comments on my last post. It truly helped me get out of bed and face the day. I showed my BF the last post because I just didn't know how I could say it. He was very sad and disappointed, but being asexual, he has had his fair share of jerks. He mostly felt angry for me and agreed with the majority of advice that I should confront her. We decided a letter would be the best choice since I actually write a lot of letters and it's not direct confrontation. I like writing letters for moments, like letters for when the person is sad, happy, angry, scared, etc. This way I do have some technique, but this was without a doubt the hardest thing I've ever written. I decided to go for the simple and blunt approach. I told her I heard what they said about me, and while I was willing to work on our relationship, I needed distance from her and this whole situation. I talked with my landlord and she was super sweet and had no problem breaking the lease. I offered to find someone to take up my place, but apparently she has someone that could use the room, so that's cool. I intended to pack and leave the letter on her bed, but she came home early and caught me. I basically said, it to myself and told her I heard them saying I wasn't good enough and calling me names. First, she tried to deny it, which I wasn't having. Then she tried to justify it and say I was overreacting, but I just stared at her. Then she finally started to apologize and cry. At that moment, I actually thought we might be able to save the relationship, but then she started making herself the victim. The main points were, I just can't understand how hard it is to be pretty. I don't understand how she feels because I'm used to not being the best. It's not fair I get a gorgeous BF who is completely out of my league while she's single. She feels embarrassed when we go out together and she has to tell people that my BF is actually mine, not hers. She knows asexuality doesn't exist and we're doing this just for attention. I just kind of froze. I wish I had said something, but I couldn't open my mouth. She then said she was going out to recover from our traumatic conversation and left. I just packed the rest of my things and left the letters on her bed. I'm currently at my BF's place, but I'm looking for a free room that is not super far from my job. I also wrote and sent letters to my friends and then blocked their social media and contacts. I'm certain they'll find a way to approach me as we work close, but I can't give a f. Besides all of that, last Friday I had dinner with my parents. I gave them an edited version of what happened because I don't want to talk about my sex life, and that I broke the lease and blocked my friends. They said I shouldn't be angry because it was true and that the first time they met my BF, they thought I was playing a prank. My dad then started saying I was being selfish by breaking the lease and I shit you not, betraying my sister's trust and that you don't do this with family. I've been ignoring them since this happened as well as my sister. Overall, I'm fine. I actually feel more tired than angry or sad. TLDR, talked with my BF, it went well, talked with my sister, didn't go well, moved out, talked with my parents, they said I'm selfish. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Empty Chemist. The post is titled AITAH for telling my sister I don't know if I love her after finding out about her 5-year affair. My sister, 32, moved in with me because she got pregnant 5 months ago from what she claimed was a one-night stand. I love my sister, so of course I took her in. My husband is overseas for 6 more months, so it was nice to have her around because I care about her very much. On Monday, I came home and saw my sister and a strange woman in a screaming match on my doorstep. I obviously didn't know what was happening, but I saw the woman poking my pregnant sister's shoulder, so I intervened. I sent my sister inside and she begged me to send the woman away. I didn't understand what was going on, but I wanted the altercation to end for everyone's sake, so I told the woman as much. Then she started screaming, asking me if I was also sleeping with her husband. And then she basically revealed that my sister had been having an affair with her husband for 5 years. She had everything printed out: chats, photos, emails, receipts. It was disturbing to see and I didn't want to go through it all, but a few things were established. My sister knew about his wife. She knew she was the mistress and liked it. This woman was a stay-at-home mom to their 4 kids, one of whom has a severe disability from a car accident. Her husband knew about my sister's pregnancy and even took her on a baby moon to celebrate it. The affair had been going on the entire time, with my sister believing he would eventually leave his wife for her. My sister had fully embraced the role of being the other woman and was emotionally invested in their relationship, despite his repeated lies about leaving his wife. I told the woman I was very sorry and that I obviously didn't know, but I asked her to leave because this wasn't going anywhere and I didn't want the neighbors to call the police. She was furious but gave me her number on a post-it, begging me not to let her husband stay at my house. I assured her that no man was stepping foot in my home. My sister was begging me not to believe the woman, calling her a vindictive ex-wife. I told her, alright then, let's look up the marriage online. Let's see if a motion for dissolution of marriage was ever submitted. We fought hard. My sister kept saying I would never understand and that they loved each other, but he just couldn't leave his wife. I called her dumb and naive. The next day, I told her she could stay here because I didn't want her to become a financial burden on that woman in any way, but I also told her that right now I didn't want to engage with her. My sister asked me if I still loved her, and I told her honestly, right now I can't say I do. I will always help my nephew and not endanger you, but I can't like you because you've shown me you're not a trustworthy person. I told her I didn't trust her not to try anything with my husband, and I didn't trust her with anything at all, so I made her sign a tenants agreement. She's been begging me to forgive her, and I told her there's nothing to forgive. I just don't know who she is anymore. User Lunar Eclipse said NTA. OP, not only was it shitty for her not to come clean to you after all you did, but she very easily could be putting you in danger. You have no idea if this man or his wife may become unhinged. She already showed up at your house. Are you expecting him to visit? User Alice the Cat said, NTA, your sister is a homewrecker and doesn't deserve anything from anyone. Having said this, you are doing more than enough for her, which is simply amazing of you and shows that deep down you do love her, because if you didn't, it would be much easier to throw her out on her arse. She needs to realize what she did was so wrong on so many levels. How would she feel if you found out your husband was cheating? I bet she would hate the other woman in that situation. Please tell her it is not for you to forgive. You were not hurt in this situation, just very disappointed. The only person she should care about getting forgiveness from is the woman whose entire life she has spent 5 years destroying. Hopefully, having someone like you around will help her to change her ways, but if not, at the very least, it will give her baby someone to look up to other than her. Edit. Speak to your husband and set clear boundaries, as I would not trust your sister around any man at the moment. Her self-esteem seems very low and her morals don't seem to be in the right place. About a week later, OP posted an update. First, I'd like to clarify a few things. I am not going to tell my sister to get rid of the baby. That's not my place, and I would never suggest such a thing. Also, I am not going to install tracking software on her phone or demand access to all her devices. That's invasive and wrong. I've been thinking a lot, and while I can't say that I don't love my sister, it's very hard to feel that love right now. I don't know who she is anymore. It's not just that she lied to me. It's what she did and how convinced she is that she was justified because they were in love. She's brought chaos into my home that I opened up to her. I'm deeply disappointed in her, and I just don't like her at the moment. I'm letting her stay with me because I don't want her to become dependent on him. I don't think he's a good man either, and as a social worker, I've seen these scenarios too many times. My sister is already deluded. I don't need to open the door to a dependency that's also financial. Now, on to the update. I haven't been punishing my sister, but I've been treating her like a roommate. This is driving her crazy. She's begging me to go back to how things were before, but I can't. I told her that I need time and that things can't just return to normal overnight. She tried to explain how it all happened. She admitted that she always knew he was married, but believed she could tell how unhappy he was and felt he deserved to be happy. They met at a bar a few weeks after his son's accident. He told her that his wife hadn't touched him since it happened and that he was about to explode. I asked her why she would involve herself with a married man, knowing the hurt it would cause. She said she wanted to be a wife and a good mom, and that included his kids. She had hoped he would divorce his wife so they could all move on and finally be happy together. I just stared at her, unable to comprehend how she could rationalize her actions. A few days later, he appeared at our house, claiming he had left his wife and wanted to be with my sister. I told him to leave immediately or I would call the police. My sister was furious with me, accusing me of ruining her chance at happiness. I made it clear to her, if he comes over again, I will evict her. She's free to date anyone she wants, but not under my roof. I also told her that if she plans to have him around after the baby is born, she'll need to find her own place. Word has gotten around our community about the affair. While we were grocery shopping, a woman even spat on my sister. Many of her friends have cut ties with her, calling her a homewrecker. Some are married themselves and don't want her near their husbands. I haven't said I told you so even once. We unexpectedly ran into his wife at a local cafe. My sister wanted to apologize and suggested that maybe they could all have a good relationship for the sake of the kids. The wife laughed coldly and said, "You made your choices, now live with them. Don't expect me to make this easier for you." My sister is devastated and has been lying in bed ever since. I'm taking care of her physical needs, making sure she eats, stays hydrated, and attends her prenatal appointments, but I can't bring myself to comfort her emotionally. I just don't have it in me right now. One user commented, "Honestly, your sister is a very bad person. She deserves every bad thing that is happening to her. It kind of made me happy that someone spat in her face. I hope that she doesn't find happiness in this situation and that the divorce is awful, extremely painful, and as messy and public as possible. I realize the baby doesn't deserve such terrible people as parents, and for that I'm sorry. The only way for that baby to ever have peace is to be given up for adoption to actual good people. I can't wait for further updates." User No Fee said, "You're already low-key being supportive to your sister, which is more than she deserves, to be honest. I don't think she deserves to be spat on, but losing friends and having her reputation ruined are the consequences of her horrible actions." I'm wishing you strength in dealing with this, OP. You don't need this stress in your life. User Green said, she will soon personally learn that saying, you lose them how you get them. She will lose this guy to another woman, and she will then be that wife that she and that POS have no concern for. There's also a family that she has no concern for, a disabled child that she doesn't see how gross it is that that man, instead of helping take care of his hurt child, is trying to explode in the nearest hole that will take him. This entire situation is disgraceful. Good luck, OP. You are in for a hard road as well. Seeing that you've let your sister stay, now that she's knocked up with the seed of a cheater, he's gonna be around and that's all there is to it. The final update came about a month later. My sister just won't stop talking about him. Every day, it's the same story. Their perfect future, together, the apartment they're moving into, how everything will be great once his divorce is done. She's completely lost in this delusion, acting like none of the lies and betrayal matter. I can't stand it. She made him write me letters. Yes, actual letters. As if that's going to magically make me approve of him. She leaves them around the house, thinking that if I just read them, I'll suddenly understand how sorry he is and how much he loves her. I haven't responded to a single one. It's ridiculous. I told her over and over that I don't want anything to do with him, but she keeps pushing as if she can wear me down. It's beyond frustrating. Then came the talk of moving in together. She sat me down and asked for my blessing, telling me how important it was to her that I support their relationship. She actually wanted me to meet him to give him a chance. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. That's when I drew the line. I told her flat out if she moves in with him, I'm done. I told her I would go low contact, that I wouldn't be part of their life, and that she's on her own if she goes through with this. If she wanted my support, she had to leave him. Full stop. For a moment, I thought she was finally getting it. She showed me screenshots from his ex-wife. The ex had pretended she wanted him back, and this guy fell for it immediately. He told her how much he missed her, how my sister was a mistake, how he wanted to fix things with his family. My sister was crushed. She came to me with the screenshots, crying, and I thought for a couple of days that maybe, just maybe, she would finally see him for who he really is. I was hopeful. But then, as usual, he wormed his way back in. He told her he only said those things because he was afraid his ex would take the kids away, and of course, she bought it. Now she's actively moving in with him, packing up her things, and making all these plans like nothing happened. The screenshots, forgotten, the lies. Excused. She's determined to be with him no matter what, and I am done. I told her I'm not helping her anymore. No more driving her to appointments. No more checking on her. Nothing. I'm not going to pretend everything's okay while she's diving headfirst into this disaster. Now, I barely talk to her. If she asks where the tea is, I'll tell her. If she wants to know if there's milk left, I'll answer. But that's it. I'm emotionally cut off, and I told her straight. I'll be here if things fall apart, if she's in danger, but I am not going to be a part of this train wreck. She's on her own now. The community backlash hasn't slowed down either. Everywhere we go, people are whispering, staring, and judging. They're not just looking at her, they're looking at me too. People know she's living with me, and I've started hearing comments at work about why I haven't completely cut her off. It's affecting my life now, and I just can't carry her mistakes anymore. Her friends, all gone. The ones who were married have cut ties completely. She's isolated herself, but instead of waking up, she's clinging harder to him, holding on to this fantasy that everything will work out. But I'm done caring. She's made her choice, and now she has to live with the fallout. This is the final update because I'm finished. I'm done trying, done caring, done dealing with the mess she's made. She can have her life with him, but I'm not going to be part of it. User Far Season said, sadly, your sister would rather live in fantasy than reality. She has a kid coming, and instead of focusing on that, she is just living for her affair partner. Glad you have decided to wash your hands of this cluster. Under this comment, another user said, sis has the fantasy that the three of them, her, him, and baby, will be this perfect little happy family. Assuming they do get to live together, wait until the first time he comes home late from work, or starts being sneaky with his phone while she's trying to manage a newborn, or he starts getting resentful because they can't have sex right after the baby is born, or he stays over just a little too long at his ex's house while visiting the kids, or when his kids start openly hating her. Good for OP for getting out now because she'd have to listen to hours and hours of her crying. OP has her own problems, I'm sure. She won't want to hear all that. User Mustang said, "This is called a fair fog, and you are 100% handling it right. If she has, say, a week in the apartment, take valuables and send her a text that says, 'I'm staying away for the week.' If you leave with him and continue to see him, there is no coming back and we are done forever," and block her. This story was posted by a user named Burning Man in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for teasing my friend about not recognizing my kid, thus ruining her marriage and an unrelated engagement party. So my wife and I have a 5-year-old son. Our group of friends mostly consists of couples with kids as we are nearing our 40s, and so a lot of our meetings with friends now include meeting up as entire families, kids included. This can sometimes mean a lot of adults and a lot of kids. One person in this group, Emma, used to be my roommate in college. She is married and has her own kids, and we hang out with her and her husband sometimes in a group setting, but rarely on our own. Emma also tends to run late often. This is all relevant to the story. As our son is an only child, we sometimes worry that he wouldn't really learn to share or get along with other kids. To prevent this, and while I love spending time with him, I would sometimes preemptively nudge him to engage with other kids when we are in public playgrounds or at the beach or the pool. To that end, when I buy him a water pistol or an RC car or the like, I'd often just buy 2 or 3. I'd get to the playground and play with him, and when another kid would show interest in the toys, I'd just go, "You want to play with us?" and hand him the remote or the pistol or whatever, thus getting the kids to play. This works great quite often, and I have a generally good relationship with the parents in our neighborhood. This is also relevant. One day, about a year ago, my wife and I were planning on taking our kid to the pool. I pack my large bag of pool toys. Emma texts me. Her husband is away that day and she's looking for something to do with the kids. I talk to my wife and tell Emma we're going to our local pool and she's welcome to join us, but we're planning on heading there early so she can just join us whenever. We arrive at the pool pretty early and get a really good spot poolside, right by the shallows. I grab some water pistols and my kid and I start playing World Domination. I am trying to take over the world and it can only be stopped through the power of water pistols. It's a whole thing. Kid loves it. Soon another kid is there. It's a kid from my son's kindergarten class. He's there with his mom. He is, of course, welcome to join us. We know the family, the mom and my wife are pretty friendly, and our kids play together often. So my wife says she wants to go for a swim, and the kid's mom says she wants to join her and asks me if I'm okay watching the kids. I said sure, since by this point the kids are blasting each other with water pistols, and I'm just chilling poolside, just occasionally having to call out, "Oh no, my plans for world domination are ruined." Then Emma and her kids show up. She is really happy to see me, and I give out toys to her kids. All is going well. Then my son's friend runs up and asks for some other toy, and I go, "Sure thing," and hand it to him. Emma goes, "So cute. He looks just like you." I laugh and say, "Okay, cool, but this isn't my kid." Now, in her defense, the kid does look kind of like me, making this hilarious. When my wife and the kid's mom come back, I tell them this story. They also find it hilarious. We all have a friendly chuckle, but think little of it. Fast forward to a few months ago. I haven't seen Emma in a while. We are at a friends group gathering and it was a good time all around. When we're about to call it a day, Emma and I are at the entrance, she's grabbing her stuff, and I'm on my second trip from the car. Kids' toys, kids' clothes, dirty dishes, Tupperware with leftovers I want, etc. And I call out to Emma's husband, "Can you call my wife and kid over? Just make sure it's actually my kid and not some random kid who kind of looks like me." I think it's a hilarious callback. He seems confused and angry. He asks what the hell I'm talking about. Why would he call a random kid? I'm also confused, so I tell him the pool story. He doesn't laugh. Emma doesn't laugh either. The entire thing now feels awkward. I awkwardly say goodbye, go grab my wife and kid myself, and we leave. Later that day, I text Emma to ask if everything is alright. I get no reply. I text again a few days later. No reply. I get the distinct sense I fucked up, but also if she doesn't want to talk to me, I'm not going to force the issue. I leave well enough alone. At worst, I thought she was mad at a joke I made, which was apparently in poor taste. I underestimated the fallout of this joke. A few days ago, I arrived at a friend's place and she's there. This is an engagement party, so no kids. I wasn't supposed to come, but decided to last minute, and my wife was at home with our kid. Emma sees me and is livid. She wasn't expecting to. She only came because she thought I wouldn't be here. She does, however, take the opportunity to tear me a new one though. She calls me out in front of everyone. Because of my joke, her husband was furious. From what she said and what I gathered from mutual friends afterwards, she previously commented on someone else's kid looking like someone who wasn't his father. Except that whole thing led to family drama in Emma's husband's family, because in that case, that dude was cheating and that was his kid, and a whole bunch of people were really hurt in the aftermath. Emma's husband was furious because he apparently thought she would know better than to comment on kids looking like people again. This sent them down a spiral, especially because the husband apparently thought she told me that other family story, and that I was mocking him for his family drama, and he thought the story I told was just covering for her when I realized I fucked up. This was not the case. I had no idea that whole thing happened. Still, he didn't believe Emma when she told him, so they are now separated. She calls me an asshole and says I ruined her marriage. I am not a confrontational person, I apologize profusely. I say I didn't know, and if she didn't want me telling the story, she should have said something. She tells me I'm making excuses. This is now a scene. I apologize profusely again and leave quickly after telling the couple a quick congratulations. I am later told that this was all anyone could talk about at the party, and now the engaged couple are mad at me too. Emma is even more mad because now everyone knows her drama. I am unfriended and unfollowed on everything. Some friends think I couldn't have known better and the joke was pretty benign. Other friends say it was in really poor taste to throw her under the bus, and I am totally the asshole. Emma's best friend thinks I did know about the thing with her husband, and now I'm just covering my own ass to get away with being cruel. It has been a few days and some of my friends will no longer talk to me. Others think she is wrong to blame me and that marriage was doomed anyway. Still, I feel really guilty about making the joke, and I obviously wouldn't have made it had I known the trouble it would cause. I like Emma and I didn't want to hurt her. I also liked her husband. I'd like to say that maybe he was wrong to let the marriage implode like that because of a stupid joke, but at the same time, I don't exactly know his family drama and their history, nor the specifics of his relationship with Emma, so I can't really say he's wrong or overreacting. The entire thing just sucks. My wife sorta got my back though. She thinks the joke was hilarious and actually thinks me breaking up their marriage makes it even funnier. She also loves crazy Reddit stories, so she sent me to post this. So at least I got that going for me, which is nice. A deleted user said NTA. Emma's husband wanted an out and you gave him one. It wasn't your fault and you shouldn't have even apologized. There was nothing wrong with your joke. Honestly though, your friend group sounds like it thrives on drama and you're probably better off not being friends with the people who took Emma's side. Under this comment, another user said, this was a mess from top to bottom. Someone in Emma's husband's family cheats. Emma points out a kid looks like him. Surprise, he's the father. But somehow, Emma is the one blamed for causing family drama. Emma tells OP a random kid looks like him, which is a weird thing to say. OP finds it hilarious and mentions it to Emma's husband. The husband blows up at Emma for not having learned her lesson and leaves her. Emma blames OP. Emma blows up at OP at someone else's engagement party, causing a scene. OP is blamed for it. This entire cast is bonkers, claiming OP knew about Emma's family drama and was using it to mock her and break up her marriage. They've seen way too many soap operas, and in any case, people who think so poorly of you and your character aren't your friends. User Beach in Life said, good grief, this is beyond ridiculous. What a stupid turn of events. How the heck were you supposed to know that she had done something like that before? And she really can't even be blamed for that. The first time, it was an innocent observation that she had no idea would go so haywire. Her husband is an idiot who needs to shut up. She never said to you, hey, that kid over there looks like you. The kid came to you and asked for a toy, so she had no reason not to think it was your kid. It was totally different from what happened last time. The joke was just unfortunate timing, but none of this is your fault. Someone needs to tell her that she did not destroy the other couple's marriage. The guy who cheated and had a kid with someone else destroyed his marriage. NTA. The next day, we got an update from OP. I am now updating you because the last few hours have been a lot. It turns out that when I wrote my post, I left out one critical piece of context. I thought I was a regular person living a normal life. Turns out I am Chaz, a side character on the worst Gossip Girl episode ever written. So after posting yesterday, reading replies, and thinking it over, I decided to reach out to Emma one final time. Some of you thought I shouldn't and that these were in fact not my monkeys. Others made me realize that Emma was probably in a shitty situation with her husband and his family and was actively being gaslit. Now, of note here, while as I mentioned, we're not as close as we used to be. We used to be very close. She helped me pick out a spot and let me borrow her car for my first date with who later became my wife. She was a significant part of my support system during some very rough times in my life. Despite everything, I still felt like I cared about her and wanted to work things out. This is no longer the case. See, from my perspective, I thought we were good friends. Then, when she met her husband, we naturally drifted apart. And then this thing happened out of nowhere. This was not what it looked like from her perspective. How do I know? Well, buckle up because this is absolutely unhinged. So last night before going to bed, I text her a long, thoughtful message. I explained that I do apologize for the part I played in ruining her marriage, and I understand she is going through a tough time. I understand if she wants nothing more to do with me, but if and when she feels she wants to talk it out, she is welcome to reach out, and I leave the ball in her court. I show this to my wife, and she is practically giddy. She tells me there is no way this shit doesn't blow up in my face and I should have just cut my losses. Like many of y'all said, Emma shows up at my house at 7 a.m. unannounced. She says she really needs to talk to me. I call my wife to the door and explain this. She sends me off with this woman because she understands this shit can only go poorly, and apparently she is here for it, and it's my own fault at this point. So as I said, from my perspective, we were friends, we drifted apart. From her perspective, for the last 15 years, she has been playing some weird game of 4D chess, or 2 different games of 4D chess. Apparently, she had feelings for me back in college, and she was trying to nice girl her way into a relationship with me by being there for me when my dad died and when I was struggling with being single. She always gave everything because she just assumed I would at some point come around. You'd think that me getting married or her getting married would change that, and it did, just badly. Apparently, her husband knew about her feelings, which is why he always kept me at a distance. We never drifted apart. He explicitly asked her not to meet with me anymore outside of large social gatherings. That day at the pool. Yeah, that was her sticking it to him because he was away cheating on her or something, and he didn't like her hanging around me scantily clad. It wasn't just that he was upset at the joke, he was upset because apparently I was having an affair with his wife and rubbing it in his face. Makes no sense, I know, it gets worse. That thing at the wedding. Well, at least she didn't plan that. I told our friends getting engaged that I wasn't coming. She asked and verified this. She wasn't expecting to see me and they told her I wouldn't be there, but once I showed up, she decided to exploit it. She intended to have a huge scene with me so that she could tell her estranged husband and friends that I ambushed her because she broke off our affair. Apparently, we had an affair. Apparently, the story some people got was that she and I were having an affair and it ended and I was stalking her. Her husband left her because he found out. So people more inclined to believe her just thought that was what happened and wanted nothing to do with me anymore. So why did her husband actually leave? Well, some of you called it. According to her, he was cheating on her a bunch and overall not a nice person. She never actually cheated on him, but used me to pretend that she did without my knowledge. So after the joke at the gathering, which may have indeed been in poor taste, they had a huge fight and he left the house. As for the thing with his family, from what I gather, it was some dude sleeping with his cousin's wife or some such shit. So anyway, she tells me all this insanity and tops it off with that my message really moved her and we can still be friends. The reason she rushed to show up at 7 a.m. My message made her realize I am actually the only one who really cares about her and everyone else in her life is fake and doesn't really care. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but now this sounds like some really manipulative shit to me, and now I'm thinking back to a lot of our previous interactions, and a lot of them also seem like that to me now. I am not a confrontational person. I was willing to accept that I fucked up. Maybe some of you were right and the joke was in poor taste and I'm a huge asshole for making it, because I thought that if he knew the story he would get the callback, and if he didn't, I'd tell him a funny story about his wife. I accept all that criticism, but this. Fuck no, I was done. I tell her I am done with her shit. She can get back to her husband, leave her husband, keep any friends she wants because I am fucking done. I can forgive a lot, but she had been basically not communicating with me for over 15 years. I was telling her everything about my life and my feelings, and I was absolutely appalled by just how much of a one-way street it turned out to be. I feel like I didn't ever really know her. Maybe I played a role in that too. Maybe I was self-centered or selfish and didn't consider her emotions or her signs. I don't know. And you know what? At this point, I don't think it matters. She lied to me so much. She lied to so many people. I just don't care anymore. I don't think there's anything left to this friendship to fix. And the worst part, I just gave you this huge update and I genuinely don't know how much of it is true. Maybe she was completely honest with me. Maybe she lied about everything and we're still playing 4D chess. Who knows? I certainly don't. And that, more than anything, is why this friendship is over, because even if I could forgive everything, I can never really trust her. So that's that. There will probably not be any more updates because this was meant to be a lighthearted post and it turned out into a total clusterfuck, and I'm just so tired and so sad. I'm sorry if this wasn't as readable or as coherent as my previous post. This just happened and I am just exhausted. My wife has been very supportive, though I assume at some point I'm due a well-earned "I told you so." She knows there wasn't an affair and certainly no stalking, and most of my friends probably know that too. I may try reaching out to some others because I don't know. Maybe they were told even worse things about me, but I am just done with this. And now I am going to spend what's left of this weekend with my family and try to put this shit behind me. Thank you all for reading and for your advice. User Marv said, so she's been telling people you had an affair. Run for the hills, open a group chat with the friends, tell the truth, and whoever doesn't believe you drop them. If she takes the narrative, it would be your word against hers. User Majestic Pin said, a habitual liar isn't going to just stop. Not now that you've hurt her feelings and rejected her. She's going to ramp the crazy up to maximum. You need to protect yourself, OP. There may very well be more accusations coming from her that could land you in a world of hurt. Protection order like yesterday. After another few days, OP gave us their most recent update. Some of you thought things were going to get pretty crazy. Before I give the update, I should probably clarify some things that were brought up in comments. First, when I said we were roommates, I did not mean we shared a literal room. We lived off campus in an apartment with another friend. Each had their own room. Second, to clarify, the only person she told about having an affair with me long term was her husband. Everyone else heard about it only after the engagement party outburst. Third, my house already has cameras and security, my dogs, and she never really got along, so I don't think she's going to be trying anything anyhow. Suppose they were the first to know what's up. Okay, on to the actual update. While unfortunately I do not have the conversation with her recorded, I do have a text from a later time where she confirms making it up. I did not block her because my wife said it might be better to let her incriminate herself further and have it documented, so I just let her do it for a while, and once I got her to admit she made the affair up, I stopped responding. I got increasingly angrier texts, but nothing yesterday, so hopefully that's done with. She said some pretty nasty shit about my wife and I considered responding, but my wife laughed it off and said that's just how sore losers are, and I shouldn't engage any further, so I didn't. I also have screenshots from her husband where she talks about the affair she is supposedly having with me. How do I have those, you ask? Well, realizing just how much she lied about to me, it occurred to me that almost everything I know about her husband, let's call him Dave, comes even indirectly from her, and by this point I suspect she might not be the most honest conveyor of events. So I took a risk and texted him to meet up. We had a long talk, and again he might be lying of course, but from what he said, he actually never cheated on her, though she often accused him of that. The innocent mistake she made with his family. Yeah, she felt his cousin's wife was being a little bit too familiar with him and started actively spreading the rumor the kid was his maliciously. This understandably caused a huge backlash and was one of the many things which caused Dave to want to leave. The interaction with me in that context was just the final straw. Thinking of that now, the mistake she made with me might not have been so innocent, and I think she might have tried to start some shit if my wife or the kid's mom were less good-natured about the whole thing. So anyway, Dave is fighting for full custody, so that can get really ugly. I don't know the legal nuance of divorce, but I assume he's in for a shitstorm. He really likes a lot of our mutual friends and has been a part of the group for quite a while, so he doesn't really want to have to leave or anything, and to be fair, having talked to him versus Emma, I tend to agree. We talked for a long time and he seems to be a pretty good guy, and I offered some support because, having read my posts, you can probably assume what divorcing Emma is like. He worries about it, and I understand him completely. So I offered support best I could and will probably continue to do so. As for my friends, I took your advice, but not really. I didn't do a group text, but I did give a short summary of what happened and some choice screenshots to most of my friends. This started some conversation, and a lot of tea was spilled, and some realizations were made regarding the fact that a lot of drama that plagued our group over the years can actually be attributed to misunderstandings attributed to Emma. More tea ensued. Wife is having a blast. So some of my friends were shocked since they didn't really hear Emma's story, but understood what a clusterfuck this was. Others were understanding. Emma's best friend blocked me, so she got nothing, but I suspect she'd remain the same regardless, and I suppose that's good. Most people I talked to felt we should probably cut contact from Emma, and that would be that. Her house in our neighborhood is owned by Dave, and she already moved out, so we're not supposed to be seeing too much of her day to day. I don't want to demonize her. I don't think she was evilly cackling as she tried to ruin lives. I think she is a very troubled person, and I still hope she finds peace and friends and relationships that would help her through whatever the fuck she is going through, and mostly a good therapist. But this is no longer my circus, and she is not my monkey, and so I hope she does all that way the fuck away from me. As for my wife, things get a little tricky here. See, my wife confessed that she and Dave were having an affair all this time. And so we are getting a divorce. I'm kidding about the last part, of course. God, could you imagine? No, my wife is awesome and remained awesome. Since the situation seems to be mostly resolved, she is now allowed to tease me about it, which she has been. A lot. I might take a while to live this down, but otherwise we are doing well, and for the most part, things seem to have settled down with my friends, though I may want to reevaluate some of my relationships with some of the ones who are more inclined to believe some pretty bad shit about me, and that's about it. Sorry there wasn't really the crazy showdown some of you may have expected. I do think this thing is behind us now, and thank you all for reading and for your advice. This story was posted by a user named Joey in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for abruptly cutting my ex-fiancé out of my life. I am 25, met my ex-fiancé in my first year of college. We were both 18 and went from friends to lovers pretty quickly. We clicked so well and everything was so easy and effortless. We had a really good relationship. It's the kind of relationship that everyone wishes they were in. The kind of relationship that people idolized and said, if those two broke up, then love doesn't exist. You get the picture. For the purpose of this post, let's call my ex Ashley. Ashley was everything I was looking for in a woman. Funny, smart, attractive, down-to-earth, and family-oriented. She wanted to build a life together. Our families got close over the course of our relationship. It was like we were already one big family before even getting married. As planned, I popped the question a year ago, not knowing that this would change everything. She said yes, of course, but things started to change. Slowly but surely over the months, she became more distant. I tried to ignore it and chalk it up to nervousness. You know, cold feet before taking the big marriage plunge. I should have trusted my instincts. She always went out with her group of friends on the weekends. I've been on these outings before. Usually it's clubbing and drinking. It's not my scene, but I trusted my girl, so I had no problem with her going without me. These outings became much more frequent after I popped the question. I tried to ignore my gut feeling that something was wrong about this. I should have listened. Last week, I got a text from one of her girlfriends. She said she feels super guilty about what's been going on. According to her, Ashley has been worried about getting married. She feels that she hasn't had a chance to explore other options, and the prospect of getting locked down for life made her really anxious. On these outings, she would frequently flirt with guys, dance with them, grind on them, make out with them to get it out of her system. Since she wasn't having with them, she didn't consider it cheating. According to the friend, she also gave one guy a BJ in the club bathroom. She sent me pictures and videos from some of those escapades. My heart sank. I felt like I died that day. I thanked the friend for telling me and told her to keep it between us. For me, any form of cheating is a big no-no. I knew it was over. What makes this worse is that I have a past with cheating. She knows about my high school ex who cheated on me, and being a stupid teenager, I tried to end it all. This just makes this whole situation cut even deeper. She knows how much hurt she could cause and still went ahead with it. I wanted to crawl into bed and cry for a month. I wanted to be weak. I felt weak. I decided I would give myself the chance to mourn and cry over this after I protect myself. My fiance and I share an apartment that we both pay rent for 50-50. I decided to take 2 days off work and covertly started to move my things out to my brother's house across the city. He knows about everything and immediately offered his place to me. The first day I moved non-essential items out, when Ashley got back from work, she made a comment about it, but I brushed it off by saying I sold some stuff and took some more stuff to a storage unit to tidy and clear space up in our apartment. She didn't question it. I was furious on the inside about everything that I found out about, but kept cool to avoid suspicion. She noticed I was a bit withdrawn, but I told her I was just tired and stressed from work. The second day, while she was at work, my brother and his wife came over to help me pack everything else, and I was fully moved out by 3 p.m. that day. Since then, I have avoided every single form of communication sent by my ex. I have completely cut her off. I refuse to talk to her or her family. I don't even want to confront her about what happened. She came home that day and saw everything was gone. She texted all my friends and family, who in turn texted me, but I only responded to my parents, who are fully behind me and my decision. Her family and friends are blowing up my phone and saying that I'm a jerk for leaving without a word. They've even been blasting me on social media. I don't really care. She knows what she did. To me, she is dead. She doesn't exist. Because of all this backlash, my brother and his wife are now also questioning if it was right of me to completely ignore everyone. This has caused me to doubt myself a bit, so here I am. User OK Season said, you need to tell her that you know all about the cheating, and then tell her family that she cheated on you. You deserve to preserve your reputation, and you are in no way the bad guy in this situation. Also, I would love to have an update. User Lucky Log said NTA. Thank the friend and get on with your life. There is no going back after that. How in the hell can you come back to our home and think you could possibly marry me? A simple I am having some reservations would suffice. But cheating to get your fun in before marriage is exactly what not to do. Dump her and let her wonder for the rest of her life why. User Tasty Donut said NTA, but I would share with her family that it came to your attention that Ashley cheated on you many times. There is no coming back from this. As she has shown you no respect, you owe her nothing. You can say, I can send you the evidence of her giving a guy fellatio if you'd like to see it, because it's certainly burnt into my brain. Please don't contact me again. I don't think you need to speak with her at all, but I think you should stand up for yourself because she's going to be acting the victim. The next day, OP provided us with an update. After an overwhelming number of people screamed at me in the comments to speak out, I decided to break my silence. I didn't want to make this whole thing public. Despite what she did, some part of me still cares for her. I was with her for 6 years. You can't just throw that away overnight. I came to the conclusion that the right thing to do was to talk to her parents. Only her family needed to know. Everyone else can have whatever opinion they want of me. I don't care. The people who truly know me and are close to me are the only ones I care about. I sent a detailed message of what happened to my closest friends and family. All of them, of course, believed me right away, no pictures needed. I didn't feel like it was necessary or appropriate to spread those pictures of her, so I didn't. Now that the people I cared about were sorted, I moved on to her parents. I messaged her mom, who, by the way, I had gotten so close to that I considered her a second mom, and she considered me a son. She was very upset with me but agreed to meet up. I felt like this needed to be an in-person conversation rather than a nuke I drop in an email with everyone they know. I met her mom and her dad at a diner we used to frequent for breakfast. I know, so cliche. It was quite emotional. They were understandably upset. They didn't do anything wrong, and I cut them out of my life like nothing happened. I understood why they were upset, so when they were confronting me, I was very quiet, just listening, letting them get it all out. I admit I was tearing up with them, that is, until they accused me of some things. It's been a whole week since all of this went down. In that week, a lot happened. Apparently, according to her parents, my ex convinced everyone that I cheated and that she kicked me out, and I haven't been answering anyone because I was so ashamed of what I had done. I literally laughed out loud. I responded by saying that I was sorry and I wished them a happy life and walked out. I was so fucking upset I couldn't even have imagined being accused of this. What a fucking joke. I can't believe her parents would believe her and throw me under the bus so fast. I walked out because I'm pretty sure I would have said some things I'd regret to her parents. I didn't want to do this, but she left me no choice. I activated the nuclear option. I went home, made an email titled "For Your Reading Pleasure," and attached every picture her friend sent me, including screenshots of the chat with her friend where she expressed how guilty she felt about the cheating. I also attached the videos of her grinding and making out with other guys. I included a long explanation detailing everything that has happened since D-Day. I ended the email by saying that I do not wish to be contacted and that I expect my ring back at some point. I included her parents, any friend I could think of, and a co-worker that I just so happened to know as well. Fuck it. So that's where I'm at now. I may be the asshole for sending that email, but she really tested my fucking limits when I found out what she was telling people. I have zero regrets, currently crashing at my brother's place on the pull-out couch. He's helping me get through this as much as one can, I guess. Who knows what kind of fallout that email will create. Either way, I'm gonna sit back and enjoy it with popcorn. About 2 months later, OP posted their final update. I wanted to take a quick moment to thank everyone that reached out to me and offered kind words of support and advice. The reason it took me 2 months to be able to come back here and write an update is because so much has happened in such a short span of time that even I'm having trouble processing it. The fallout after I sent that nuke of an email was catastrophically hilarious. My phone was blowing up with my ex's friends and family asking me tons of questions. Before I had sent that email, everyone was under the impression that I was a cheater and was kicked out. That email not only cleared my name, it basically turned everyone against my ex. Rumors of what had happened started circulating at her job. I attached one of her coworkers to the email if you remember from my last update. Apparently, she couldn't take the embarrassment and ended up quitting. Her parents were less than impressed and refused to take her back in. They reached out to me and apologized for the way things went down. They recognized that they didn't have all the facts and judged me too quickly. I'm cool with them now. They told me that my ex was struggling to make payments for her half of the rent. When I covertly moved out, I contacted our landlord and explained the situation. We only had 3 months left on the lease, so I paid my half for those 3 months, so I'm in the clear. Honestly, it was worth it even though I'm not living there. Our mutual friends also didn't take too kindly to being lied to and basically being manipulated to hate me. From what I've heard, most of our shared friends don't talk to her anymore. Even some of her girlfriends who knew what had been happening behind my back stopped talking to her, which is a little ironic if you ask me. I guess now that everything was public, no one wanted to be associated with her. And speaking of her friends, remember the one that initially came forward to me about this because she felt so bad? Yeah, so we're dating now. I guess through all the trauma, drama, and craziness, we started texting more and more. At first, she was just very supportive. She comforted me and helped me come to terms with what happened. But slowly and surely, we became closer and closer and started to talk about our lives, our interests, our dreams. We realized that we had a lot in common. We are also both single and young. We kind of just fell right into it naturally. She's honestly so great, very kind and loving. I am aware that some people may think this is just a rebound, but I'm really enjoying my time with her and things are going great. I feel great. Since everything went down, I have had no contact with my ex. I've heard through multiple friends that she is livid that I ghosted her and won't even talk to her. She says what I'm doing to her is torture because I won't even give our relationship closure. I just laughed because if she thinks what I'm doing is torture, then she's clueless about what she put me through. I'm honestly good. I will go the rest of my life without ever talking to her again. Call me petty, call me dumb. I am who I am, and I feel this is right. As for me, life is looking good. I'm dating an amazing girl, and I've gotten so much support from my family and friends. Best of all, I feel like I'm really moving on from this whole thing. Hope this update gives you all closure. So many of you messaged at me needing an update. It just took me a sec to gather myself to be able to write this in the midst of all this craziness. Take care of yourselves. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "Devastated and Spiraling. I am 35, found a condom wrapper in my wife's car. We have been together for about 10 years and married for 6. We have no kids now, but we were planning to start trying pretty much now. We are both very active, going to the gym, eating healthy, and are both in relatively great shape. My wife is gorgeous with a phenomenal body, but I would probably consider myself maybe a 5 or 6 out of 10 on the attractiveness scale. I realize that. But we have always had a really strong relationship. We started as great friends, realized that we were just right for each other, and that developed into true romantic love and devotion. The sex was always fantastic. There were never any issues there with quality or frequency. I was washing my wife's car, as I do pretty often. In the course of cleaning the interior, I found an open, empty condom wrapper under her passenger seat. We don't use condoms since she had always been on birth control. I am driving myself insane with all the stories and scenarios running through my brain. She spends a lot of time at the gym working with weights and doing her cardio, like 3 hours, 4 days a week, so there are frequent times when we are apart. She has never given me a reason to suspect she has been unfaithful. I know I have to confront her, but I'm scared to death of what might be the truth. She is my world, and I can't imagine starting a family with anyone else. I'm afraid I'm going to break. Edit, you all are amazing. I am so touched by the messages and heartfelt responses. I had no idea I would get so many responses so quickly. I wanted to add some details to save me from having to reply to all the common comments. My wife has never given me a reason to think she has cheated before this. She has always been loving and affectionate, and we were looking forward to starting a family very soon. Some have speculated that kids coming soon may have led her to one last fling. I don't know, possibly. We are an open book to each other with our finances pretty much entirely tied up as one. She comes from a pretty upper middle class background. Her parents are very comfortable. I come from a home where my parents were fighting their own demons, and so I didn't get a lot of attention growing up. Not a criticism, it was easy to get lost in the shuffle of my parents' problems. We are cordial but not super close. I am way closer to her family, and I love her mom and dad and younger sister. Financially, we are fine. Together we make about $150K per year. She makes $60K as a law firm assistant. I make $90K as an auto technician. We own a house together that we were able to purchase with a down payment from her family. If worst comes to worst, I have no interest in fighting for that money. It is theirs, and they can have it back if we end up selling the house. Some have commented about the amount of time she is at the gym. We go to separate gyms. She gets off work at 4 and goes straight to the gym where she does a class, then works out with weights and does cardio on the treadmill. I was never suspicious of the time she spends there. By the time she gets home, I am already there, and she jumps directly in the shower, and then we make dinner together and hang out. As far as a lawyer or an investigator, there's no way I could do that in secret with the way we manage our finances. So that's out for now. Someone explained to me how to get detailed phone records from Visible, so that's my next step. I will get the records when I have some time to myself and see if there is a number that she's in contact with a lot that I don't recognize. I'll try to figure out where to go from there and let you all know. About a day later, OP posted an update. Lots of folks asked for an update. Not a whole lot to say, but things are getting interesting. I am shaking as I type this. Thanks to everyone in the comments and the messages for the empathy and well wishes. A lot of good tips and advice too. Man, I would hate to piss some of you off. Some of you are vindictive. First off, I found a wrapper, not an actual used condom, so the suggestion of DNA testing was not useful. And thanks to one user for the information about getting detailed phone records from Visible. Today at work, during some break time, I requested a download of the phone records, but it says the request could take up to 45 days. I can't wait that long. I also drove by her work on my lunch break. I don't know why or what I expected, but her car was there as it normally is. Lots of good advice to track her, get a VAR, look at her phone without her knowing, hire an investigator, a lawyer, etc. I can't deal with this. I am taking the advice a lot of you had, and I'm just going to confront her today when she gets home. As some of you suggested, I plan to just put the condom wrapper on the table in plain sight and watch her body language. I am so scared and nervous I am almost pissing my pants. I am really starting to expect the worst. For me, if she cheated, there is zero chance we will stay married. Zero. I don't care what excuses or reasons or whatever she has, I am 100% done. No therapy, no counseling, nothing. I can't believe I am typing this. It makes it seem real. I can't imagine her sucking and fucking some other guy. That's an image I could never get out of my head for the rest of my life. As far as assets go, we don't have a lot. We have a pretty nice house that her dad helped us pay for. I'm happy to let her have it with my fair share and paying back her father. Otherwise, it's bullshit like 2 cars, some furniture, and some decent savings that we have both contributed to. So I'm willing to split 50-50. The thought of divorce is burning a pit in my gut. I'll post again after I confront her. Either way, I think this thing comes to a conclusion tonight. Then, just a few hours later, OP posted yet another update, but it was on the shorter end, so I'll be combining it with OP's final update. I wanted to just type a few more things to keep busy. I'm sitting here trying to find any other reason to doubt her. Dash cam. Yes, I've checked the dash cam footage. Nothing suspicious or out of the ordinary. Commutes to work, the gym, and home. Maybe a stop or two for typical errands. Grocery store, cleaners, zero suspicious activity. But she knows there's a dash cam too, so who knows? Maybe she's just being really careful. Our current state of relationship, it's really strong as far as I know. She comes home, we share a glass of wine while we make dinner together, talk about our day, cuddle on the couch if we watch a show. We really have what anyone from the outside would be jealous of. No feelings of distance, no hiding a phone, and no drop off in sex, which has always been and still is great. Her gym time, with as much as she does, it is really reasonable for her to spend 2.5 hours at the gym. I've gone with her, I've seen her work out, it's pretty extensive and her body shows it. I am so proud of how great she looks and how she takes such good care of herself and encourages me and cares about our health. I have never been suspicious about it, maybe foolishly. Yes, she comes home and showers right away, but she's typically sweaty and feels gross. She doesn't avoid me when she walks in. She will typically come over and greet me with a kiss on the lips and then hit the shower. If she was just having sex with a side piece, I think she would be more discreet. We spend almost all of our time together on the weekends. Go for a jog, date nights, happy hour with friends, dinners with family, etc. She has a lot of girlfriends from work and they sometimes go out for a girls' night like once every 2 months. But again, nothing suspicious. I see the credit card charges, so I don't believe she is hiding anything. And her girlfriends are all awesome, and I love hanging out with them and their partners. I'm torn and getting nervous about talking to her tonight, but I got to get this over with. This should be my final post on this topic. I took a lot of your advice and decided to just confront her tonight. Sorry for the length, but it was a lot. My wife came home from the gym about 6:45 like always. I was sitting at the kitchen table alone. She came over, said hi, kissed me on the lips, and went off to take a shower pretty much like usual. I'm NGL. When she came over to kiss me, I smelled really hard for any evidence of man scents. Cologne, soap, deodorant, sweat, anything. I got nothing. As she showered, I sat by myself, a ball of anxiety, and damn near chickened out. She got out of the shower and came into the kitchen with wet hair, sweats, t-shirt, looking beautiful as usual. She sat down like we always do and expected to chat about our day. She could see immediately something was wrong. She asked what's up. I mean, I was shaking and so nervous like you cannot believe. I asked, have you lent your car to anyone recently? No. Have you had any passengers in your car the last few weeks? She thought for a second and said no. I asked, has anyone besides you or me been in your car the last few weeks? She said, no, what the hell is going on? I asked to see her phone. She looked at me weird, said okay, and just slid the phone to me across the table, no hesitation, and said, what the fuck is going on? I didn't touch her phone. I took the condom wrapper out of my pocket and set it on the table. She looked at it, but had no real visible reaction. I didn't say a word. After a few seconds, she said, what the hell is that? I said, it's a condom wrapper. She said, it's obviously a condom wrapper. What the fuck is a condom wrapper doing on our kitchen table? She was starting to get annoyed. She is either a really good actor or she sincerely had no idea what was happening. I told her I found it under her car seat while I was cleaning her car. She honestly looked dumbfounded. She said she had no idea how it got there. She really seemed sincere and was starting to get concerned. She asked if I thought it was hers. I said, I'm not sure, is it? She said, you have got to be kidding me. You seriously think I'm fucking around on you? Are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? She took her phone and waved it at me and said, here, please, look at my phone, call my sister, call any of my friends. I'm not sure what you want me to say. We sat in silence, very uncomfortable for a minute or two. I didn't take my eyes off her, looking for any sign like a tear. I said, what would you think if the roles were reversed? She admitted she would probably be suspicious, but would give me the benefit of the doubt. She literally went through every day the past couple of weeks, where she went, who she was with, what she was doing, trying to come up with any explanation. She finally remembered an after-work thing that they did for a friend of hers, a baby shower kind of thing at a restaurant after work. One of the girls at her office was invited but couldn't go, and so she asked my wife to please take her gifts to the party. My wife said sure. They walked down to my wife's car to put the gifts in, and my wife's stuff was in the front passenger seat. As I said, the car she drives has a tiny back seat, and access to that back seat is ridiculously difficult. As her friend was putting the gifts in, she spilled her purse all over the floor behind the passenger seat. That was the only possibility she could think of. As I sat there, she insisted we call that friend immediately, and she did just that. She put her friend on speakerphone. She asked her if she remembered when she spilled her purse. She answered yes. She asked if she was sure she got everything picked up off the floor. She answered, I think so. Why? My wife then seriously asks, do you and X use condoms? Her friend kind of chuckled and said, yes. My wife asks what brand, and she answered Trojans, same size too. My wife looked straight into my eyes and asked, when you dumped your purse in my car, is there a chance there were condoms in it? Her friend said, yes, it's not unusual for me to have condoms in my purse. Why? My wife told her friend about the wrapper. Her friend said she doesn't know why she would have an empty wrapper in her purse, but it is certainly possible. She hung up the phone and looked at me and asked if I would like to go through her phone. I said no, and she asked, mystery solved. I literally started crying. I was crying because I was so fucking relieved. I was crying because I am married to the most awesome woman in the world who loves me more than anything. And I was crying because I was racked with guilt that I thought she could be cheating. I felt miserable for how I must have made her feel. My incredible wife took it so well. She hit me with her dish towel and said, "I cannot believe you could think I would cheat on you." But she admitted again, she may have felt the same in my shoes. She even laughed a little and said it was kind of cute that I was so jealous and nervous about asking her about it. We decided to have our glass of wine and go out for dinner. At dinner, we talked about how excited we were to start trying for a baby. I am sure she is telling the truth. I know her. I know her like nobody else. I know her body language, I know her voice and how it sounds when she is stressed or hiding something. There was none of that. I hope none of you have to go through this, but thanks for all the well wishes. I will probably let my wife read this thread at some point, but not while it's still so fresh. Plus, she'll probably rib me for going to Reddit for advice. She's not necessarily a fan, so all is good. Really good. Have a great life, everyone. This story was posted by a user named MomSister in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled, "My mom feels my sister should have married my husband instead of me. I am upset with my mom and my sister because of something my mother said, but everyone around me feels I am overreacting. Please be brutally honest in telling me if I am being insecure or if my mom and my husband are wrong in this. Let me give you a bit of backstory. My husband James, 34M, and I, 29F, were neighbors growing up. My sister Fran, 34F, was in the same grade as my husband. Everyone knew my sister in school because she is very smart and beautiful. James had a huge crush on her, and all of us knew about it. He asked her out for senior prom, and Fran shot him down. They still remained friends, but he moved to a different state for college, and we did not hear much from him except for when he came back for holidays. James and I were never friends growing up since I was in middle school when this happened. In fact, I was much younger than both of them, and they would actively avoid including me in their hangouts and activities. I went to a good college and got my first job in the same city as James. My mom suggested I should contact James since I did not know anyone there. We became friends, and 3 years later, we got married. We both have high-paying jobs and love our life. We moved back to our hometown during COVID as James's mom had health issues, and our jobs allowed us to work remotely. Fran also had a pretty good life. She married when she was 23, and her husband was well off. 2 years ago, Fran discovered that he had been cheating on her for almost the entire duration of their marriage with multiple partners, and she decided to break things off. Fran moved back in with my mom. Fran had not worked during their marriage and was expecting to gain significant alimony from the divorce. However, due to complications regarding the prenup, she barely got anything and is struggling financially. She got a job but is barely able to afford her own place and continues living with my mom. James and I were very supportive of her during the whole process. Since James and Fran were friends growing up, they both have a special bond. They have their inside jokes and stories, and I sometimes feel like a third wheel when we all meet. However, James keeps his distance and has never given me any reason to believe that he has lingering feelings for her. Fran, on the other hand, constantly visits us and ends up staying for dinner and sleeping in our guest room. I don't mind her coming over, but I do not like the fact that she talks more to James than to me. Also, she always comes over when I am not at home, and I often find them sitting next to each other on the sofa watching TV when I get home. It sort of reminds me of my childhood when I was locked out of our basement when Fran had friends over and I would feel left out. Fran is also too comfortable around James. She walks around the house in just a towel after her shower when he is around, or sleeps in her underwear in the guest room without locking the door. I have voiced my concerns to her, but she says that we are family and that she does not care. I have also voiced my concerns to James. He does make efforts now to explain stories and inside jokes if Fran brings them up. The main issue happened this weekend. I was hanging out with my mom and Fran last weekend when Fran was recollecting stories about how James would do her homework and chores for her growing up. She said, "He was so much in love with me and I felt guilty taking advantage of him." My mom jokingly said to her that she wished Fran had had the wits to marry James instead of her loser husband. Then she wouldn't be in this situation. Fran smiled after hearing that and nodded, but I was hurt by the comment. I protested to my mom that James is my husband, and I do not want her to make such comments about him. My mom doubled down and said that she feels this way because both James and I are high earners while Fran is struggling. So it would make sense if Fran were married to James. Then I would be fine since I do not need him to support me financially. She kept insisting that it was hypothetical and that she just wants both her daughters to be happy. I did not like those comments and told them not to speak like that about James or my marriage in general. Fran chimed in and told me that I should not take the comment so personally and that I am being too sensitive. However, I ended up having a fight with both of them before leaving. When I came home and told James about it, he sided with my mom and Fran, saying that my mom just made a harmless joke. I also raised the issue of Fran's behavior around our house, but he told me that this is between me and my sister, and he is not going to tell Fran what she can or cannot wear in our house. However, I'm feeling really bad about the situation. Despite everyone apologizing to me, things just don't feel right. Am I wrong for reacting the way I did? Or does everyone else have a point? Should I be more secure about my relationship with James? User No Imagination said, NTA. Your sister is really hanging on to the fact that he liked her in high school. This is probably because she is at such a low in her life. She needs to wake up and learn boundaries. Your mother encouraging her is ridiculous. She should be saying that sister should be more like you, financially independent and in a stable marriage. User Yoga Lover Girl said, NTA. Your mother's comment was inappropriate and disrespectful towards your marriage, and it's concerning that your husband is dismissing your feelings about Fran's behavior. It's not about insecurity, it's about wanting respect in your relationship and home. To this, OP said the following: this has been a pattern through my life. Due to age difference, Fran has always treated me like a kid. I just felt insulted that my mom completely ignored my feelings while making such comments. However, a part of me also has been jealous of Fran because of all the attention she got, and I was the nerdy little weird girl in our family. User Recent Vermicelli said, NTA, but I personally think your sister is trying to make this a reality and your mom is assisting. She is interested in him, and it may be just because she knows that he can support her financially. Your partner needs to decide if he is married to you or if he is courting your sister. Your sister obviously thinks that he belonged to her first, and she is trying to take what she thinks is still hers. Either put your foot down or get out. This is not going to end well for you if you don't. There is no reason for her to be sitting with your husband watching TV, especially when you are not home. And there is zero reason for her to be having sleepovers at your home. 6 days later, OP provided her final update. To summarize what happened, my mom made a really off-putting comment that she wished my sister Fran was married to my husband James. I got really mad, and my husband also tried to undermine my feelings by telling me I was overreacting to a harmless joke. Sorry for the long post, but many of you were messaging me for an update, and I wanted to tell you what happened. The comments really made me paranoid, and I saw everyone's point that James may have just married me because of his crush on Fran. This really heightened my anxiety, and I started snooping around. My husband literally makes me check his phone for new messages when he is not around, so I knew there was nothing to hide there. However, I was spooked by how my sister always knows when I am not at home and why James and Fran are always sitting on the same couch when I come home. I tried talking to my husband and he told me that my feelings were valid. However, he also said that Fran is going through a tough time and refused to say anything bad about my mom or Fran. Last Friday, I went to the gym as usual in the evening, and when I came home, Fran was sitting in the living room while James was cooking dinner. I got a bit angry and asked her what she was doing there. She said she had no plans for the night and came to hang out with us. It really annoyed me, and I told her that I wanted to spend a quiet weekend with my husband and asked if she could come some other time. She could see I was upset. She started saying how our mom was just being silly and that I needed to let it go since it was just a joke. I told her I did not find it funny and we got into a fight. She said that I am always an insecure, annoying kid and that no wonder no one liked me. It really hurt me, but James stepped in and told Fran that she needed to leave. I have never seen James be so forceful with Fran. Fran muttered some unpleasant things to James and then left. I was in tears by the end of the whole thing, and James was consoling me. I was really upset and spent the night in our room alone. In the morning, I prepared notes on all the things I wanted to ask James. Your comments really helped me get my thoughts straight. I know I was being very insecure, but after reading the comments, I really started questioning if James really married me for me or just because I was Fran's sister and looked like her. James and I had a long conversation, and I told him about my anxieties and insecurities. I explained how it makes me feel that he spends so much time with Fran when she visits us and how they have their own inside jokes. I asked him if he still has feelings for her. He was calm and smiling the whole time. He told me that he would tell me the truth truth but did not want me to hate him for it later. He said that he knows Fran used him all through their school days because she knew he liked her. When he went to college, Fran still tried to keep in touch with him, but putting distance between them made him realize how badly she treated him, so he decided to cut contact with her so that he could work on himself. That was the reason he rarely visited us when he used to come for holidays and stopped being friends with Fran. I told him that it bothered me that he chose Fran before me and ignored me during our childhood. That was why I always had doubts about whether I was his second choice. He said that I was 13 when he went to college. If he had liked me instead of Fran at that age, we would be having a different problem. He told me that when I contacted him, he thought that I must be like Fran and was not very enthusiastic about meeting me. However, after we hung out a few times, he realized that I am nothing like Fran. We soon became close, started dating, and got married after a few years. He told me that Fran was married by then and that he saw I always put Fran on a pedestal and would get jealous when Fran posted vacation pictures or the new shiny things her husband bought for her. That was the reason he never told me that he did not like hanging around Fran, as he felt that for me, Fran was always the North Star. He explained that he had always kept his distance from Fran and she was a non-issue since we would meet her only a few times each year. However, after her divorce, he did not know how to act. He said that he was grateful to me for uprooting our lives and moving back to our hometown for his mom's health. He wanted to do the same and take care of my family. When Fran got divorced, he supported her in every way he could for me, even though he realized it meant spending a lot of time with her and listening to her bring up all the memories from high school that he wanted to forget. I told him it bothered me that Fran came to our house as often as she does, especially in the evenings when I go to the gym. He told me that he also finds it odd that she knows my gym routine and always comes over when I am not at home. However, he assured me that he has always kept his distance from her, and if she did anything that would raise an alarm, he would have told me immediately. She just makes him watch all the old movies or TV shows they enjoyed growing up and gossips endlessly about their high school friends. He told me I need to trust him, and if I want him to be the bad guy and ask Fran not to visit us often, he can do that for me. However, he knows that I will eventually make up with my mom and Fran and does not want to be blamed for being mean to her. He also mentioned that he will not tell Fran what to wear around the house as it would be creepy if it came from him. I felt I got all the assurance I needed from James, and I will never doubt how amazing a husband he has been. My mom and Fran visited us on Sunday, and my mom profusely apologized to me. She told me she does not want me to feel bad about her comment and that she would never wish anything bad on my marriage. She meant to say that James is a great guy and she hopes Fran can find someone like him one day. Fran was a bit sour but apologized for all the name calling on Friday, saying it was just her hormones. She mentioned that she likes hanging out with her sister and her best friend, which is why she comes to our house. I told her she is welcome to come anytime she wants but should call ahead of time in case James and I have plans for the evening, and she agreed. I really want to move past this issue, but I do want to establish some firm boundaries regarding when Fran can come to our house and hang out with James alone, as I know it bothers him too. Overall, I feel things are good now. I am glad my worst fears did not come true, but I do feel I need some therapy in order to deal with my insecurities. User No Siren said, I don't know if Fran ever had thoughts about seducing your husband, but I think she was basking in his attention and was definitely living in a what-if world. She's divorced and financially insecure. Your husband was a potential future that she turned down. When she is over at your house, alone with your husband, she can pretend that that is her life, married and financially secure to a man who at one time worshipped the ground she walked on. However, your husband doesn't feel that way anymore. I think you can trust his words on that. It sounds like he really just doesn't feel comfortable being the one to set boundaries because he doesn't want to hurt her feelings, and she is your sister. Create your boundaries and be firm. These are not unreasonable boundaries. You're literally living in the same town. There's no reason for her to sleep over. User Material Cellist said, you are being foolish. Your sister is pursuing your husband, but instead of ensuring she is out of the picture, you allow her to stick around as long as she calls. You need to kick her to the curb. Go low contact. Don't be foolish. Under this comment, User Grim said the following. James said he knows OP will never cut her off, so he doesn't suggest it. She even mentions this in the post. I commented elsewhere, but in my opinion, the biggest problem with this update is that OP even let her sister into the house. James said he doesn't even like her. OP needs to keep her relationship with her sister and mother separate from her marriage outside of family gatherings. OP needs to stop rationalizing with them and simply say no as a complete sentence. No, we aren't hanging out at my house. No excuses, no explanations, just a clear line in the sand. If they ask why, she should say they know why and that it's not up for discussion. If anyone has anything more to say about it, she should leave. If either of them crosses that line, she should tell them she will see them another time and just walk away. She can't tell them what to do, but she doesn't have to allow them to disrespect her or her husband. They will respect her words when she actually stands up for herself and stops giving them room to walk all over her, user Technical Pumpkin said. Behind every dumb joke, there is a truth. And believe me, they meant what they said to you, so you'd better not minimize it and stay on guard. Your husband was very good on many points, but even if you do trust him, you don't want to tempt fate. As a partner, he must respect the fact that you are not comfortable with them spending so much time together, especially given their past. He can be there for you and help you in many other ways, but helping your sister should not be one of them. Your sister has something in mind and your mom is on her side, so the sooner you accept this, the better you can protect your marriage. This next post was made by a user named JustARN. The post is titled, "Coworker asked me to bear her man of honor. I said no and she went nuts." This happened yesterday and I'm still confused. Yesterday was my first day back at work after being off for 2 weeks. This is kind of important. One of my coworkers had gotten engaged the week before I left. When she announced it at work, we all congratulated her and expressed how happy we were for her. I thought that was the end of it. So when I left for vacation, the last I knew, no plans had yet been made. Then yesterday, when I went back to work, my boss, K, and best friend, L, said that coworker C was looking for me. I asked what was up and they weren't sure, but she was carrying a little gift bag. A few minutes later, C found me and asked how my vacation was. I was telling her about it when she cut me off and said she had a very important question to ask. She handed me a little gift bag and asked if I would be her best man of honor for her wedding. I thanked her and told her that typically this role goes to a close female friend. She responded that there was nothing traditional about her wedding, so it was fine. I looked over at L and K, who were both trying to keep from laughing. I again thanked her, congratulated her, and told her that I wasn't interested in being part of her wedding party and that I would be happier being a guest in the audience. I swear, when I said this, I watched her entire demeanor change. A switch flipped. She went off, saying that I had to be in her wedding and that she didn't understand why I would say no. I told her that we only knew each other for a short time and that I had no interest in trying to plan parties, dinners, and shopping trips. She told me I needed to think about it and she would get back to me later. I told her to go for it, but my answer would be the same. She walked away and I looked at K and L and asked what the ever-loving, fresh, creepy hell that was. Kay started to laugh and said she didn't know, but that saying no like I did might have saved me a lot of headaches in the future. L commented that C went straight to Bridezilla mode and this was a glimpse into what she would be like. C came back today. However, she approached me differently this time and handed me a list of what she wanted me to do along with her vision of how she sees things. I asked her why she gave me this list and she said that as her man of honor, these were my responsibilities. I told her again that I was not going to do any of this. She insisted again that she needed me to do this and talked about how much fun it would be. Then she asked, "Haven't you ever wanted to be part of something special?" I told her I'm a nurse. Enter K, who could sense that I needed help. She told C that one of her patients needed her assistance. I told Kay that if this keeps up, I might need her help. She said she was already watching the situation and would intervene if necessary. What did I miss? We aren't that close. She just transferred down to my unit from a different unit 6 months ago. I had no idea who she was until then. L is saying that C is close in age to me and might feel that is enough of a connection. Did I miss something? When we're asked to participate in something like this, are we supposed to automatically gush and jump up and down in excitement? Why is saying no considered a bad thing? User Anthropy said, "Are you gay?" She has a very specific vision about how she wants her non-traditional wedding to go. Gay best friend for a man of honor, you're supposed to screech and make jokes at her bachelorette. Then she's going to wear something funky and fun with her wedding dress instead of heels, like Converse or cowboy boots. Bonus points if the cake is just cupcakes. Under this post, OP said the following, "I am gay 100%. That whole thing just sounds awful. User Painter Reader said, she wants to show off how different and edgy she is by having a man of honor. She may also admire your organizing skills and get it done demeanor and thinks you'll throw her great wedding related parties. To this, OP said the following: I'm a bad gay guy friend. I'm organized when it comes to a lot of things, but planning a wedding is something I've never done and really don't want to learn to do. If I were to ever get married, it's midnight under a full moon at the beach with a few friends and a cookout the next day. User River and the Dalex said, I don't mean to assume here, but like, are you gay or does she think? Could she be going for the gay best friend stereotype? That would add a whole other level of weird. Maybe she has no close friend and wants to impress or like save face to the friends she's gonna invite to events. But that's not your problem. Keep your foot down. To this, OP said, I don't know the situation, and to be honest, we are colleagues, and I'm happy with that. I have such a small group of close friends, and that's all I need. With that being said, I'm not rude to her by any means, but I'm just not interested. I have enough crazy in my life dealing with my family that I don't need the insanity of a bridezilla or a wedding to add to it. One day later, OP provided an update. First, I apologize. I never thought this would go as crazy as it did. I want all of you to know that I read all of your responses and responded to as many as I was able to. Thank you all for your amazing insights and comments, many of which made me laugh, something I really needed. I have been sick and your support helped cheer me up. I had to meet with my lawyer today regarding family issues. My neighbor, best friend, and coworker Elle took me because I really felt awful and driving wasn't a good idea. We talked about this on the way, and we were both asking a lot of the same questions that all of you were asking. The big one was about the circumstances of C's transfer. She went from MedSurg 4W to the ER, which is a huge change. I have to work tomorrow, so we will see what happens. Elle and I are going to ask Kay about the transfer and raise a couple of other concerns. After I got home from the meeting with my lawyer, I slept for the rest of the day. Many of you asked if C and I hang out outside of work. The answer is no. I really don't know anything about her. I have helped her a few times with patients and other things, but our relationship is 100% purely work-related. That's why I was so surprised that she asked me to be her man of honor. I have a very small friend base, and in all honesty, I like to keep it that way. I really have no interest in being a part of this. I'm not a wedding person. After reading so many Bridezilla stories and hearing about over-the-top weddings, they have become a huge turnoff for me. Spending tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars on insane, unrealistic demands that turn people against each other. Why? I would rather use that money and spend that time planning my next trip or vacation. Many people said that I was being used as a token or prop in a wedding, or as a gay best friend. I never really thought about it until now. I admit that I'm out and proud, but I'm not going to pretend to be someone's friend just so they can fulfill some kind of fetish for wanting to have a gay best friend or some kind of status they feel the need to fulfill. It takes a lot for me to get offended, but if this were actually the case, then I would be quite offended. I was not put on this earth to be someone's plaything. A lot of people have said that maybe she doesn't have a boyfriend. She does. She has brought him in before. If she has any insecurities, I don't understand them. She is attractive, smart, and knows her stuff, so I'm at a loss as to why she is acting like this. Many people say to go to HR. I'm starting that process with my boss Kay. She is completely aware of the situation since she was with us when all this happened. She has told me that she is watching the situation and will jump in if I need her to. I trust her completely. While Kay and HR can control the situation at the hospital, they can't control it on a personal level if C were to follow me home or something like that. So I think that covers it all. I wish I could say this is over, but most likely there is more to come. And 3 days after that, OP provided their final update. I keep forgetting to thank my boyfriend. He has been with me through this, but more in the background. At first, we were laughing about it, but when everything happened on Thursday, he was there as well. Elle was able to get him away from his unit for a little bit for the "it will be okay" boyfriend hug. He stayed the night with me a couple of times and helped me while I was sick. So yeah, I'm very lucky to have such great support. This intro is going to be long, but I'm telling you about this for a reason, and later in this update, it will make sense. I'm hoping this will be done and that this will be the last of this whole situation. I was born into a family where I was referred to as an issue that needed to be dealt with. I lived in the shadow of my sister, who was the child my parents wanted. They wanted one child, which was a girl, so dad could have his daddy's girl, and mom could have her little princess. Then I came along. Keep in mind that I'm 23, so back then my parents had options but chose not to use any of them. Instead, my parents raised my sister while I was raised by a nanny who, even to this day, is one of the biggest influences in my life, and I am so grateful for her. She helped me with so much. I finally realized that all these years later, being referred to as an issue that needed to be dealt with stripped me of my humanity, individuality, personality and self-worth as a person. I think that's why I have worked so hard to establish myself in my career and in my life, as a way to become a person again and not just be that issue that needed to be dealt with. This past Thursday, things came to a head with the bridezilla known as C, and the truth came out. My best friend L has been sticking close to me when we work together in case C starts something. We weren't sure if she was going to leave it alone or start up again. I was really hoping that it was done, but she had to try once more. I've been sick and had a busy morning, so I really just wanted a few minutes to go to the bathroom, grab a quick snack, and maybe breathe. C came up with her list and asked if I had a few minutes to talk about the wedding planning. I looked at her and told her again, no, that I was not interested in being part of her wedding and that I wasn't going to help in any way. She needed to drop the subject and leave me alone. Again, she went into the whole thing about how I was going to do this and how much fun it would be. Here we go with that line all of you loved the first time. Why in the ever-loving fresh creepy hell is it so important for me to be your man of honor? I'm not interested and I'm not doing it. It is exactly as pretty much all of you told me it would be. She was just planning on using me as a token or a plaything. She took all of the messed up gay stereotypes that exist in society and put them into one sentence. What modern liberal woman isn't going to have a gay bestie on her arm for special events? I felt everything in my stomach move and a wave of nausea came over me. I felt like I couldn't get to the bathroom fast enough. This pissed Elle off to no end. Elle is really kind of like the overprotective sister that I wish I had, and she took C off to visit our boss K and laid it all out. Everything that was said. While I wasn't in on that conversation, Elle and K filled me in on what transpired. Kay came to check on me while I was still hiding in the bathroom. She knocked on the door and asked if she could come in. I asked her for a bottle of water first. While I was waiting, I realized two things why I chose not to hang out with C and why I didn't like her. I couldn't figure out why I didn't like her, just that there was something about her that gave me the heebie-jeebies. But I realized that I didn't like her because she is a different version of my sister. While C is educated and employed, she doesn't care about other people or their feelings. She is like my sister in the sense that if she wants something badly enough, she will figure out how to get it. The second thing I realized was that she did exactly what my parents did to me. She completely dehumanized me and reduced me to an entity, just kind of turned me into a token or a thing for her. I think the word that best describes it is that I'm just a plaything. What really gets me is that just like my sister, C doesn't think she did anything wrong and believes I'm being too sensitive and a delicate snowflake. The next day, an emergency meeting was held at work, and C is being suspended pending investigation. A new transfer is being looked into as well. Kay made the request for her termination. The director of emergency nursing said this was a last resort, but that she would be looking into options, which could include sending C to a new hospital or facility. This didn't sit well with me. I asked what would happen if she did the exact same thing to someone else. She didn't really give me an answer, but said she still needed to look into a few things and that at this point, C is suspended. Anyway, here it is. I'm still pretty sick and had to work this weekend. If I can, I'll respond. I want to thank everyone for all the amazing support. I am going back to my lawyer to see if he can figure out how to send her a cease and desist letter to make sure she doesn't contact me. I'm heading to bed now. Have a good night. User MXF, I said, what the hell is wrong with this woman? I mean, I know what it is. She views herself as the main character, and everyone else is just there as a supporting character. But still, how can people even act like this? Also, C is a nurse. Shudders, I really hate that she's allowed to even treat patients if this is how she treats peers in her profession. I am so sorry you were the target of this blatant homophobic BS, and I would raise hell if she isn't fired because that's exactly what that BS is. She's displaying discriminatory behavior toward people on an equal level of power to her. She will absolutely be like that with patients because they're a lower tier than the people she's equal to. User Witty Conclusion said, the problem is she never wanted to be best friends with him. She wanted the gay arm candy. I am a nurse and I have the pleasure of working with people of every orientation. I started at a hospital at 23. I worked at that hospital for 6 years. I had 2 doctors who were gay. We were in a patient's room and he said a Ferg cannot take care of him. I smarted off and said, that's great. A Ferg is a cigarette, and those are not okay in the hospital setting. Dr. A had to walk out because he was cracking up. So 3 days later, Dr. B took over. We go back to the patient's room. He says, "Oh great, another Ferg." I pulled a cigarette out of my pocket and said, "Well, since you need a Ferg so bad, here you go." Dr. B left crying because he was laughing so hard. Needless to say, we all have been best friends for 15 years. My husband takes husbands A and B out fishing every month or so. My husband's straight friends get mad when husbands A and B are not there. It's so bad that when we're out, they start talking about inside jokes or stories and have to stop, getting upset that the jokes or stories won't make any sense. While doctors A and B and I go shopping and to the bar. I travel now, as do both doctors, but we do a family vacation once a year. Next year, we're going to Europe for 6 weeks for Dr. A's 20-year vow renewal. My husband and Dr. B are best men, while Dr. B's husband and I are the matrons of honor. Needless to say, if you so desperately need a gay man in your life, start with being a decent human being, then you will get the honor of having a gay best friend. User Geek Girl said, "You seem to possess a lot of emotional intelligence. It's the booby prize for having endured emotional abuse." I'm glad C is being dealt with, although I agree with you that she shouldn't be in a position where she has to care for vulnerable people. I don't know if you'll even read this comment, but if you do, please take this to heart. You matter. Your life makes a difference. This story is told through two sides, one being the husband and the other his wife. The post was made in the AITAH subreddit and is titled AITAH for telling my husband we need to suck it up and buy our daughter a new car. My daughter Casey, 17F, worked and saved up money for around a year to be able to afford a better car than we could buy her with our family budget. My other daughter Alana, 16F, has ADHD, recently got her driver's license and asked to drive Casey's car. Casey allowed it, but Alana ended up having a bad accident around 6 months ago, which basically rendered the car unusable. The insurance payout wasn't nearly enough to cover the replacement, and with Alana's medical bills from the accident, there was no way we could afford to replace Casey's car immediately. Alana was very apologetic to Casey, and so were we since we couldn't afford to replace her car. Casey didn't accept our apology and has been basically avoiding us, skipping family dinners, and pretty much pretending that her mom, Alana, and I don't exist. She only talks to us if she needs a form signed for her school. I begged her to come to a family therapy session, and she eventually relented, but with the condition that Alana wouldn't be present. In the therapy session, she told us that she won't be resuming a relationship with us until we replace her car, which realistically won't be until next year. When the therapist asked how she expected us to do that, Casey said we could just make Alana work to earn the money. The issue is that Alana has severe ADHD and already has trouble managing her schoolwork. I'm worried that making her work to earn the money will harm her grades and have significant ramifications for her future. Casey said, "Well, she should have thought about that before destroying my car. I don't care, I'm not going to speak to any of you unless I have my car replaced." I responded that she was free to avoid speaking to me for as long as she wanted to, but I'm not going to permanently harm her sister's future to get her a car earlier. My wife agrees with me that we need to stand firm on our position, but is also genuinely afraid of Casey never speaking to her ever again. I understand that her car was ruined, but as a parent, I need to look out for all my children, not just one. I also don't want to set the precedent that emotional blackmail will work, even if what you're asking for is unreasonable. 1 month later, the wife posted an update. I, 39F, and my husband, 43M, have 2 daughters, 16-year-old Alana and 17-year-old Casey. Casey has held down a steady job for over a year now and was able to get herself a car. She got this car right as Alana passed her own driver's test, so there was a little issue over who was going to be driving. After a little persuasion, Casey did allow Alana to use her car as long as somebody else paid for gas. We told her that wasn't going to cut it. Alana doesn't have the money for that, and it's her car. Her responsibility to keep gas in it and keep it on the road. Here's where it gets difficult. Alana wrecked the car about a month ago. Luckily, she was fine aside from a broken wrist and a mild concussion, but Casey was fuming the entire time and seemed to expect that we would be replacing her car. She and my husband got into an argument and she threw her arms up like a child and just stopped speaking to us. We coaxed her into going to family therapy with us, but it wasn't productive, as she and the therapist agreed that it would be best to maintain reduced contact until she's paid back. Here's the problem. That car was $15K. She saved up every penny for a year for that car. She'd ask us about twice a week if we had changed our mind, and obviously the answer was no, but that was the only thing she'd say to us. It didn't seem to bother my husband, and he kept saying she would get over it until last week when she packed some things and had my mother come and get her. She's been staying at her grandmother's for a little over a week now, and she gave me an earful. Whatever Casey told her worked because earlier today, my husband and I were informed we had 30 days to replace the car in full or she would take us to court. I think my husband is admirable in wanting to stand his ground, but from my perspective, we have two options. I am sick of my daughter not talking to me because of something that is not my fault. Alana has been a wreck, she's already battling severe ADHD, and now she's shaking at the thought of having to appear in court. So I sat them both down and said we have two options. We can suck it up, pay $15K, and have our daughter and sister back, with Alana just having to buck up and work. Or we can let my daughter sue my husband and me on Casey's behalf and almost certainly lose. We spoke to 4 different law firms and all 4 echoed similar sentiments, that it would probably cost us close to triple in the end to bring it to court and fight it there. That's when I told my husband that I am not going 30 grand further into debt for him to hold the pettiest grudge. He's saying that I'm being manipulative by holding this whole situation over his and Alana's heads. I'm not saying it's not partly my fault. All I said was that no matter what, at the end of the day, we owe Casey, and he needs to just accept that. We can afford $15K to replace the car, but if we have to dish out double that just to lose in court anyway, I'm divorcing him before he makes that mistake. In either case, I'm done not supporting both of my daughters. We've tried reasoning with Casey and it has resulted in nothing. We lost this one. Am I the asshole for trying to get my husband to accept it? I feel I may be, just for how long I was being a passenger in the situation and for threatening my husband with divorce. I don't think we did anything that wrong, but I'm willing to admit when we made some mistakes and we have to make up for it somehow. 3 weeks later, the wife provided an update. It's been a few weeks since I last updated, and I want to start by addressing a few things that have opened my eyes a little bit regarding this situation, the first being my husband's post, which came well before my own. He and I fought over that. I truthfully didn't love that he used real names, however. When I found out he posted, for the sake of transparency, I used real names as well. With that being said, I went through with the difficult decision to serve him divorce papers. To really abbreviate things, I went to therapy as many of you suggested, and I was assessed with a diagnosis of obsessive-compulsive disorder in my second session. In my third session, we discussed the whole car situation, and my therapist explained it to me in a way that made it hard not to feel awful for Casey. The discussion we had covered quite a lot, but the common denominator in everything that's been going wrong has largely been my husband. He's the reason Casey shared her car, he's the reason Alana got hurt driving on her own, and he's the reason we're set for court in barely a week and still don't have an attorney. As for me, I don't know what I've been doing, but it hasn't been being a mother, if I'm honest. One of you asked me straight up why I was being a passenger, and I just don't have a good answer. I let my parents know about the divorce, and they were a little concerned, but what I didn't expect was for Casey to reach out. The last time we talked was mostly her and my husband butting heads. I really thought she was about to turn on me, but I've never heard her cry like that. At least not since she was much younger. I make a little bit more than my husband, but finding an apartment was brutal, especially with Alana wanting to come with me. I don't think I was clear enough about how badly I want to pay Casey back before, but I do. Most of my money is in joint savings though, so there isn't much I can afford. My husband wasn't going to back down. I won't lie, I was selfish. I begged Casey to drop my name from this suit. I told her I would pay what I could afford right this second, which wasn't much in comparison. She told me that it wasn't so much the car or its value she wanted back, it was the security of having something of her own. She listed off probably dozens of instances where Alana got first pick over her, and it was very hard to refute. She told me that losing that much money sucked, but the bigger loss for her was that her first big girl purchase, which a lot of friends and family were excited about, was now going to be remembered as a family-ending disaster. She told me that she knows I can't replace that. We agreed to breakfast next week and joint therapy, just us two. Her only condition was that I don't try at any point to save him from the suit, which I agreed to. Alana came to me even before my last post, saying she only drove so far because my now ex-husband pressured her into picking up the grocery order early for something he wanted to make. This also changed my perspective. I was under the impression that she was doing her own thing, but even my husband owned up to that, which ground my gears. But I put it together. Illegal driver in an expensive car, not insured, and under pressure. Alana drove, but I've come to realize that my ex-husband seems to have a tendency to like to pressure people. He's pressured me a lot too. He probably pressured Casey into letting Alana drive at all, which brings me back to her and we finished our talk on better terms. I owe her so much more than breakfast out, but I'm just beyond grateful she's even willing to look at me. I've seen a lot of bold assumptions that I hate Casey and that I vastly favor Alana, but I only feel the second part was ever accurate. I've never hated my own daughter. I was frustrated with her over something I've come to realize wasn't her fault. As of now, I'm just adjusting to a much quieter place and to my phone buzzing nonstop. I've only been moved out for 5 days and Alana has seemed so much less anxious, to me at least. It's odd because my place now isn't anywhere near what the house is, but I think last night was probably the first time I've slept 8 hours since high school. Today was productive and for Casey. I'll admit it, I hope she wins. I hope she gets her car and then some. As for the divorce, I don't want much material. I won't say no to it. I'd rather just have my share of joint savings and try to tackle my own issues, of which I guess I have more than I would have been willing to admit a month ago. I know I'm going to get pelted most likely, but I want you to know I'm thankful. The internet is mean, but it tells the truth. And however this turns out, it's largely your comments that helped me see what I was doing wrong and who was enabling those things. And most importantly, how I could stop it. It's times like this where my dad would tell me I'm not lucky, I'm privileged. And I think that applies here. I'm privileged that my daughter didn't just laugh even though she could and arguably should have. That's the update. I'll update whenever Casey and I meet, provided she's comfortable with it, and then you probably won't hear from me until the whole suit and divorce is over and done with. I just wanted Reddit to know I hear you all and I wish I could have seen reason when I first posted. I'm frustrated reading my own comments. Therapy is a powerful thing. User Tiny said, the issue is that Alana has severe ADHD. If your child has such severe ADHD that they're struggling in school, bad enough that being responsible for their choices is too much to expect. You don't have them drive. I have ADHD, I am 35 years old. I have never owned a car. The closest I've come to licensing was a few years where I had an active permit, and I did drive about 45 miles each way for school one summer for a few weeks, with my aunt in the car the whole way. I do not drive because I am not capable of it. I cannot safely drive. The person blaming Casey for not putting Alana on her insurance. That shouldn't have been a requirement for the teen who doesn't want her sister using her car to do it. That should have been handled by the parents. Edit, I'm referring to those pushing for it. Severe ADHD is not a reason why you are not responsible for things you do that hurt other people. It should be a bright line for you to evaluate your limits and say, oh shit, I can't actually do this. Not everyone should be driving. If you have severe ADHD, so severe that you can't reasonably hold down a job without destroying your grades, you might fall into that category. User Pink Kabu said, I remember seeing the husband's post in the wild. Even if the wife eventually got her head a little out of her butt about it, both she and her STBX suck a whole lot. I feel so bad for Casey having to deal with these people. I'm glad she has her grandparents firmly on her side. At the very least, someone's gotta be. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Strange Temperature. The post is titled, My sister-in-law licked my face and now my brother is not talking to me. Alright, I'm sorry for the title, but that's as concise as I could be about it. I am 22M and my brother is 28M. He's been engaged to his fiancée for a few months now. She is 24. My brother's fiancée is your typical spoiled party girl, and to be honest, so is my brother. In the last year or so, my brother and I have had a strained relationship. This is mostly due to differences of opinion when helping take care of our mom, who is struggling with some PTSD and anxiety. She got held hostage by a man at her job, is still recovering, and not back to work yet. For some context, my brother is a very impatient and opinionated person who struggles to see things outside his own perspective. He doesn't have a good grasp on mental health. He is easily persuaded by what he reads online, gets caught up in conspiracy theories, and I noticed COVID, the pandemic, kind of exacerbated all of this. I work as a paramedic, and he's been arguing with me about thinking I know better than him ever since. I am adopted, and my bio mom was of a different ethnicity, so we don't look like brothers. When he can't think of a way to win an argument, he brings up the fact that I'm not her real son or his real brother. It wasn't always like this between us, which is sad. He's just not the same person, and I'm not sure if it's work stress, life stress, or what. I get that this this post is going to be skewed by my perspective, but I'll try to be objective when it comes to the conflict. My birthday was last weekend. My brother's fiance apparently had the idea to throw me a surprise party. Most of the people there were friends of my brother and the fiance. Everyone was drunk. They made a bit of a show of bringing me out a cake and having me blow out the candles. Before I did that, my brother's fiance swiped frosting on her finger and put it on my cheek. I thought it was just her being nice and not trying to smash a piece of cake in my face. I blew out the candles, and after I did that, his fiance grabbed my face and licked it, like from my jaw all the way up the side of my face. I have no idea why she did this. We don't even have the kind of relationship where it would be funny. My brother's face changed, his demeanor changed. He became very withdrawn and irritable. They were seen quietly fighting, and he ended up just leaving the party. I brought it up the next day to make sure he was okay, and apparently the two of them made up it's me he has an issue with. I don't know what she told him, but it seems as if I'm the one being made out to be flirting with her, wanting her, etc. Not even remotely true. I told him to leave me out of his relationship problems. It's his partner who disrespected him and embarrassed him. He's angry at the wrong person. I refuse to apologize. Apparently, I am going to be out of the wedding unless I do. He's upset because I won't admit to my mistake. Well, I don't feel like I made one. Should I just do it for the sake of settling it? Normally, I'm willing to be the bigger person, but this is a false accusation I don't want attached to myself. User quotable said NTA. What I don't get is why you even would want to attend the wedding. Strained relationship. He does not see you as a brother. His relationship does not seem to be on very stable footing, and he will become more and more erratic. You should put as much polite distance between you and brother and his relationship. For your own peace of mind, he seems to have already singled you out as the future scapegoat. To this, OP said the following, "This one hurts. I think I needed to hear it though. You're not wrong. I guess I'm just always trying to understand him, and I need to stop doing that, especially when he's not giving me that same kind of understanding. I thought we could get back to the relationship we had before, but it's not looking like it's getting any better." User Rich Ad said NTA. I wouldn't cave either. Here's what I think. It's cliche, but you're probably the hotter, smarter brother. Your brother has insecurity issues about his relationship, intelligence, and other things, so usually those people tend to get jealous easily and have paranoia about losing their partner to someone else. I'm not excusing the fiancé either, because she definitely tried to present herself as innocent or victimized and put everything on you when your brother confronted her. It's a cop-out, but it's easier for him to pin it on you rather than her. Since she is closer in age to you, I bet she does have a crush or at least some kind of attraction to you, and it came out when she was drunk. If she hadn't lied, I wouldn't think that, but the lying means she's trying to cover up her feelings maybe. Under this comment, OP said the following, "I never thought about it actually, and nothing really sticks out. She's obsessed with K-pop, and I am half Korean, so she's made comments to me, but I didn't interpret them as flirting. I thought she was just trying to be nice and didn't know how else to connect when I shared about the whole being adopted thing. When she's sober, she is more awkward or shy. My brother lives with my mom, so usually when I visit and we're talking, my mom and brother are around too, and it's more of a family vibe." User Gudis Hun said NTA. Keep your distance from your bro for a while, especially when his fiancé is around. She sounds nuts. She also sounds like she's up to no good, so don't give her the opportunity to play more head games on your brother using you. Eventually, it's gotta come out to your brother how she is, and if you're not there to be the scapegoat, maybe he'll see the problem is her. A week later, OP provided his final update. After trying to reach out to my brother, he finally came around and stopped ignoring me. He didn't want to talk about what happened, but was willing to put it behind us. To be honest, I think talking about it would have been healthier, but I decided to let it go because he was so adamant. Then, just the other day, he came to me on his own and admitted that he feels unsure about his relationship and is struggling to trust his fiancée ever since the incident on my birthday. I told him there's no rush to get married and that he should take time to figure out what he's feeling. I didn't try to give any particular opinion because I feel like this is something he needs to figure out for himself also. I genuinely don't know what's going on between them. He still took what I said the wrong way somehow, and we ended up having an argument. He thinks I'm not happy for him and that I don't want to see him successful or starting a family. I tried to walk away at this point in the conversation because no matter what I said, it was just going to get misconstrued, but he didn't want to stop fighting. Somewhere in that, I finally learned why he's so mad at me these days. It turns out he's upset that our mom paid for my tuition. I've been doing overtime to pay her back. Clarification: if it matters, she doesn't actually want me to pay her back, it was a gift, but I'd like to pay her back slowly. My brother feels this money should have been given to him for his wedding, which I am no longer invited to. I don't really know how to fix things, but that's where we're at. User equivalent gap said NTA. Your brother is jealous and his girlfriend is a creep. I doubt their relationship will last until the wedding, but if it does, I bet the wedding will be a drunken mess. You sound like a good person, take care of yourself and your mom, and leave your brother to deal with his problems. Hopefully, one day he will grow up and want a better relationship with both of you. User Pride of Cape Town said NTA, and it's not you that has to fix things, it's him. Short of giving into his tantrum and giving him money, don't do that, by the way. You can't fix this. And if you start bending over backwards to make the man baby happy now, he'll know you will eventually cave and he will never change. The money was your mom's to give however way she wanted. If he has an issue with that, he needs to work it out with your mom because it was ultimately her decision. Him shitting all over you is wrong. User Celtic said, the absolute entitlement of your brother. He's mad at you for something his fiance did. He's mad at you for something your mother did. Your mother chose to use her money to pay for your schooling. The fact that he's just assuming that if it hadn't gone to your tuition, that he would have gotten for the wedding is insane. Having a degree is way more important than a single day fancy party. I agree with others. If you want, send him a text to the tune of, things going poorly in your life is not my fault or responsibility, and the way you continue to scapegoat me for everything lets me know where we stand. It would be best if we don't talk at all, ever. Good luck with the Kardashian wedding you want, NTA.